Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
I want people to believe in me, and I want people to believe in me when they taste my beer. That's what it's about.
You mean you laid underneath it and tried to
Put his tongue up the bung.
I like to actually scoop up the yeast and look at it.
7 o'clock came real early that next morning.
Yeah, man. Thanks for dumbing that down for us. You did an awesome job. It's all about food and beer.
Punch me in the junk. Man, that thing was thick.
The point is just beat it like it's your dick.
I like to smell it afterwards.
Are you being sarcastic right now?
Yeah. Bring your body armor.
I ran into my jungle once on a ball valve in a kettle.
That's a true happy ending.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to The Session. Another fine show here in Pacheco, and possibly the hottest day of the year. And guess what? Just in time for the Dan. It is the Dan Show Part 3. This time, it's personal. Hey, Dan.
I'm happy to be here, and it is moderately temperate in here too. It's not that hot.
It's not too bad. We try to take care of you. We've been so frugal around here lately. I won't even turn the AC on for Doc.
That's bad.
It's bad. But we turn it. We have both air conditioners going. If you walked outside right now, you could see our PG&E meter spinning. And we're just trying to make it comfortable. It's funny because we plan the show. I call Dan and I say, it's Dan Gordon from Gordon Biersch, everybody. If you've been absent in the beer world for the last couple of years and you didn't know which the Dan we were talking about, it's Dan Gordon from Gordon Biersch. And so we planned a show. We know now when Dan is going to do the show with us that we don't book him after April. We get him in here in April. The studio starts to warm up, and Dan's very obliging to come do the program. Poor guy loses like 8 pounds every time he comes here.
Well, fat brewers like to be lightly chilled. That's our motto.
So, we book the program accordingly now. And what happens? It's like a sudden heat wave in California.
Perfect storm.
Isn't like tomorrow, the next day is going to cool off again.
Is that what it is?
It'll be 40 degrees tomorrow.
Yeah, Doc calls me on Friday and says, we tried. Why is it that when we book Dan, it just heats up automatically? So,
because he's hot.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Because Dan's hot. So Dan, in true Dan fashion, brought a bunch of goodies. He brought another barrel for us. And keeping to tradition, our chat moderator, Bevo, had to tap the barrel, German style.
She did. She did a fine job.
I tapped that.
You did tap that, Bevo. Very nice.
She said that.
Of course, Daniela did it last year, and we have pictures of that. I don't remember if they're in the gallery or not. They might just be in my private stash. I can't remember. But we did that last year, and then, of course, now we have pictures of Bevo doing it. And if you want to see those on the website, just keep emailing Chad until they appear. I've put him in charge of the gallery now. I get lots of emails about the defunct gallery. So if you want to see pictures of Bevo tapping it, what's in there? Blondbach?
Yeah, unfiltered Blondbach.
Oh, that's right. Everything you put in the barrel is kind of traditional unfiltered right?
Yeah, it comes straight from the tank, the aging tank, and right into the wooden barrel.
Do you guys ever do the wooden barrels at the restaurants so that other people can try it?
Yeah, every seasonal beer gets tapped into a wooden barrel.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So every 3 or 4, anywhere from every 6 weeks to every 3 months.
Gotcha.
Kind of like our regulars appreciation day.
Nice.
And then whenever you go to the Gordon household, of course, we have unfiltered beer on tap.
Always on tap. Yeah. Do you have a walk-in at your house?
No, I don't actually. The truth is I don't have a kegerator at home anymore.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
That's a tragic story.
I think it's in some sushi bar in Honolulu, to tell you the truth.
Is that right?
The sushi chef and I hit it off really well, and yeah. That's what happened.
And you said, hey, take anything you want, and he took your kegerator?
I made a stupid offer, and he took me up on it.
He wants to help you
It's
out.
the world's greatest sushi in the world.
You've given so much. We've got a urinal kegerator over there.
Very impressive. It's meaningful, actually. It has a lot of depth to it as a significant piece of art,
It does.
I should say.
Do you think your wife would appreciate it along with the other decor in
I
your
would like
house?
to put it on display at the brewery and bottling plant, because I think it's that good. It says it all. I've always joked that you only get to rent the beer, especially after you drink 3 or 4. It's going in a perfect cycle, and this one just cuts out the middleman. Instead of having a person drinking the beer, it goes straight from the tap into the urinal.
Yeah.
Right, and you don't have to go anywhere. You can stand right there.
I think the correct height would have to be dialed in, where you have a really extended tower, and that way you can pour the beer straight from the faucet into your mouth, bypass the glass in the lifting motion.
Yeah.
And then you just position yourself over the urinal, preferentially, I think you'd be naked the entire time.
Of course.
No pants.
You don't want to make a mess.
No. And then you would, just gradually wait for it to pass through your, metabolism.
Yeah.
And end up in the urinal.
I think you're right about the height part. Doc made it doc height. We have to put it up on a chair.
We can make it adjustable.
I made it for sit on the table.
I know.
Is this posted on the...
if you put it on the floor, it's pretty
No,
much
we don't have
doc
that in the gallery.
This needs to be in the gallery, because it is, I consider it one of the more important artwork pieces of this century, at least.
next to our stripper pole, of course.
I'm hoping we get to see in action today.
We haven't used it since the incident. We just refer to it as the incident. Bevo was on it. She did fine.
Yeah.
Nothing broken. But
just my pride. And my self-respect.
just your hopes and dreams.
Yeah, right.
Especially after we post the pictures. There were actually... Dan was asking for video of this. There was video of that. We did it like seedy backroom bar type of video, so it's real smoky and dark. High quality stuff.
Yeah. Just a little grainy.
Yeah.
It's on 8mm.
Yeah, even a little worse, I think. It's like 6mm.
8mm
if
look
there
good.
was such a thing. Yeah. Tasty in the studio with us today. Glad you're with us. Glad to have you on
Glad
the
to be
program.
here, man.
Of course, we got Shat here, Bevo in the chat room. JP is not here this week, so Dan lucked out on that one, I got to tell you. And, of course, Doc's with us, so... Welcome, everybody, to the program. It is the Dan Show, Part 3. We're going to be talking about lagering, of course, as we always do with the Dan, because he's the lager master. But we're really going to focus on... All right, I'm going to try this, Dan. We're going to focus on Dunkelweizen.
Perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dunkel. It's not Dunkel, right? It's Dunkel.
Dunkel.
Oh, you say Dunkel.
Well,
Dunkel.
it's kind of
Dunkel.
halfway in between.
You're there. Dunkel.
Dunkelweizen.
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 You did it fine.
Okay. All right. I looked up the pronunciation. I cheated a little bit. But I wanted to get it because the Dan knows German. That's like, I think English is almost your second language at this point.
I'm much more intelligent in German than I am in English.
You have to be with that school you went to out there. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to be talking a lot about the Dunkelweizen. It is the new seasonal from Gordon Biersch. And the really exciting thing, and we'll get into this, of course, but I want to mention it, is that it's available in bottles this time. And you don't always do that with your seasonals.
No, we have a new concept. We haven't done it in the past, but finally I'm getting together with the rest of the craft brewing industry that's been doing seasonal rotations for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're going to have 4 seasonal beers during the year. So one for each actual season.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hence why this will be gone in June.
Yeah.
In the bottles, of course.
Right.
And, okay. So, of course, we'll be talking about that. The good thing about this topic is very timely because we've got one of Chad's Dunkels on tap right now. And we'll have you try that later, see what you think on a homebrew level. And as always, we all have thick skin around here, Dan, so you tell us what's what about that.
Please do, yeah.
I'll be brutal.
Yes. Chad just won his first gold medal.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
In his very first competition.
Wow.
Yeah. He's becoming quite the brewer.
Well, just let everybody know, Chad is actually propagating his yeast from a single pure strain culture out there.
He is.
Sell. So not a lot of people doing that at home.
And he's doing it's a 5,000 milliliter starter he's got going out there.
He's got enough yeast there to go for a 100-barrel brew.
Is that?
I think no dicking around here. Chad's ready to take on the world of brewing.
All right, we're going to talk about that later because as it's always fun. Everyone has a good time when Dan's around here. It comes right in. He eyeballs the yeast starter, doesn't ask any questions, just eyeballs it and says, "That's ready, by the way." He just He can tell. He looks at the thing and goes, "That's
told
ready."
us how many cells are in there too.
Yeah, you know. So
I used to be one of my biggest things with when we do Stump the Brewer. We kind of have that thing going on historically at the brewery restaurants. And if one of the brewers would walk, I'd walk in and he'd say, "What do you think?" And I'd taste the beer and I go, "Well, that's 22 IBU and it's supposed to be 28." And he goes, "No way, man. We sent this out." And I go, no, seriously. We're going to run it through the lab right now. And I, sure enough, I had the digital tongue for bitterness units.
You got to be shitting me, Dan.
I was plus or minus 2.
I have to tell you that I really want to call bullshit that you can tell the difference between 4 IBUs.
4, yeah. A brewer can do, the general public can tell the difference between 4 IBUs.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did this. That was why I went to grad school in Germany to study brewing engineering, is to learn
Figure this out.
Yeah, that and how long you'll live extra, by drinking 2 beers a day versus or 4 beers a day.
Good.
Yeah, that's a good one. You will live longer if you drink 2 beers a day, by the way, statistically.
But 4, it goes the other way?
Yeah, 4 is... Well,
fuck.
Yeah, I know. But the zeros, just think about the zeros are the ones that really want.
That's right.
But it doesn't say, 2 beers a day. It doesn't say how big the beer has to be. It could be 2 boots.
Good point.
And then you're covered. But it was... a brewer can do about 2. A general beer drinker can notice 4.
I didn't think it would, because it just seems so minute to me.
I know it does, but it really...
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So you've got the magic tongue, so
I
to
lucked
speak.
out. That one. I probably lost it by now. That was when I was, 28 years old.
Ah.
Now I don't. Now everything runs through the lab, and I don't have to think.
That's perfect.
We just turn it up to 11.
Doc and I are getting closer to setting everything up that way in here as well. We just want to run everything through something else and not have to think.
Constant IV drip. That's our motto.
Yeah. Now, Schumann, we've never done this on the program before. Dan has brought Das Boot. Multiple. How would I say it if it's plural?
It's actually Das Boot is actually a boat. That wouldn't be
shit.
the
He didn't
correct
bring
one.
his boat.
This is called a Stiefel. Yeah, you know that one.
And is it? How would I say it plural? Because we have a couple.
Stiefel. Die Stiefel.
Die Stiefel.
Yeah, it doesn't get anything other than the conjugation of the leading, the definitive.
Okay.
The Germans are the only ones that are, well, I guess there are other languages, but the Germans are only crazy people that have like 6 conjugations of the.
Right.
Which
like
really,
Spanish.
Yeah, but they have it in the accusative tense, and then you have it in the direct tense or whatever. If you're receiving something, that's crazy.
It gets troublesome.
I hate it. I did not do well on the German grammar part. It was
really?
Better. Yeah, I can speak fluently, but the grammar part, I get like a C on that. But
so conversational is fine, but don't ask you to give
I can order off of any menu and anywhere in the world, and especially in German.
But if you speak your trailer park German,
well, it probably sounds like Ebonics.
They don't have they don't have trailer parks.
Yeah, excuse me, I want to ask you questions.
Axial.
Yeah, it sounds like Ebonics.
Yeah.
German Ebonics.
Well, the point here is, Schumann, we're going to have to use the Stiefel for the first time in the program, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have to volunteer for that.
Okay. If I have to volunteer, then I have to volunteer.
Yeah.
A Blondbach Stiefel.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Oh, boy.
What's the percentage on this? I always forget. It's pretty big.
A little under 7.3.
It's nice.
Oh, yeah.
I know how to handle a Stiefel. It's cool.
we call it the Velvet Hammer. And that's technical talk.
Yeah, and that's not Ebonics either. That is technical talk. All right, so as you can tell, there are a lot of things happening today, and we've got some cool stuff to give away to you because the Dan brought it. So we're going to be playing Beer Jeopardy today. We're going to be talking about Dunkelweizen. We're going to be talking about lagering and starters. Chad's got a lot of lager questions. He's our new guy, and he's doing great. He's brewing a lot. So we're going to pass along our lager questions. I've instructed Tasty to help us along with the lagering issues, too. Not where Dan leaves off, but from the homebrewing perspective.
Translations.
Yeah.
Dumb it down.
Yeah. And then, of course, Doc, one hell of a lager brewer. So if you've got lager questions, you really have an all-star cast here. 800-401-BEER. Oh, no, 888-401-BEER. let me get my numbers right here. 888-401-BEER, or you can join the Beav in the chat room there, and she'll send questions over to you. How's it going there so far, Beavis?
I already have like 4 questions.
You do?
Somebody wants you to pronounce a word that I'm not even going to try to say.
Uh-oh.
It's Weihenst.
No, Weihenstephan. That's where I went to school.
That's it.
Yeah.
Weihenstephan.
Weihenstephan. It's the Technical University of Munich at Weihenstephan, and it's the oldest brewery in the world.
Good, now I don't have to write it.
Yes.
It goes back to 1020. It was originally founded by monks. So, I don't know, is it called a monastical brewery? Would that sound right?
Yeah.
Or monastery, monastical.
No, I think monastical is right.
Yeah. And these guys were drinking a lot on the job.
Nice.
That's what monks, in order to qualify for Lent, their whole thing about having breweries was that it would substitute for beer and water. I mean, wine, bread and water.
Bread and water, right.
It would fulfill that bread category, and they were allowed to be sloshed all day long. And they were the ones that created the Bach beers, by the way.
I'm really surprised, and I have a feeling that maybe in a past life you were a monk, Doc.
I bet.
Just, maybe you and me both, for that matter, except I'm just a little more evil than you are.
Oh, yeah, well, back in, the 11th century, what else you going to do?
Yeah.
That or burn people at the stake. I guess those are the two activities that were occurring.
Wait
back
for the
then.
plague.
Yeah.
Once you get drunk, what are you
Do
going to do?
monks shower?
Monks, yes, the bodily hygiene is very
Cleanliness
But they
is
don't
godliness.
sing in the shower.
No, I don't think.
Are you sure Justin was a monk?
Yeah, maybe not me. That's why I said Doc first. Now, Bavaria, speaking of the monks being able to drink, as they did, it's it may be the only place on Earth where, technically, and I think legally, beer is considered a staple food. It's in the food pyramid in Bavaria.
I think that all of Germany had actually got that classification in their beer tax laws.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's where they put it in the food group.
It's actually a staple food as a part of your diet.
Yeah.
Which, does all sorts of things. Must be a tax write-off. I don't even know what else.
Well, I think a lot of people have tried to live off of it.
Yeah.
That's as their single element of sustenance.
Oh, you mean outside of this room? Yeah, you're probably right. A few.
Well, the monks certainly did that to ward off the hunger pangs in wintertime. That's where the double box came from, or Doppelbock.
Ah.
So they brew this really strong dark beer, getting up in that 8% range.
Yeah.
And they were just sloshed all day long. But they weren't hungry.
But, right, lots of calories, lots of carbs, everything your muscles need to keep moving.
Yes.
Maybe not what the rest of your organs need, but it was energy.
And you wouldn't know if you were hungry or not. That was the beautiful thing about it.
Yeah.
And there's some great beer festivals over there. The Stark Beer Fest, which is a strong beer festival in Munich.
In Munich?
Yeah, around February.
Oh, okay. I'm going to Oktoberfest for the first time, Dan.
We're gonna set you up with some stuff outside the Oktoberfest too that you're gonna really enjoy.
Can you do that?
Oh yeah.
I would listen. I gotta say, I've been wanting to go there since I was 15 years old. This is no joke. It's one of somebody asked me, "Hey, where have you always wanted to go?" And this is it. I've been to Munich once before, but this I've always wanted to go. So I'm real excited.
Well, you're gonna get the full one-on-one private tour of Weihenstephan. That one will be arranged. I think you need to go pick a hop out of the hop field.
I would love to do that.
Got to do that.
Yeah. Fantastic.
So some different things,
All right, I'm going to be there for a week, so I would, if you can help with that. Well, then we're going to Belgium too. We figure while we're there, we might as well get some stuff done.
Well.
So we're going to train it over to Belgium, and we're real into Belgian beers right now. So we're going to do some touring around there, and and then I'm going to visit some friends in France for the last couple of days. It's all in the region. See, this is the beautiful thing about Europe, right? It's all right there. It's like driving to Southern California for us. No big deal.
Until you're trying to get to Romania.
Yeah.
Takes on a whole nother...
Yeah.
The roads aren't that good, and the trains don't run very frequently.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Then you might get a little trouble with the locals. Does it get ugly on the way, or is it just, tough to travel?
It's a babe fest down there in Romania, though.
Is that right?
Yeah.
There was a nice Romanian chick at the cafe I went to the other day. Her English was real bad, and she kept apologizing to me for her English. And I was like, no, you don't have to worry about that, sweetheart. And she said, I'm just here from Romania. I can hardly speak.
Yes, well, Doc would appreciate the complete lack of dental hygiene down there, too.
Oh, so you mean the opposite of a babe fest.
The advent of flossing hasn't come to the forefront there.
Ooh. See, I know that would bother Doc. It would really bother me because I'm a mouth looker when I speak to people.
Oh, I do too. I almost don't even look at anything else.
Yeah, and whenever there's bad mouths, I can hardly talk to people anymore.
Yeah.
So, good thing I don't speak the language. I guess it wouldn't matter.
I can tell from a few feet away if you've been brushing or not.
Yeah. Whew. That would be bad news.
There's the guy behind me in the theater.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
sorry about the deviation from pleasant thoughts there.
Hey, no worries.
You're going to have a great trip.
Yeah. I hope so.
Bring some floss.
I'll have to bring lots of floss and give it out, even. So lots of stuff happening, as you can tell. I do have some announcements for you. First part of it. Dan, you going to the Craft Brewers Conference this week?
I don't think I'm going to actually be there this time.
You don't think you're going to make it?
I've been on the road too much.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in Pacheco this week.
I understand.
You're not out of here yet.
Got to hit the highlights.
Completely understood. Well, you happen. We'll talk about that later too, because I wanted to ask about some of the new places opening up, and you seem to be at every one of them. So we'll talk about that. Craft Brewers Conference is this week, and it's in San Diego, and I'm going to be there. So if now it's an industry thing, and mostly it's brewers that go to this. It's not a beer festival, but there are a lot of things that take place outside of the conference in the local beer scene down there in San Diego, which apparently is supposed to be great. So I will be around doing some things like that. So I would hope to meet some of you listeners down there. And, of course, I'll be all decked out in BN gear. Won't be hard to find. So if any of you are planning on going, I know a couple of you have contacted me already, then I'd like to see you at the Craft Brewers Conference. I'll be there Wednesday. So that also leads me to the next announcement. There's no show next week, Doc, so you're off the hook.
No, I knew that. So
because I'm down, I'll be in San Diego still. I got to do some work with sponsors, which, by the way, is a good thing. It means there'll be a show the following week, which is always a good thing. So I'll be there till like Tuesday in San Diego. The anniversary show is now set. I've announced it a couple weeks now. Bevo, you know about this, right? You're going Saturday, June 14th at Downtown Joe's in Napa.
I'm there.
You'll be there.
Do we have a start time on that?
It's just not confirmed. It's either going to be 4 or 5. Broadcast time isn't until 5. I know that. It's possible we're going to meet at 4 because we get to do this whole homebrew tasting at Downtown Joe's this year, something we've never been able to do before. So it looks like that's going to start at 4 o'clock, and we'll be in the back in the brewery at Downtown Joe's tasting each other's homebrew for about an hour, and then broadcast time is 5.
Going to make for a good show.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly. It's going to be a good show. We're not doing a lot of talk show, so don't worry about that. Hour tops, and the rest of it is music. Cold Hot Crash back on the bill this year. Just got them confirmed the other day. Looks like they won't be on tour yet. If anything, they'll be in the studio, and they've committed to doing the show, unless something fantastic happens, and then we'll let them off the hook. That's the only confirmed band I have for you right now. The session band looks like we'll be there, but
I was just going to ask about that.
I think we're going to be there. Yeah, everyone likes the session band. We'll be doing our beer songs. And I do have another band will be closing the night for us. I'm just waiting for final words. So lots of good entertainment, and I'll keep you up to date about the other events that are going to happen. You just need to know Saturday, June 14th, Downtown Joe's in Napa. All right, visit our store. I'll talk about the rest of that later because I do this at the beginning all the time, but you can support us by visiting our store. Our 800 number, the 888-401-BEER, you can now all week long leave us messages. We have a listener line. And you can leave us messages all week long. I'll play them. I did a whole thing last week, which is pretty good. And I got another good one for us this week, Doc, a little voicemail montage. These people are funny. They're cracking me up, man. It's exactly what I hoped for the listener line. So
are we getting a lot of those? You have to sort through?
Sometime. I put most of them on there. There's the occasional one where they just come in with like one word, like F. Schumann or something like that. I don't weed those out. But there's other ones that I do. Yeah, we're getting quite a bit. So it's been a lot of fun. So you can use that all week long. Keep that in mind. I never answer that phone, by the way. If you're looking for me to answer that phone, it's not going to happen. 888-401-BEER. It's our live line during the show and our message line afterward. As always, send your show ideas to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. That's C-H-A-A-D. Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com. All right, something that Dan and I wanted to talk to you guys about, and I covered it on my CBS show yesterday, and it's important shit going on around here that is worth mentioning right here at the beginning of the show and getting into. Doc and Tasty, I hope you have done your reading, just that you guys should know about this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. There's a new tax being proposed here in the state of California, and it is, what is it, Dan, a 1,400% increase?
Yes.
In the beer tax, just on beer and on California beers. And it's being brought to you by our very own, not ours necessarily, but the San Jose, it's Dan's.
Mine, a guy that has 5 breweries in his district.
In San Jose. He's a San Jose assemblyman. Dan, is he a freshman or he's been there a while?
Yes, freshman.
Somebody asked me, because I thought he was a freshman, but he's an old dude. Like, he's been around.
He's come up the ranks. He was a Santa Clara County supervisor.
Okay.
And then he moved into the assembly. But he's been around doing public policy stuff in the
for a while.
Greater San Jose area for umpteen years. You know.
So where do you get this bright idea?
You know, I really don't understand. It's interesting because he's singling out beer.
Yeah.
It's not an alcohol tax, it's a beer tax. So he's ignoring wine and distilled spirits because beer is the one that's causing all the evil issues out at the social problems in our region here.
I have a couple quotes, him describing the social problems that are... It's Jim Bell, and I've put his contact information in our forum, should you feel so compelled after this discussion to contact Jim yourself and rally against this bill. It's California Assemblyman Jim Bell, B-E-A-L-L, and if you go to our forum under Beer Radio, I put his contact information there. You can send him emails and even just call right to the office, like Dan did, and we'll talk about that. Here's a couple of things about what he says that they're doing the bill for. The fallout from alcohol consumption costs Californians nearly $36 billion a year in increased health costs, crime, lost productivity. That I could agree with the lost productivity part. And injuries from accidents and abuse. It's time for the beer industry to help us with the staggering burden it has helped to create. And my favorite quote from Bell himself is, "This would force those responsible for the problems to pay for it." So in other words, all of these healthcare issues, when people abuse alcohol and they get in trouble because they're stupid and they do stupid things on alcohol, Dan's responsible for that.
I am personally responsible.
Yeah, it's your fault, Dan.
And this is when I called when this was released at Thursday afternoon at about 4:00.
Yeah.
So it's already at almost past deadline time.
Okay.
So the journalists are having a hard time getting any kind of response. So he owns this airspace for roughly 8 hours or so before anyone's going to come. Yeah. Except for radio, he blew that one.
Did he?
Yeah, because KGO picked that one up in CBS in about 2 minutes.
Really?
I heard you on KGO.
It was a quick. I was talking to them about the great day I was having with the opening. We just got word that we were going to have Gordon Biersch at the new San Jose Airport, the new Terminal B. That's,
great!
Congratulations. That was a big deal. And then I saw this thing and I said, by the way, you may want to know. Yeah. So I did a quickie there, and then called up Jim to congratulate him on his good work.
Did you get through to Jim?
I got his director, his press secretary first.
Okay.
I didn't know a guy like this could afford a press secretary. I didn't know our government was paying for him to have a press secretary. That's pretty ridiculous.
Kind of neat.
So he likes to generate hype.
Yeah.
And I talked to him, and then I got a call back from Jim himself.
Okay.
And I asked Jim, why he wanted to put my wife and kids out on the street.
Good question.
What is the reason? Because he clearly had no concept of the economic impact, first and foremost, on the brewing industry.
Yeah.
A tax like this, to equate it in gross dollar figures, currently at $6.40 per barrel, a barrel being 31 gallons, roughly 2 kegs worth of beer. He wants to take it to $89. That's what the equivalent. Now, a restaurant that currently is paying, say, $90 for a keg of beer.
Yeah.
By the time this pass-through mechanism hit the distributor, because it's a wholesale tax, it comes back on the producer, the manufacturer. So it gets a multiplier effect by the time it hits the consumer.
Okay.
So that $1.80 per six-pack that he's talking about.
Yeah, 30 cents a can or bottle.
By the time it hit the shelf and you are going to buy it, you're going to get an increase of roughly $3 to $4 a six-pack.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to be paying around, for craft beers, $11 to $12 a six-pack.
Because, and this is I think, a point obviously worth mentioning, and it's everybody's sensitive to it already, your costs are already rising. So the cost of a six-pack has already gone up. And may even go up again, let's face it, because of
all the shortages.
Ingredients.
Well, just to put it in perspective, though, right now, the average taxes that we pay on a federal and state basis already equate to about 15 to 20% of the cost of beer.
Is that right?
Yeah, on the wholesale cost, what we ship our beer out at.
Okay.
When you do something like this, you're going to bring it up to like 40 or 50%. Depending on the type of beer that you're producing. A domestic beer would be closer to like 50, and a craft beer would be around 40.
Yeah.
And the problem is that when you go to a restaurant, by the time you ordered a beer at a bar, it's going to be $10 per glass of beer.
Unbelievable. It's like going to the ballpark.
Like I say, like at the Giants game.
No, that's more. It's $8.50 per beer at the Giants game. So
$8.25 if you're lucky.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But yeah, it is more than that. How insane is that? $10 a glass of beer.
It would be bad, and because a glass of wine would only be $6. You can still get house wine, and of course distilled spirits, which are the best thing for underage drinkers to access from their parents' liquor cabinet.
Of course,
and the number one first source, because you can hide it in a spiked Gatorade or a Coca-Cola, anything you want to do. You can mix that liquor in there, take it to the party, spike the big bowl of punch or whatever, and that's what kids, underage drinkers, are doing.
Yeah.
Jim Bell is completely disconnected from the youth of America and thinking that they're going after beer, and especially craft beer.
He even says that, this is a quote from him, and by the way, he doesn't cite any resources. He says, beer is the alcohol of choice for underage drinkers. And then he goes on to talk about how kids who drink underage turn into alcoholics, which has nothing to do with the... he goes on and on. Beer is the alcohol of choice for underage drinkers, but there's no information cited about that.
There's no study that can back that up, and he made that one up.
Yeah.
There's no way...
Of course he did.
That might be that beer is the first thing they taste growing up, casually, but it's not the cause of alcoholism and abusive drinking.
No.
That's definitely not the case. Thing is, we got to educate kids.
Yeah.
And it's got to be one of those things, if you're getting them at a young age, and I was a prime example. My parents were, European background. At the age of 12, I was getting little sips of wine at the table, and I developed the ability to, and it was very, very minimal. It was like the tongue touching it.
Okay.
So I wasn't getting sloshed. There was no abuse going on.
Yeah.
But the educational process is to appreciate it and not to abuse it.
Yeah.
The ones that go on binge drinking are the ones that have been shuttered out of the contact of any kind of alcohol, and certainly not anything of quality.
Sure. Well, or worse than that, it's just parents who rely on the government and things like that to do the educating for their kids in general. Dan's a family guy. Tough to get him on the show because weekends are spent with your family.
Yeah.
Doc's the same way, a family guy, and you hear stories about Doc and his kids. Very open, talks with his kids a lot, and that's really the point. You got to stop blaming other people like Dan and the beer industry and just pay attention to your kids. And then, of course, there's this European way to talk about alcohol, which is very different than what we do here in general.
Yes, the family regulates it.
Yeah.
The government doesn't.
Yes.
That's the way it's approached there in Europe. Anyway, I wanted to tell you what happened when I talked to Jim.
Yes, you call him.
Jim had to break up the conversation after about 15 minutes, and I can understand that.
I'm surprised you got that long.
Oh, yeah. It's I'm a San Jose constituent. You know? He has to be nice.
Well, and one hell of a contributing constituent, let's face it. I mean, Gordon Biersch Brewery there, you're producing a lot of beer.
We've invested a lot of money in establishing our business, both the brewery restaurant in downtown San Jose and our bottling facility, which is only 2 miles away from the downtown area, and employing a lot of people in San Jose.
Yeah. He should have some wide open
We're going to send pictures, of all the unemployed family members that would be out on the streets because of this type of thing. We would effectively be out of business if a tax of this nature were to be passed.
Really?
Yeah, this would kill us.
No kidding.
There's no
it's
way
that important.
Price elasticity. What we discovered through working with supermarkets and watching what happens. $1 increase in the price of beer results in a 20% decrease in sales.
Wow.
So if you have a multiplier effect, just figure it out. We're not going to have anything. Plus, people, California, we don't have a border, right? There's no border control. You can drive, the people of Southern California are going to smuggle beer in from Mexico.
Yeah.
The ones in Northern California going to go over to, Oregon's a little far.
Sure.
But Nevada has a lower tax than we do right now. And one of Jim Bell's claims is that California is undertaxing relative to the rest of the country.
Yeah.
And that's not the case at all.
His biggest thing is that we haven't had a tax hike since 1991.
Yeah, because we were already paying too much, by the way.
I see.
Yeah. We're already over the top.
Yeah. Okay. More than other states, even from the 1991 level.
Yeah, we're not underpaying by any means.
One of our listeners, Brew Tattoo, says how long before he gets caught with a hooker, and then we don't have to worry about all this.
Jim Bell is not an attractive man.
Then it would have to be a hooker.
Hookers don't mind.
So, Dan, you ask him. You're on the phone with him, and you ask him. So, I gotta talk to you about this. What's happening? What does he say to you?
All right. Well, so he's saying, well, do you have any people in Sacramento? I said, I can't afford a lobbyist. This is not a thing. I just want you to pull it off the table and remove it because it's so absurd.
And he says,
well, this is something there's two sides to every story. I said, well, what's the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Give me the background, the numbers, and all this. Well, the brewing industry has never wanted to sit down with me, and that's a complete lie because I know Mike Fox, our distributor in Santa Clara County, actually backed him on the tax redefinition of the flavored malt beverages.
Yeah.
To put them in the category of distilled spirits, which was designed primarily to attract underage drinkers. So
Sure.
A guy that's stealing from his own pocket, like Mike Fox, was going to penalize himself because he distributes those. He carries, he's an Anheuser-Busch distributor.
Yeah.
That's how altruistic Mike was on the whole thing. And for Jim to be so forgetting of the support he's had. But this is extremism that leads to Boston Tea Party type reactions.
Isn't this just the sort of banging of the drum of a freshman assemblyman? Does he know this isn't going to pass? Our good friend of the show, Sean O'Sullivan, you know him from the 21st Amendment, talked to him about this in the program yesterday. He says, look, don't worry about it. There's no way this is going to pass.
Everyone has told me it's dead on arrival, and those are famous last words. I can't afford to rely on the sensibility of our legislature in Sacramento,
right,
to kiss this one off. I'm worried about it, that it's going to lead into things that, all right, so it's not going to be a 1,400% increase.
Maybe
they get some other assemblymen that say, hey, I'm a reasonable person here. Why don't we just do a 100% increase? Well, that's bad enough. You can't penalize this. It's Pandora's box.
Yeah.
And once something like this happens, beer is the beverage of choice for it's up there with soft drinks.
Sure.
It's not a minor deal. The amount of jobs, distributor jobs, supermarket jobs, guys like me that are trying to eke it out this year with the disasters that are going on with malt and hops and packaging materials, and having someone like this come through in our worst of circumstances, just throw fuel on the fire and make us all go down. And I think that's he just wanted to pick on us at the worst time possible.
So, in speaking to him, do you feel like he really means this, or he's just trying to get publicity?
I think it's sensationalism, but I really think he would like to get a tax.
He would like to see it.
A major tax increase.
Wow.
He really thinks it's going to save the budget. He's claiming that it's going to be a $2 billion windfall.
Yeah, but he says that, what's interesting about that number? He says it's a $2 billion windfall, but all of the effects of this kind of thing cost us $36 billion a year. So isn't that really his $2 billion, even if he's right about it, it's a drop in the bucket compared to his $36 billion deficit that he's talking about from what he says is the cause of the problem.
Just beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not taxing on the wine and the spirits, everybody's going to just dump beer and go to that anyway.
Yeah, it would be a complete transition.
Now, Dan, don't you think that the big guys like Anheuser-Busch who have the lobbyists and who can afford to do this, they don't want it any more than you do? Don't you think they're going to jump in on this?
They don't want it. They'll do it behind the doors, but it's difficult because they are the big corporations.
Yeah.
And their image, if they step in there, it's very difficult for them to give them any sympathy.
But they'll pay money to the lobbyists and do it back. They'll still help you out, is what I mean. I think they're going to be trying. They're going to be working their ass off to.
The number one group is the California beer wholesalers. They'll spearhead this because they have an assemblyman in every district.
Mm.
I mean, Anheuser-Busch has 2 breweries in California. Miller has 1. Coors Miller has 1. So the major brewers like that have only a few assemblymen and state senators that they can go to is going to be a little more difficult than us because there's a craft brewery almost in every county.
Yeah.
You go to it. And we all employ local, my guys have been with me and gals have been with me on average 11 years in the brewery. The brewery company is only 20 years old.
Right.
So which is kind of nice. Big milestone coming up. But here's the closer on Jim. Is as I'm asking, he said he had to go after 50 minutes of chatting, and he said, I'm going over to the alcohol detention facility and rehab center in San Jose.
That's what he said.
Dude. And like he's trying to elicit, you evil person, you're the one that's putting everybody there. And I said, that was the implied tone from the guy. I said, great.
Ask him
when you're down there, would you please survey all those alcoholics and ask them how many of them are actually drinking craft beers?
There you go.
Great.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely.
And he goes, well, they probably don't, drink craft beers. I said, I rest my case.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right? Thank you. Please take this ridiculous concept and go someplace else.
Thank you for conceding the point. Have a good day.
Yeah. The only good news out of this thing is the press has turned. He got his 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
The next day and today, there's been all kinds of Google feedback saying how ridiculous this guy is.
Yeah.
And it's really it's the kissing point for him for any future endeavor in politics.
Right.
He is basically nailed down the coffin top.
Good.
Yeah.
Listeners, do us all a favor and do yourselves a favor, and especially those of you in the Bay Area, because even though it's San Jose, I know I have some listeners out there too, but Bay Area listeners, everybody who wants to get involved, please contact Assemblyman Jim Bell, Beall. His office phone number is 408-282 408-282-8920. That's 408-282-8920. Go ahead and call right now. Leave a message if you can. Do whatever you got to do. Call tomorrow. Also, I've put all of the contact information, including the address, and you can find the email. I've put the website address. You can find all the contact information you need in our forum. Just go to the Beer Radio section and click on the topic that says Jim Bell, Assemblyman, and you can find this. And contact the guy, and contact him today, and contact him tomorrow, and let him know what you think about
Yeah,
this.
don't talk in terms of the increase is too much. Any increase at all is just unacceptable.
It's too much. We've done a series of shows over the last couple months talking about price increases with beer as it is. Yeah. So let's help our brothers out and let this guy know what we think. So you can do that, and I love it, Dan. You're a passionate guy about this stuff, and I usually you're pretty mellow.
Usually I'm a pretty funny guy, I try to. I'm aloof, but this is like hitting me hard.
Good.
I got tuition payments to make, and I want to be around to do it.
It's some pretty serious stuff.
I say we just send him a hooker and a photographer.
Jim is actually, when you meet him and just sat at dinner, which would probably be a non-alcoholic dinner.
Yes.
He seems like a straightforward guy, and then he comes up with something like this. It just caught me completely off guard.
Yeah, that's really unbelievable.
The chat room's trying to pull $20 from everybody to buy him a hooker.
No. Can we
clean it up?
Change the direction on that one, guys. This is a serious topic, and
do it legit.
Yeah, just hammer him. Keep his phone lines busy, and let him know that you're not going to tolerate this.
Yeah.
What was that?
And let him know when you're sober, if you would, please.
Yeah, don't call in right now.
You can leave our numbers on our line, 888-401-BEER. But when you call him sober. And Dan's right. I mean, I didn't realize that I like the numbers that you put out there, that $1 increase in beer equals to a 20% decrease in sales.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Oh, it is.
If we lost 20% of our donations, well, we'd still be broke. But it would also suck.
I'd still make... How much do I make?
Nothing.
Nothing, yeah, that's right.
But you'd make 20% less than that.
Ooh.
You'd have to pay me.
I'd have to buy my beer.
So Dan makes some excellent points here, and contact him sober. Let him know what you mean. Be intelligent about this. You guys aren't just drunks, and you know that. You're beer connoisseurs, and that's why you like craft beer. And so you got to let these people know that. It's just
and every person out there will know somebody whose livelihood is going to be directly affected by this.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly powerful economic driver in the state.
Sure.
So let this guy know with emails, letters, all that stuff.
Be polite. Don't be listened to then.
I've given you all the information. I made it easy for you. It's right there in our forum, so you can check it out.
And we'll find out who's running against him in the next election and help out that way.
Why don't you run against him?
I actually live outside his district. Our businesses are located in his district, but I don't live there. My assemblymen are all rational people and love the brewing industry.
I know Doc's making kind of a joke, but I think there's some air of seriousness. You'd make one hell of a politician, Dan. You'd be a lot of fun. You're an honest guy.
I could not tolerate all the crap.
Yeah?
I've sat in so many city council meetings.
You don't think you could
watch? I have no patience for that.
I see.
Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I have a attention span that lasts 30 seconds.
so you already sound like a politician to me, I gotta say.
I want instant gratification.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen in politics.
No.
You have to really be smooth and polished. And
I've sat through so many city council meetings that I can't even count them anymore, and it just drags and drags.
No.
But I am holding out for ambassador to Japan when that comes up, because I am a huge sushi fan.
It'd be good.
That would be good for you.
Yeah.
I could see you doing that. All right.
Wearing a navy blue suit, bowing a lot. It's my style, huh?
That's your style. Absolutely. Maybe I was thinking sumo. I couldn't. I was mixing up the two.
I am a sumo.
You'd probably be a star over there.
Well, I weigh enough to pass for a sumo guy.
I just pictured Dan in a diaper, and I shouldn't have done that.
And anyway, heart disease is the number one cause of death in this country, by the way.
It is?
Yes.
That's absolutely... Wait, yeah, it's heart disease, and then it's lung cancer is number 2, right?
No, the lung cancer is the one that you can prevent. The number one disease that you could prevent.
I
but
see.
There's not as much lung cancer is number 2 as a whole.
What are you doing to make sure you don't get heart disease, Dan?
I've dropped. You haven't really picked it up, but I dropped about 25 pounds.
You have?
Yeah. Jim Bell needs to drop quite a bit of weight too.
He does.
Yeah. I think he should analyze the impact of heart disease on our economy too, and see if
that would help out.
Maybe a workout program might do him some good.
Tax
too.
So you want me to turn off the AC, Dan?
I love the AC. We're still not quite at the Chardonnay temperature yet.
Yeah, it's
and definitely
not quite
not a beer temperature.
Now, heart disease runs in all the men in my family.
You have a good metabolism, though. I can tell you're
I'm
good
working
shape.
on it.
Bypassing you?
But I'm over the 2 beer a day mark, I gotta say. So
it's okay.
So even if you quit now for the rest of your life, you'd still be
effed.
Yeah.
we members of the brewing industry appreciate your drinking more than 2 beers a day.
I know you do. All right, let's do our feedback.
My God! You've got mail.
Kick ass. Feedback's brought to you today by Wordomatic.com. It's the homebrewing gadget website, and you can find a lot of things on there about do-it-yourself stuff and just good information. Check it out. You'll enjoy it. It's Wordomatic.com, and that's who our feedback's brought to you by. Lots of good stuff today, Doc. Some long-winded emails.
You going to chop through them?
Yeah, I got to do it. Especially because we're running late. We got to get to Beer Jeopardy. Here's a new listener. Hey, Justin, new listener, only listening to the older archives, so haven't been able to hear much of the live or recent archives. So, don't know if some of this is old, but he purchased his first kit through Beer, Beer, and More Beer. Thank you for doing that, one of our sponsors. And now currently working on setting up my little brewery in my house. All this, and I don't even think I've listened to more than 11 shows. So I don't think he brewed before finding us, even.
Wow.
Hard
That's
to say.
saying something.
Yeah.
Well, neither did Chad.
He says, yeah, that's true. Someday soon I hope to send you some samples, but I'll wait till I get a few batches under my belt. You know, just to point out real quick, you don't necessarily have to do that. Sometimes you can send us some early batches and we can tell you what to fix real quick. You don't have to keep making the same mistakes. Okay, he does have a question for us, and this was a good question, and definitely for you guys, Tasty and Doc, who enter a lot of competitions. Because you have to do the same thing. He says, I do have a question for you. Maybe you've mentioned it before, but I'm looking at labeling my bottles. And how would you suggest that I label my bottles so that they're easy to clean after I've emptied them? He says he heard on Beer School, another podcast out there. You can go to beerschool.com and check it out. I heard on Beer School, I think that in Europe, some breweries have put their labels on using milk.
That's what I use. That's what I always use.
You use milk?
Yeah, you just put it in a saucer and dip your label in there, and then paste it on there, and it'll dry on there real nice.
Any kind of milk? Does that have to be low fat?
You can find breast milk. It'll work too.
Yeah, really.
Organic, doesn't matter.
But it will work, and you can't put it in an ice chest, and it'll all float back.
I've heard that in ice it doesn't melt as fast. So actually, if you sort of thing where
I'm talking about the slushy water.
Oh, well, yeah. If it's just ice it.
But if you're going to give them away for presents, they work great.
Okay.
It dries, and it doesn't dry right away, so you can kind of maneuver it around if you get it in there crooked.
Yeah.
So try milk. Just dip it in there for a second.
And it'll last for a while because he says he's aging some of his. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Until you wash it off.
Okay.
You can throw some Elmer's glue in there if you want to.
Milk grosses me out, so I responded to him that he should use, like you guys do for competitions, you could just put them on with rubber bands, couldn't you? And then you're not using any kind of stickiness whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for his own personal classification. I just put a round sticker on top of the bottle.
That's what I do.
On the cap.
Yeah,
cap.
I print them out. And I just put the rounds to the 3/4 inch Avery's.
Yeah, like the little smiley used to get in school.
Yeah, and it goes right on the top.
Okay. All right, that's a good way to do it. So there you go. He says, thanks again for a great show. Keep up the good work. That's Jason from Minneapolis. Here's another one. Justin, bro, what the F has happened to... and then he refers to that other show that we do. I know we shouldn't expect it, but I'm running out of archival shows to listen to. I've just listened to the anniversary show from last March and frantically spent the next 3 days trying to find the special that you guys put together. Where the F is that? What? I don't know what he's talking about. A special that we put together after the last anniversary show. I don't think there was one. I think he's misinformed. And he goes on to say, I've previously asked what time do I listen live, but you haven't replied to me. What about the free FM show that you're doing? When can I listen to that? Perhaps I can just give you a call and find out some info I'm looking for, as it's taken me 6 days to write this so far. I keep trying the phone number you give out on air, but you never answer. Perhaps I should change my name to Push or Bob or Bub or whatever the F it is. I can't understand your language anyway. Anyway, I do love you guys. Good noon for now. Regards from Darren. So, Darren, frustrated. I'm pretty sure I got back to you, Darren. I do occasionally, my stuff gets sent to people's spam. Yeah, our website's kind of jacked in a couple places right now because we did the server move, so I know the schedule. You got to look at the homepage. But it's always on the homepage what time you listen live. It's right there every week, and it says 5 p.m. Pacific time, and it tells you what the topic is and all of that, just like it does this week. So that part's right there. As far as that other show, the archives are there. I think I'm only missing 1 or 2 of them. Everything's there. So you're kind of, maybe just looking in the wrong places. So just go to the archive page and Lunch Meat. It's all right there. And if you call the 800 number, I don't answer it because usually people who want money from me or just people I don't want to talk to anyway. But you can leave me a message there, 888-401-BEER. You can leave it there all week long. So that answers your questions, I hope. Hey, Justin, talent, beer-drinking, Shat's crazy bitch-pounding hack. How dare you accuse me of that?
Hey, that's news.
I've never done that.
Yet.
He says,
I'm going to say that.
He says, I have a dilemma. I'm about to get married. No, that's not the dilemma, he says. Although I would I would argue that fact. And I brew with my stepfather. And I just want to point out for the rest of this email, I'm pretty sure he's referring to his father-in-law, not his stepfather. I think this is one of our foreign listeners and maybe doesn't get the...
actually.
But
I can, as your foreign language... No, it's not me.
Oh.
But Stiefvater is...
father-in-law?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Actually, it isn't.
Oh.
It's stepfather. So there's no translation thing.
So you could call either one. You're saying. It works both ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
Schwiegervater is your father-in-law in German. So I think the stepfather, no matter how you translate it, basically in Germanic languages,
it's still your stepfather.
Still your stepfather. I didn't help you on that one.
I don't know.
I get really excited.
Well, I don't know if he's German or not, but I just you guys can be the judge. He says his stepfather, but he's referring to his soon-to-be marriage. He says the problem is that he brews with his stepfather all the time, and the problem is that he's one of these guys that doesn't believe a word anyone says, and he doesn't listen to suggestions to things he's not doing right, like in brewing. So he says, I'm always trying to bite my tongue for the sake of not having a shotgun in my face about aerating his wort or rinsing sanitizer with tap water or whatever it is he tries to tell him to do. So I was wondering, how do you kindly help someone who doesn't want to listen about brewing advice? Do I risk the good relationship with the stepfather for the sake of good beer? I'm sure you, Doc, or Bevo would have something to say. I don't care what JP has to say, so mute his mic for me. And that's from Justin, a.k.a. Urig Brower, in the forums. Kind of a good question. Not always a simple answer.
Oh, he's in the chat today.
Is he?
I don't think he has any language difficulties, by the way.
Well, the rest of it's fine,
yeah,
right?
It's
so
perfect.
Maybe it really is his stepfather. Does he sacrifice... I have trouble with this sometimes, too. I consider myself somewhat of a good communicator, and I occasionally will just forego good communication for the sake of a good relationship. If it's a person you can say nothing to, sometimes you just got to say nothing. But when it comes to brewing... That's tough to do, I can understand.
Yeah, if you know he's doing something really wrong.
Now, I know Doc couldn't bite his tongue in this case. But he does... It seems he wants to keep a good relationship with his stepfather. Is there a way he can suggest things that he's learned without being offensive?
How about getting his stepfather to listen to the BN?
Might be a good idea. Then he doesn't have to say it himself. We say it for him. That's a good idea.
He could have a book handy, and you can just refer to where it states the opposite.
We can have Jamil call him.
Yeah. I like that idea, Tasty, with the book. I wonder if it's pompous. Does he come off as like, "Hey, I know, and here it is"?
You can you could frame it positively, like, well, let's just see. That's a good thing. Let's just see what's right.
It sounds like his stepfather's been brewing for a long time, maybe 20 years or something. He's always done it that way.
Yeah,
it's always made beer.
Maybe gift the book, and then a couple weeks later say, "Oh, hey, did you see the part in the book where it said you should aerate your wort?"
Don't rinse the sanitizer.
I always find, if it sounds like it's not coming from you, if it's just something you heard or something you read from an expert, it's a lot more palatable because it doesn't sound like you're telling them something they should know that you know.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I like the referring to the book part.
Yeah.
Dan?
You could always buy him a $12,000 digital oxygen meter and let him have fun with that.
If the oxygen meter's wrong, you're wrong, sir. $12,000 said so.
Exactly. Right. The other thing is you could brew on a different day. You tell them you're going to be brewing, too.
Well, this is a good bonding experience. You got to love it when someone's been around that long.
Yeah.
That's true. Just take it and shut up and let him...
How about he brews on his own, brews a spectacular beer, unlike the ones they've been making because they're doing it the other guy's way.
Right.
And then lets him try that beer and say, hey, what do you think?
Sure.
We aerated the wort. We didn't rinse sanitizer off of there.
Well, and kind of on that note, I did want to say to this listener, because we didn't get all the details, I would say that if the beer is coming out just fine, if it's always been good beer and you like the beer, I wouldn't say a word. Because some people, like, there are some techniques that Tasty does that all of us go, what the hell are you doing? Like carrying his open wort through his basement and weird things like that. But he wins competitions. We all love his beer. He makes amazing beer. Not one of us would tell him to change that. So I think the outcome is part of it here too. So if it's bad beer and that's why you got to talk to him, well,
you got to talk to him if it's bad beer. But if you enjoy brewing with him and you don't want to sacrifice that, you might as well just bite your tongue.
Yeah.
And like Justin said, if it's decent beer.
Just
the biggest thing, just coming from the technical background more or less, is if insufficient aeration, the way it's going to show up is incomplete fermentation.
Yeah.
That's the number one indicator. If it's really sweet, he'll know right off the bat.
Okay.
And
that's the biggest indicator. Of not aerating.
Yeast peters out.
Okay.
Well, hopefully he's taking a final gravity reading. Or he's so old school he doesn't even do that.
That could be.
But you can taste it if it's overly sweet too. I mean, that's.
But it's always tasted like that.
I mean, it's always tasted like that. Well, I mean, if everyone's spitting it out at a party, then you know that it is a problem.
Yeah, they smile and take a drink. That's nice. You made that
real good.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut going on the next day. That's always an indication.
That's every day for me.
Yeah.
Hopefully not tonight.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
That's
believe
good.
me, unfiltered blonde Bach.
And Chad's sitting right behind you. He's happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I haven't directed anything.
That's good.
Back there yet.
Maybe we better put that diaper on you.
Anyway, that was just 2 cents worth.
Just ways. That's good. And, I think, though, too, the bottom line is just make sure you don't, if you do approach this with him, don't take the enjoyment out of brewing from him. We've said that a lot before, too, where we go through all of these details you could do. But if you don't enjoy doing all that, don't make him do it.
No, it's not like he plays the accordion or anything like that.
Yeah, or trombone in a jazz band.
That one is quite enjoyable, by the way.
Yeah.
You could tell him that Dan Gordon himself said, aerate the damn yeast.
Listen, buy him a 6-pack of Gordon Biersch, and if he likes it, go, hey, that guy aerates. That's all you got to say.
And he's got a $12,000 oxygen machine.
But home brewers, if you've got a carboy, you can actually take that sucker up and just shake it. If
do the
it's
shake.
Full, and you're going to get enough air in there.
See, we've talked about that.
We don't know the details of what is actually going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You don't have to have an oxygen tank there with a diffuser and spreading out the O2.
Although we suggest it on this program.
It's nice, but too much O2 is going to be toxic for the yeast also. So it's a fine line between shit and shinola.
You know what? And I think Jamil has come by and tasted a couple of Shat and I's beers, and one of the things he said is he thinks we're over oxygenating too. So it is possible. You're absolutely right. Beavis, did you have something for us?
Yes.
Besides the phone call, you were about to say something.
Oh, no, that's not important.
Okay.
I don't remember how to say his name. Unger something or other.
Ulrich Brewer, I think.
Yeah, he totally missed everything that you just said because he was throwing up.
Oh, good.
So he's first in line for Drunk of the Week right now.
Good on him.
He's throwing up.
He's got the flu.
And he's probably with his stepfather now, throwing up. Don't throw up on your stepfather. All right, one last piece of feedback I wanted to get to. Actually, I got a couple. We're running so late. We got to get to Beer Jeopardy. Maybe I'll save this story for next week. It was a good story. It kind of goes with our San Jose guy. Let me do it. Let me do it real quick. This guy's he's a brewer, and his mother's real strict about alcohol in general. So
Church lady.
Yeah, he says, here's a funny story about my brewing background. I live at home since I'm a poor college student, and I don't live that far from the school. The atmosphere in my house is that prohibition was the best idea ever. And if you have one drink, you're an alcoholic. And this is from his mom, not necessarily his dad. And he says, I know that this is kind of bull. I've been brewing now for about 3 years. I just turned 23 a couple weeks ago. What I brewed before I was 21, I never drank, of course, he says.
And he hides that?
And he kept it low-key until October. So I guess he totally hid it.
Came out of the closet.
Yeah.
He put the fermenters out of the closet.
He didn't notice the meth lab either.
Yeah, well, he says until October, even though my brew setup consists of 3 Sankeys, 2 burners, and enough carboys and buckets to ferment 40 gallons, she somehow missed all that equipment in the basement. So he kept it well hidden. Well, one day last October, he was getting ready to go to the brewery, and his mom came up to him out of the blue and let him know that she feels like a failure as a mother because he drinks beer. And not any other alcohol, just beer. So a lot like this Beal guy. She thinks Beal is the root of all evil. beer and Beal. So me being the great son I am, I also decided to let her know that not only do I drink beer, I also brew it and consider it to be a passion. And she didn't take that too well.
She probably went to start saying some Hail Marys.
I guess it got pretty bad. Her and her, fast forward to Easter break, her and her sister decided to go on a cruise, his mother and her sister. So he brewed like 25 gallons in a day. 5 different types of beer. Just went crazy.
Make a statement.
The catch is his dad brews on the side with him. Like he also has a 5-gallon going. And so does, I think he says, his brother also has some beer going. So they all do it. And there's no real resolution to this story. He just wants to say, like Chad would say, F feelings. He wants to let her be pissed about it. I'm moving on with this anyway. So he just wanted us to know about the precarious situation that he's in with having a homebrew. And
don't worry about feelings.
Your mom's going to love you no matter what.
I think you put out the positives first. You know, it's a career opportunity. It's developing into something that can translate into something in the real world. That's what he's got to explain to his mom. And then contrast it to a lot of negative things. He could be spending all of his time with, internet porn.
Absolutely.
Other areas.
Much worse things.
Video game addiction.
Yeah.
Pipe bomb making.
There's all kinds of stuff
yes.
that could be in contrast to making homebrew.
Yeah.
Much more, I don't know, bottom of the barrel, pardon the pun there. We shouldn't be.
Well, and failure-wise, if she's thinking about a failure, there's a lot. You're right. There's a lot worse things.
It could be a lot worse.
I would say in that same vein, you could go to beertown.org, and they just put out the latest numbers for craft brewing, which are fantastic. The growth in the craft beer industry, the amount of jobs that there are, the amount of money that goes toward the economy, and the whole bit.
That's
and
just the devil at work.
Well, it might help you to say, look, it's like at least he says, hey, I brew beer, and it's a passion. He's not saying I brew beer because I want to get hammered, Mom.
Exactly. He loves to brew.
He's doing the right thing. So just
so much so that he's gotta do it, hide it and everything else.
Beef, who's on? Who do I need to take this phone call?
It's Eurig.
Oh, he just wants to.
Does he get out of the white porcelain god? Is he not
going to get sick?
We're not going to take that phone call because he's hammered and we've already moved on.
He's got tile marks on his face.
Tell him we'll catch him later.
Okay.
If you would do that.
I will do that.
I can't find part 2 of the Sunday show from 12/16/07. Can you tell me where I can download that? I think that was the
incident. It's a sticky.
It was the incident show. It's in the forum.
It's a sticky.
In the
it's
forum.
Up at the top.
Yeah, go to Beer Radio in the forum. If you've never used our forum, good opportunity to get involved. And that's where that... I didn't post it on the regular archives because people who have respectable careers like Dan come on the program, and I didn't want that one in the same archive list as shows like this. So you have to dig for it. It's in our forum under the Beer Radio segment. Hello. And... okay, that's about it. The last email I'll read next week, and it's about how sucky our website is right now, and I agree with you, Will.
That's Chad's fault.
We'll get to that later. It's all Chad's fault.
Was that our feedback?
That was our feedback, and it's brought to you by Wordomatic.com, the homebrewing gadget website. You can go to Wordomatic.com and check out a whole bunch of stuff. Forget about our gadget page that used to be on our website. Now go to Wordomatic.com, and it has all of the gadget stuff that you need. Wordomatic.com. Thank you for sponsoring our feedback today. All right. Bevo, you're going to be busy in the next segment because we got to do Beer Jeopardy.
Okay.
So you're going to have to get some listeners involved, and I'll tell you how to do that when we come back.
Okay.
Dan, you ready for this?
I guess. Oh, you mean Beer Jeopardy? I've been looking forward to it for 6 months.
We saved it for you, too. The listeners were asking for it, and I said, I'm not going to do it till Dan comes back.
Give the listeners what they want.
So it's back.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to need some contestants. We have some great things to give away, courtesy of Gordon Biersch and Dan, of course. We've got some Gordon Biersch clocks that are badass, and wanting to put one of those up in the studio. And I think we've got a Stiefel. I saw some signatures on that Stiefel.
Yeah, it's signed by me and Dean Biersch.
So by both of you guys.
Nice.
Reduces the value by half, but...
yeah.
I was going to say, you actually talk to him?
You still drink out of it.
Yeah.
All right, so good things to give away. A good time to play Beer Jeopardy with us if you've never done so. Enter the chat room now, and I'll tell you how you can play along. It's the Chat Now button on our homepage, and you can get into us that way. We're going to take a quick break, refill our beers, maybe have a pee, come back, do some Beer Jeopardy. Don't forget, it's the Lager Show, so get your questions ready. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of $13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of $25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess.
The More Beer deal of the day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity Voices person.
Valley Brewing Company is Stockton's premier microbrewery and family restaurant in the heart of Stockton, California, just off the Miracle Mile. Brewmaster Steve Altamari crafts a full array of award-winning ales and specialty beers, from their Hitman Gold American Pale Ale to their Black Cat Stout, or any one of their monthly specialty brews, like Valley's Uber Hoppy Imperial IPA. And the best part is, you can now purchase kegs of Valley Brew to take with you from their all-new 30-barrel brewery, now open in Stockton. So pick up a keg and get a taste of one of California's oldest brewing traditions. To find out more about Valley Brewing's historic past, their selection of beers, or family-friendly restaurant, visit them online at valleybrew.com. Or stop by and sample the beer at 157 West Adams Street in Stockton, California, where pitchers are just $5 all day on Sundays. This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. The Brewing Network. Saving your life. One beer at a time.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the program. Here we are on the Dan Part 3. This time it's personal. It's his third appearance with us.
You sure I've only been here 3 times?
Well, you did the FM show with us once.
Wow,
so
that doesn't count.
I've interviewed you 4 times, but this is your third BN. Yeah. First time was in our first year. Even you were nice enough to do that when we were nobodies. And now that we're
somebody's, sort of somebody's,
you're back.
Well, the truth is, I enjoy it.
Hey, I heard, though, I was a little offended at first, and I was happy for you. You're doing a lot of good radio now. Aren't you on, like, KNBR or something, like, once a week now?
Beer Talk with Rod Brooks and Dan Gordon.
You are?
Yeah, we're trying to educate the world one minute at a time.
And you do, what, a weekly segment with him?
No, I did, like, 11 or 12.
Oh.
We went in there and yacked. And Rod is a very intelligent guy.
Yeah. Good broadcaster, man.
He's sharp.
Yeah.
He came down to the brewery, spent about 2 hours walking the facility, and just as a sponge for beer knowledge.
Okay.
And then we went in the studio and just taped them all once. And
oh, you did?
Yeah.
One time. See, that's how the pros do it. They do it all in one shot for you, so
no
they
text.
can leave you alone. Yeah.
But there's no text. We just rambled.
You just did it.
And then the editing took care of all the acts and knocks,
Okay.
as far as that went. And we talk about everything. Describe what the history of Meritzen. What is Meritzen and all that.
I heard you guys get pretty technical, too. You don't dumb it down too much.
No, it's hardcore.
Yeah.
And it's amazing because Canberra is a sports station for those people that are outside the region.
And it's a huge sports station here. It's a big deal.
It's the number 2 station in the Bay Area, I think, from broadcast signal strength or something
Signal
like that.
strength, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes. Listenership-wise, it's in the top... it's in the top 10 for sure. It might be the top 5.
Yeah, it's very targeted towards sports fans, which are obviously major beer drinkers.
Plus, it's got my Giants on the station. I gotta like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, me too, obviously. We sell a lot of beer with the Giants.
Yeah.
They help
whatever.
cover.
Get out of
the
here.
A's sell our beer too. The Dodgers, the Padres, now the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
They're
And
all
for
selling
those
your beer now. No kidding.
For those of you in Sacramento, we now have Gordon Beer, Garlic Fries, and Beer at Rayleigh Field.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but Diamondbacks are brand new too. And I got a call out of the blue from the Boston Red Sox.
You're kidding.
No. I thought that
How
was...
fun is that?
God, they got
for
a lot
you?
of beer out there.
Rub it into Sam Adams' backyard,
Oh,
Yeah, really.
But they're
man.
having... I mean, Boston Beer's having a little tough week,
Yeah, they are having stuff. They had a big recall. Although, you know what? I got to give props to them. They jump right up on top of it and say we're gonna pull those bottles.
It's called major liability.
Yeah, no,
Okay?
of course. Yeah, they're worried about it.
Shards of glass.
Yeah, that one's you don't hesitate on that one. You let everybody know you're doing best effort to get
Gotta
that
do
off
it.
the shelf.
Yeah.
This is not an altruistic issue. I would take it very seriously from our perspective too.
You would, yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, we have QC guys at the entrance to the bottling line that make sure things like that don't happen.
Ahead of time.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Preventative medicine's always better than trying to get a heart bypass.
So you're going to be with the Red Sox?
It's still working out. This was like 2 days ago.
Dan gets phone calls from the Red Sox, Chad. Oh, hang on, I turned you up.
You're kidding me. Oh, born and raised
he's
in New England.
So
Yeah,
he's
it was amazing. I thought that was a high point.
Yeah, that's pretty
Wow.
cool. That's pretty cool.
All I need is the Yankees too. That way I can really parlay the whole.
Yeah.
We got the Giants Dodgers. That's pretty unique.
Yeah, that is. You do have the rivalry going.
I never
Cool.
thought I'd sell garlic fries and beer at the Dodger Stadium.
I wish you didn't, Dan. I got to say. I mean, I'm glad for your family.
Because they don't deserve it?
Yeah,
the sports fan in me says no.
There's just 4 million people going through that
I'm
stadium.
really glad you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned San Jose Airport earlier. This isn't new. It's probably old news, although it was new to me, and it was maybe 6 months ago. I was at Oakland Airport.
Yeah.
You got a whole little tasting room at Oakland Airport now.
It's palatial, isn't it? I think it's about 800 square feet. It's big. It's the same size as your studio here.
Yes, it's a giant. It is. It's a closet, but
this is just a. I'm not poo-pooing this. This is a big studio. That's a small bar.
It is. It's a small bar, but it's awesome because you got. Here's what you got. Here's the trick, Dan. Here's what they did to you. Only the people who have flights on that end of the terminal know it's there because the main bar is at the top of the stairs. It bummed me out because I got there real early. I spent an hour and a half at the main bar, and then I walked down the terminal to my gate. And right in front of my gate is Gordon Biersch. So I wasted an hour and a half. I did go in. I was able to chug 2 beers before I got onto the... I had another 30 minutes.
That's just a level of dedication that we've come to expect from you.
Yes. I had another 30 minutes before they were going to let me on. I got in 2 Hefeweizen-size glasses of Gordon Biersch.
Very impressive.
They get your kind there, I'm sure.
Now, beer lovers, and just speaking as a beer lover, Dan, for a second, and you travel a lot, good beer in airports is hard to come by.
Not anymore.
So, is it getting better?
I think that has been rectified.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good. I maybe haven't been traveling enough.
I mean, in Duluth, you may have a little problem.
You're still getting tough stuff.
Chicago Airport, not that great. I mean, you have to walk quite a ways to find something good.
Okay.
But, certainly SFO, you've got it covered.
Yeah.
Oakland, you've got it covered.
Yeah.
There's a lot of choices there. LAX, you're set.
So, Doc, next time you go to Oakland, when you get to the top of the escalator, because you got to go up the same escalator every time, bust a left.
Yeah, I know the main bar quite well.
No, go right past the main bar.
I know that one, but
now you know the Gordon Biersch bar too.
I think it's gate 30.
Yeah, it's a whole new wing
Southwest
over
shuttle
there.
area.
Yeah.
It's really convenient.
And it is tiny. That's funny. It is a little place. But, hey, you don't need size to get a good beer, right? Size doesn't matter, Bevo. Sam tells you all the time. I'm sure of it. Right. All right, let's get to Beer Jeopardy. Let's do that. And by the way, we've just now cracked our first Gordon Biersch Dunkelweizens, which you can get in bottles now through June. So get it quick. And I read this story because you guys did a big press release about it too.
Yeah.
So I read it on my CBS show a few weeks back, maybe it was even a month ago.
Thank you.
I just was stoked that it was in bottles because you guys do seasonals all the time, and that's always nice if you're going to go to the restaurant. But now you can go to the stores you're used to buying Gordon Biersch and pick this stuff up.
Yeah, the convenience of your own home.
So tasty.
This is my first sip of it ever.
It's really good. Uniqueness of Dunkelweizen. It's a type of Hefeweizen. It's just made with darker roasted malted wheat and caramelized malted wheat, in addition to the light malted wheat and also malted barley, a little bit of malted barley, just so we have the enzymes in there and the husks, which make it possible to lauter.
Yeah.
And the dark malted wheat really helps to balance out some of the flavor profile of the Hefeweizen yeast. You know, the W68, which refers to Weinstefan strain number 68, which is the classic Bavarian Hefeweizen yeast strain.
That's what you guys are using.
Yeah, that produces the bubblegum, clove, banana, citrus flavor profile that is really signature to Bavarian Hefeweizen. Well, the dark malted wheat really tones it down. It balances it a little nicer.
Okay.
And we still have the same effervescence, meaning the carbonation level is roughly 20% higher than in our lagers.
It is?
Yeah. It's a spritzy beer.
I want to talk to you about that later. We're going to get into this beer in depth after Beer Jeopardy.
Oh, okay.
But because we're going to make you repeat everything you just said in depth. But
Good.
One of the things I want to point out so that you listeners know what we're going to get at. Now, you guys are a Reinheitsgebot brewery anyway.
Absolutely.
But this one, you've also carbonated via, well, according to your press release, you're looking at me like I might be.
No,
but you naturally carbonated this
all
beer
of our beers
well.
are.
Oh, you do all of them.
Every single beer we make is naturally carbonated.
All right, good. I want to talk to you about that
because he knows how.
And that's the part of it too, isn't it? So we'll get into that a little bit for you folks out there. You can talk about that. Not just the ingredients following the Reinheitsgebot, but the carbonation is part of it too. According to that law, you're not allowed to take CO2 out of a can and put it in there
because that's separate stuff.
Yeah.
Got to be natural.
Nothing after the brew kettle can ever be added.
And he sticks to it. So we'll talk about that. All right, Beer Jeopardy is what we got going on for you right now. And I dare say this is one of the best Beer Jeopardy games I've ever put together. I got some good topics going for you guys.
Pat yourself on the back.
Way to go. I have to do that. These are some good things. You guys all have a list in front of you, and you should have a pen with you as well, with your list. So,
Si, senor.
What I'm just going to need you guys to do is...
I usually write it down.
Just cross off the numbers as we go so that you know what's left. Because I don't have the big board for you guys so that you can see what's left.
I
so
usually
just
do
as
that.
we go.
This makes it easier.
Aren't there listeners? How does this work again?
Yeah, here's what we're going to do. I've got... I'm going to let... all right, Tasty and Shat, you guys are going to play together as a team. Because it fits, doesn't it? You guys are pretty close. And then Dan's going to play. And so we've got 3 contestants here. I need a phone contestant. So call us right now, 888-401-BEER if you want to play. Bevo's there taking your phone call. The other thing that we're going to do is that the Dan will play for a listener, and Tasty and Shat will play for a listener, and Doc will play for a listener. Now, Bevo, get ready for this and listen to my instructions so that you see how this goes. The first person in the chat room, and type this out as I'm saying it, so you're gonna actually enter it. First person to say Doc. Don't worry about the phone right now. First person to say Doc.
Okay.
Dan.
Tasty.
And Tasty. That's who they're going to play for. So they're going to type that to you. So the first user in the chat room that you see, so go ahead and enter that now so that they don't have to worry about the delay. It's done in real time. And then we're going to take our first caller that we get, 888-401-BEER, and I'm not even going to make Bevo screen it. I'm just going to answer it. Caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to? Oh, you're not there. Caller? All right, we're going to have to try somebody else. Oh, you know what? My fault. I just hung up on you. But caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to? Caller?
Hey, it's Tom from Raleigh.
Who are we talking to?
Tom from Raleigh.
Tom from Raleigh.
Tom from Raleigh.
Tom from Raleigh.
Let me turn down my speakers.
Yeah, turn your speakers down for me. All right, Tom from Raleigh is going to play for us here on Beer Jeopardy. All right, Tom, you ever played Beer Jeopardy before?
No, but I've watched it on TV.
Good. Fantastic.
What channel is that on?
I am your Trebek. So do you know how it works then? You don't have to answer in question form here on our program. You ever heard the way we do it here?
Yes.
All right, so you're going to be all set to go. You are good to go, my friend. Sheen is playing for the Dan. Chad, you're all over scores for me on this one, huh? Mm-hmm. Do that for me.
Got it.
So the Dan is playing for Sheen in our chat room. We got some good prizes to give away today.
Gopper Glob?
Gopper Glob is who did he say?
Doc?
All right, Doc, you're playing for Gopper Glob.
That's just disgusting.
And the next person to say Tasty, the first one to say Tasty, that's who Tasty and the Chat are playing for.
Motivated Slacker.
All right, Motivated Slacker. Fantastic. Those are our contestants for today. The way it works, everybody, you don't lose points like you do in Jeopardy, so feel free to guess. You do have to buzz in, and I'm going to let you choose your buzzers in a second. I have 4 categories for you, 1 through 400, of course. And Tom, you're going to want to write these down so that you could play along with us and keep track of what the categories are. I won't take points away. I will accumulate points, and there are only 4 categories, and then at the end, I've got a bonus question. So I'm going to give... I don't normally do this, but I'm going to let you guys wager your points at the end for a comeback. And usually it's kind of when it comes to the end, unless there's a tiebreaker, that's it. But I'm going to let you... if the score is close enough, I'm going to let you do a comeback round and be able to wager your points.
Final Jeopardy. Okay.
Which Shat will be calculating for you as we go. Tom, you got all that?
Yep, I'm in.
Tom, how many beers have you had? Because we need some equalization here.
Good question.
Just about 4.
Okay.
You're right. You're right there with us.
Still about an hour late. So.
Okay. Well, you're right there with us. At stake here is, I'll tell you what, grand prize is going to have to be a Stiefel signed by Dan Gordon and Mr. Biersch himself as well. And
that's grand.
The Dean.
The Dean. The Dan and the Dean. Right there, signed on the Stiefel. I'm looking at it myself. That's your grand prize, and we've got a clock to give away for second place, and we'll save the other stuff to give away later in the show as we go. So 2 prizes to be won here for first and second place. Your categories, folks, are the first one, numbers that make Justin cry, which, as you know, are pretty much any numbers. Second category, popularity contest. Your third category, you getting all this, Tom?
I am.
Third category is stop calling me names, jerk. And your final category is old beer. Old beer. So mark off the numbers as we choose them. Tom, you're our guest on the phone, so I'm going to give you control of the board. You can choose. You don't have to go in order. You can start with a 400 if you want. But just got to pick...
Do you think we should start with getting our buzzers down, though?
Oh, good point. You guys are going to have to buzz in.
Good call.
Yeah, Tom, thanks for... Tom just got hired as our producer, by the way, and he's doing a good job, Chad. Tom, what's your buzzer going to be?
In honor of absent JP, I'll go with Clang.
Clang. Good for you. He's a listener. He knows JP always picks the Clang. Doc, what are you going to do?
I'll say Doc.
All right. Tasty and Shat.
Dunkel.
Oh, right out from underneath you, Dan.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to go for now.
You can have that. We'll give it to you.
I'll go with Meritzen since that is our flagship beer.
All right, there you go. Go with Meritzen. So you know how it goes.
Too.
You do have to buzz in first. If you try to give me the answer and somebody else buzzes in, I will take the buzzer person first. That's just fair. So remember to buzz in before you give the answer. All right, Tom, go for it. Pick a category. Let's get on with Beer Jeopardy.
Stop calling names.
Stop.
For 100.
All right. For 100 points, stop calling me names.
Jerk.
Multiple choice. One who collects beer mats is known as an labiophilist, digestologist, xenophiliac, or real big nerd.
Doc.
Go ahead, Doc.
Xenophiliac.
That is not true. Somebody else can buzz in with labiophilist.
I'll go with Meritzen, the first one there, labiophilist.
That is not true. There are 2 left. Digestologist or real big nerd. Go ahead, Tom.
1. I'll take the first one, please.
No, I already took the first one.
The first
you
one's
lost
gone.
that one, Tom. Okay.
Tasty and Shat. Go ahead.
The second one there. The
Tegestologist?
Yes.
You're absolutely right. One who collects beer mats.
I just want to protest. You have to actually say the word in order to win, I think. You can't circle it.
Tasty?
You're right. You got to listen and say the word. Or maybe I should go A, B, C. You don't have to say A,
Did
B,
you
C, D.
say tegestologist?
I did.
I want to know
I
what
believe I said it correctly, so...
the labial
Well, you wanted a labiophiliast.
Yeah, I did.
That's a
which is not right.
He loves labia.
But phobia means you hate it, and philia means you like it, right?
So he loves labia.
That's the only way I went about figuring this one out. I don't know the Latin word for collector, though. It was probably tegestologist.
Yeah, tegestologist. That's one who collects beer mats.
Or the big geek would have been...
would have been another. I would have accepted that as well.
Yeah, that's probably acceptable.
All right. Well, Tasty and Chat, you guys got it, and that gives you control of the board.
Old beer for 200.
All right. Old beer for 200 points. Which country invented the portable beer cooler in the 50s? Was it A, Germany, B, Australia, C, the U.S., or D, England?
Dunkel.
Go ahead, Shat.
Germany.
No, sir.
Oh.
Doc.
Go ahead, Doc.
United States.
No, sir.
What's in a portable beer cooler? I'm a brewer, and I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I think it's any kind of a cooler that you can carry with you.
You can put bottles of beer in a thermos and call it a cooler, right?
Well, then it was probably kegs or something.
I'm going to... It's...
Why do we always got to get down to this, Dan?
I don't... B. Meritzen. I'll go with Germany.
That was already said.
Oh, really? Then how about Australia?
Australia it is, Dan. 200 points for the Dan, and also who's he playing for? Shad, you have it written down there?
I don't know. Sorry.
Sheen.
Yes, Sheen.
You guys suck.
Thank you.
That's what we have you for.
I have Tom down, though.
Where were we, by the way? Was that numbers?
That was
old
that
beer
was
for
200 points in old beer. And the Dan, you have control of the board.
We'll go for numbers that make Justin cry for 100, please.
All right, 100 points. How many quarts of beer per day were the monks allowed to drink in the Middle Ages? I'll give you the multiple choice if you want it, but I'll also let someone guess right now if they think they know it.
Doc, 2.
It's a trick question. Monks were
No.
metric.
Was
So
metric
it would be
back
none.
then?
Well, we'll make it glasses then. It's the same. Is quarts not metric?
No.
No.
Oh.
It would have
No.
been liters.
Damn it. All right, we'll call it liters then. Stupid internet trivia. All right, so 2 was our A answer. That's gone. B, was it 3? C, was it 4? Or D, was it 5?
Meritzen.
Go ahead.
I'll go with 4.
No.
Wow.
Playing.
Tom, go ahead.
3. B.
No.
Dunkel.
Yeah.
5.
That's absolutely right. It's 5. 100 points to Dunkel, and who are they playing for, Beavis?
Oh, I didn't wrght that down.
Oh, well, if you
I'd like to know why that makes you cry.
Any numbers make me cry. Are you not a listener of the program, Doc?
Still. I thought it was pertinent.
I think we're
numbers,
playing for
like
Skippy.
your electric bill, things like that.
We're going to have to go back to the archive. They'll let you know in the chat room, Beavis. When they let you know who that they're playing for, let us know, will you?
Okay.
Okay, you guys have control of the board. Chat, go ahead, please.
Let's have numbers that make Justin cry for 200. Please.
200 points. Women account, this is multiple choice if you want it. Women account for what percentage of beer consumption
Meritzen.
in the United States? Go ahead.
20%. Is it multiple choice?
It's multiple choice.
Yeah.
You're real close.
It's like 27%.
Yeah, it's you're probably right. It's a little over 25%. So I'm going to give it to Dan, everybody.
Thank you.
The judges say Dan gets it.
Ding, 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 ding.
And he's probably more accurate than the information I got, too. He knows his business. So that's 200 points for the Dan, and you have control of the board.
Let's do numbers that make Justin cry for 300.
Motivated slacker.
Motivated Slacker is Chat. Okay,
Yes.
and then Doc is playing for
Gooby Gobbler.
I'm Sheen.
Goober Goblin. Sorry, what was your category, Dan? That you just
We'll
chose
do
again?
numbers that make Justin cry for 300, Justin.
Of 1,449 breweries in America in 2007, how many, this is multiple choice, how many of them were craft breweries? Was it
Doc.
A? It's a very specific number, I'm going to warn you, Doc.
Yeah, I'm
3 minus that.
I'm going to wait for you to...
3 minus that. Or that minus 3. Whatever.
Of 1,449 breweries in America in 2007, how many were craft breweries? Was it A, 1,306, B, 1,376, C, 1,386, or D, 1,406?
Meriton.
Clang.
Dan,
no, I'm going to let Tom. No, Tom.
You gonna let Tom go? Tom, go ahead.
D, 1,406.
You're absolutely right. There were 1,449 breweries in the U.S., which is a great number. I like to see that. 1,406 of them are considered craft breweries. So good work, craft brewers. That's 300 points for Tom. And you have control of the board, sir.
Popularity for 100.
All right, popularity contest. What? It's multiple choice if you want it. What is the most popular beverage in the world? Is it A, beer, B, tea, C, coffee, or D, wine?
Dunkel.
Go ahead, Chad.
Tea.
It is tea. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I believe that beer is the second most popular beverage in the world.
How many points was that?
So does water hit the top 5 at all?
You know, they don't count that as a beverage. It's just more of a liquid, I guess. It's not really
sustenance.
Yeah. Shat and Tasty, you have control of the board.
How many points was that?
That was 100 points.
Thanks. Let's do popularity for 400.
Wow, going big.
High roller.
In 2007, Samuel Adams sold the most beer by volume among craft breweries. Who was the second best-selling craft brewer?
Dunkel.
Oh.
Tasty?
Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
400 points. Shat and Tasty, you have control of the board.
We're keeping it real.
You are keeping it real.
Let's complete the category. Numbers that make Justin cry for 400.
My favorite question of the day, mostly because it really grosses me out.
Nice.
In Great Britain alone, what is the estimated amount of beer lost in people's mustaches and beards each year? It's a multiple choice. Was it A? And they've actually decided. Basically, it was Guinness who calculated with each sip how many milliliters, and it's a fraction of a milliliter, is absorbed by facial hair during every drink. Was it A, 24,502 gallons? B, 15,423 gallons. C, 23,116 gallons. Or D, 19,683 gallons. Absorbed by the mustache. Doc, go ahead.
D.
No. You want to buzz in here?
Dunkel.
All right.
B.
No. Don't be afraid to buzz in. You don't lose points.
B. Meriton.
Go ahead.
I'll go with the 23,100 and.
No.
96.
Tom, would you like to buzz in and say A?
Yes, A.
24,502 gallons of beer are lost to people's facial hair every year in
tasty.
Great Britain alone.
Splendid work, Tom.
What is that worldwide?
That's so disgusting. 400 points for Tom. You have control of the board. Numbers that make Justin cry, thank goodness, are now out of the mix.
Old beer for 300.
Old beer for 300 points. The modification of what act was celebrated last Monday, April
Dunkel.
7th?
Clang.
21st Amendment.
Clang.
No. Go ahead, Tom.
Doc.
Tom Clangdon first. Go ahead.
Volstead Act.
That's right. The Volstead Act. It was a modification of that act that allowed beer to be the only alcoholic beverage sold in this country. And it started the repeal of Prohibition. The Volstead Act. That's 300 points for Tom there,
Tom's
Chad.
thinking. He's
in the lead.
What are our scores right now?
Well, Doc's got 0. We have
Tough day.
Tasty and I have 700. Tom has 1,000, and Dan has 400. Or Sheen and Dan have 400.
Plenty of time to come back, everybody. Tom, you still have control of the board.
Old beer for 400, please.
Okay. I have a feeling that Dan could get this one, so everybody be on your toes. For 400 points, what was the number one beer import before Prohibition? It was an import to the U.S. Number one before Prohibition. Don't be afraid to guess. Still popular today.
before Prohibition. Meriton. Oh, you already got it?
Go ahead, Doc.
Pilsner or Quell?
That's right.
Whoa.
Pilsner Urquell. Yeah.
I would not have gotten it.
Still, I thought maybe because it was at least from the region, Dan, it was up your alley there. But yeah, and you know what? That's kind of cool. It's still very popular today, and in fact, probably increasing in popularity as we become educated as drinkers. Pilsner Urquell. All right, Doc, 400 points. You're on the board, my friend, and you have control of the board.
Stop calling me names for 400.
All right.
Wow.
Going big.
If you fear an empty glass, you are called an A, cervisophobiac, B, a negative Nancy, C, go ahead.
A.
No.
Cervisophiliac.
C, Justin, or D, a senicillophobiac.
I'll take Mertzen. Oh, sorry.
Tasty chimed in.
D, I guess.
Yeah, senicillophobiac. You're not a negative Nancy or me. Although I would have accepted C.
I was going for,
I would have
Justin.
accepted that. I do fear an empty glass. All right. Tasty, Shat, you have control of the board, and you just earned yourselves another 400 points, by the way, guys.
Excellent.
They're doing well, Dan.
How about Stop Calling Me Names, Jerk, for 200?
A beer lover or enthusiast is called an A, beverophile, B, maltophile, C, cerevisiphile, or D,
Mertzen.
alcoholic. Dan, go ahead.
Cerevisiphile.
That's right. 200 points for the Dan. And Sheen, you are a cerevisiphile if you're a beer enthusiast. So I think not only everybody in this studio, but everybody at home, you're all a bunch of cerevisiphiles.
Of course, we know that beer is...
Do you have to register?
Cerevisiae.
Yes.
Is the yeast strain for making originally beer.
That's Cerevisiae?
Yes.
The Latin...
Saccharomyces cerevisiae.
Okay.
Means the yeast is the yeast strain that was originally isolated by Louis Pasteur to brew beer.
To be the beer brewing yeast. All right.
Wondering, do you have to register for it? If you're a Cerevisiae file.
You should.
And
You should be able to look it up.
File means friendly. Phobe means you're worried about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Our neighbors, by the way, we don't have to register. They know by our recycling bin every Monday that we are cerevisiphiles.
In all its glory, huh?
Yeah. All right, Dan, you have control of the board.
Let's go for Stop Calling Me Names, Jerk, for 300.
It's going to close out the category. If you collect beer bottles, you are a...
Dunkel. Homeless.
I might accept that. Let's see how the category goes. A, alcaeomorphist. B, labeorphilist. C, tegestologist. Or D, complete douche.
Doc.
Go ahead.
C.
No.
It is not C.
We already had tegestologist. That was the answer to
I did hear Tom clang in.
Oh, Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
That would be B, labia.
Yeah, you are a labia. and I totally gave it away, didn't I?
Because you couldn't say it.
Labeorphilist is what I think is how it's pronounced. Labeorphilist.
As in file, the one who likes.
Yes.
One who likes.
If you collect bottles. That's 300 points for Tom. And Stop Calling Me Names, Jerk is now off the board.
What do we have left?
What we have left is popularity contest for 200 and 300 points, and old beer for 100 points. And how are we doing on scores there, Chad?
Pretty much Tom's in the lead with 1,300.
Mm-hmm.
We're a close second with 1,100. Dan's looking at 600, 400 for Doc.
Everybody's got a chance here. Don't forget the bonus round allows you to wager your points to try to win at the end. All right, Tom, what would you like to choose?
Well, let's go with popularity for 3.
Popularity for 300 points. My second favorite question of the day. What is the only craft brewery to appear twice in 2007's top 50 craft brewing companies sales by volume? They're twice in the top 50 sales by volume in 2007. What is the... Go ahead, Tom.
Gambrinus?
No. It is a craft brewery. What is the only craft brewery to appear twice in 2007's top 50 craft brewing companies sales by volume list? Don't be afraid to guess.
Gordon Biersch, Mertzen.
Gordon Biersch is absolutely right. You guys... Dan, that took you a little while.
Maybe a little too while.
Well, because I'm just trying to figure, our licensors are two separate ones.
And that's how I figured you were able to appear there twice.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, we're number 18.
San Jose is number 18, and do you know the location that was number 43?
Well, they would put Gordon Biersch Brewery Restaurant Group as a single one.
They actually, if they may have posted it wrong, they put a specific location.
Yeah, they would list it as Memphis, Chattanooga or something.
Chattanooga,
like that.
Tennessee.
That's the headquarters for Gordon Biersch. That's a licensed place, and there's probably
okay.
I don't know what they got, like, was it 35,000 barrels or something like that?
So that includes all of the restaurants.
That would be all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably closer to like 40,000 barrels for the restaurant group.
I got to say, either way, that both your production facility that sells beers in retail outlets, right, and then your restaurant group, you both have appeared in the only craft brewery to appear twice in the top 50 sales by volume list.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen the list yet. I just know that someone emailed me and said, hey, you were number 18 this year, and I go, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, you were 18.
I didn't know how that happened.
And then the group was 43. So, but I thought it was interesting as I'm reading through it. I'm going, the Dan.
I know, it's weird to think that. I don't have an ego either. It's kind of...
yeah,
or a memory.
Yeah. Well, you know what? After the third blonde Bach, it's not going to go too quickly. You know, I've never lost Beer Jeopardy as far as I know.
No, I think you've won every time.
So this is a really poor performance.
No, he's right back in it now.
You just earned 300 points
I'm
right
not there yet. That's like 900 points.
It's all about the lame questions.
Yeah. All right, there are 2 questions left. One in popularity contest for 200 and one in old beer for 100.
We'll take the popularity contest for 200.
All right. What is the best-selling beer brand in the Western Hemisphere outside of the U.S.? And I'll give you the multiple if you need it.
Doc.
I'll double your points if you get it right and you don't need it.
Doc.
All right.
Oh, Corona.
No. The best-selling... Go ahead.
Stella Artois.
No.
Meritzen. Heineken.
No. Tom?
I'll take the multiple choice, please.
Yeah, best-selling, but well, I hope that my information is accurate. The best-selling beer brand in the Western Hemisphere outside of the U.S., I found this from a couple different places. Was it A, Brahma beer, B, Corona, which we already know is not true, C, Red Stripe, or D, Cerveza Cantina?
Can I rescind my...
Let's see if
deal?
Tom has a guess.
Right.
Let's see what Tom gets.
I will say Brahma.
You're absolutely right. Dan, do you concur? Are you thinking
Absolutely.
that... Yeah?
That's what I would have answered
Yeah.
if I hadn't think outside of the Western Hemisphere instead of inside the Western Hemisphere.
Well, it is inside the Western Hemisphere, outside of the U.S.
I know, but I was
You were
once again
thinking
the
outside
blonde
of the...
Bach,
Yeah,
and I was trying to go
Got it, yeah.
outside the Western Hemisphere, and I was thinking Eastern Hemisphere.
200 points for Tom. There is one question left on the board, so I'll read that. That was a tough question, by the way. I'm surprised that it's Brahma. Well, actually, it's very sort of egotistical and American of me to be surprised, because we don't hear about it very often at all, right?
I have classmates that work there.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The boys from Brazil, we used to call them.
They must be selling an awful lot of beer, because all the names that you guys mentioned are names that I would have certainly
Big
said.
names.
Yeah.
You know how it's good to be the king? It's good to have a monopoly, and Brahma pretty much has one in Brazil.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, good for them, I guess. All right, your last question. It's under old beer, and it's for 100 points. It is not multiple choice. In what East Coast city was the first brewery in America built? The very first brewery in America.
Dunkel.
Chad?
I'm going to say Pennsylvania.
Gotta have a city, though.
And I think it's...
Doesn't matter, you're wrong.
No?
Yeah.
Oh.
Doc.
Go ahead.
Boston.
No.
Meritzen.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go with New York City, or what would have been New Amsterdam.
No, but you're very close. It is the land of different colored lakes. Tom, would you like to take another guess? You think of it as pollution? You think of it as it's an East Coast city?
Newark, New Jersey, playing.
Well, New Jersey's right now. It was actually Hoboken, New Jersey, housed the first American brewery.
Well, Tom deserves that one.
Tough one.
He said the state. That's
he did get,
good.
although I kind of described the state, didn't I?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, New Jersey people, don't take offense. I've been there plenty of times. My stepdad's from New Jersey. I'm allowed to insult your
It
disgusting.
is the armpit of America.
Pacheco's the armpit of America. It's the armpit of the East Coast.
I'm kidding.
Let's face it.
Yeah, there's 2 armpits. Why not?
So nobody gets those points. Chad, we're going to need our tally here and get ready to go to the bonus round. What are the points looking like? Nobody got those.
1,500 for Tom.
Wow.
Close to
Good job,
1,100
Tom.
for Tasty and I. Dan's got 900 and Doc's got 4.
All right. I don't know why I'm writing this down.
Ain't looking good.
Doc, taking a shellacking.
Hey.
All right. Tom, Tasty, Dan, and Doc.
We're out of beer. That's the problem.
I'm full. I got
All
lots
right,
of beer.
pass the glass. Pass the glass.
Here's the deal. I'm going to give you your bonus questions. They are not multiple choice. You will write down your answer and not discuss them with each other. And you will also, Chad, don't leave yet. Get beers afterward. This is important. I got to get through this and we'll take a break. Everyone will get a beer when we take a break.
Okay.
We've been
Good,
doing
'cause
this.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Going for another 45 minutes
Nope.
here. So let's get through
Not
this.
during the show.
Not till we do our catheter show, that is.
Oh, gross.
So you guys are going to write down the answer to the question. You're going to write down the amount of points you'd like to wager. And then I'm going to ask each one of you after the fact. Okay, and I'll give you guys 60 seconds once I ask the question. All right, your bonus beer question. The oldest known code of laws... Oh, hey, by the way, Tom, you're going to have to go Brewer's Code on this, all right?
Yeah.
Write down your wager and your answer. And
Don't look it up on Google.
Yeah.
No.
The oldest known code of laws is the Code of the Hammurabi from ancient Babylonia, about 750 BC. It regulated the practices of drinking houses and called for what if proprietors were found guilty of watering down their beer. What was the punishment for proprietors found guilty of watering down their beer in ancient Babylonia, about 1750 BC? Write down the wager you'd like to make and your answer. I've started your 60-second clock. You all can think about it. Don't say it out loud, Tom. Just keep it to yourself. Just make sure everybody's clear. The Hammurabi was the code of laws from ancient Babylonia, and it regulated the practices of drinking houses. What was the punishment if proprietors were found guilty of watering down their beer? Bevo, how's that chat room doing over there? Treating you nice today?
Yes.
All right. 888-401-BEER. Once we're done with Beer Jeopardy here, that's your caller line. You can ask us questions. We're going to be covering lager today. Doing Dunkelweizen with the Dan. So if you've got your Dunkelweizens brewing or you want to know how to brew one, you can certainly ask questions about that. And, of course, lagering in general. And if you want to have Ryan Heinzgebut questions, you can put all those in there. Anything lager or German beer, Dan's your man. We got a good panel here because Tasty's a good lagerer, and of course, Doc can lager himself a good beer. So
I didn't hear Chad.
It's happened.
Well, Chad, you're going to ask all the lagering questions today. I have a feeling
Because you're moving on to that.
You're always asking and asking Jameel and asking good guys. But here's another a super commercial beer and traditional lager expert. I mean, the man went to school in the home of lagers.
I go back to Babylonia.
Yes, back to 750 BC.
The beers speak for themselves. They're all very good beers.
Yeah.
He's been punished.
You guys all have your answers down? Tom, you got yours down?
Yes, I do.
All right, Tom, how many points did you wager?
1,000.
Wagered 1,000 points out of, what did you have, 1,500, right?
1,500.
All right. You're all going to have to help me with the math here. You know that. What's your answer, Tom?
Numbers you hate.
The answer is death.
All right. Tom says the death penalty. Dan, what did you wager?
I wagered all of it,
Which
which is 900, because if I didn't wager all of it, I had no chance of winning.
Okay.
And my response was they would have to drink all their alcohol, or their swill, everything they had there.
They'd have to drink the swill.
Drink it all themselves.
Okay. Doc? What'd you wager?
All my 400 points.
Oh, you only had 400, huh?
Yeah, well, it's pittance, but yeah. They're going to lose a hand.
A hand, okay. Shat and Tasty, how much did you guys wager? This is fun. I like this is a good bonus question, I have to say.
We as well wagered it all 1,100.
Okay.
And we as well said cut off his hand, yeah.
The hand.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, guys?
Nobody got it.
The only right answer was from Tom, who kicked ass all game long, and again in the final round, the death penalty was the proposed punishment for drinking establishments who watered down their beer, and rightly so, I should say. By the way, it should be the penalty today for watering down your beer.
Does that
include
death by yeast infection?
All sorts of death.
Death by teabag.
How about putting Star Sand in your beer?
I maybe cut off my hands should be that.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow, Tom, not only did you do great during the round, but you were absolutely right. Did you Google all the way through, Tom? Be honest with us.
No, I didn't.
You went straight up, huh?
I believe
the first answer I wrote down was anal rape, but I scratched through that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because our rating would have just slipped.
It would have dropped. The Dan, who was a 2-time Beer Jeopardy champion on his 3rd visit, knocked off his throne. Tom is our new winner, our Beer Jeopardy champion today.
I'm happy for Tom because, it's nice. He deserves to get that Stiefel.
You have yourself coming to you signed Gordon Biersch Stiefel, my friend. And
thank you.
Chad is now in charge of shipping prizes, so you'll even get it pretty soon, which is also a bonus.
You know what I like about this?
Yeah.
Dan has to come back.
Now he's like, shit, I can't go out like this. You're going to have to reclaim your crown.
There's always Stump the Brewer.
That's true. You could redeem yourself later on during Stump the Brewer. It's absolutely right. Tom, congratulations, man.
Yeah, good job.
All right, do me a favor and send Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, CHAD at thebrewingnetwork.com, your information, your address, all that stuff, and he's going to send you a beautiful Gordon Biersch Stiefel. And we're going to drink out of one earlier today. Do you want us to drink out of yours or drink out of a different one? I'll give you the choice.
Can we lick yours?
We'll de-virginize for you if you want.
Well, I'll lick it.
And take that puppy over to the Gordon Biersch. The closest one to you is in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And they'll fill it
I
up
hear
for
you're
you?
opening one at the airport out here at Raleigh-Durham, so...
Oh, yeah, that's down the road. I don't know when that's happening. I better get moving on that. I haven't started distributing beer out there. I forgot about that.
What happens if you bring it in there? You don't get like a free boot.
No, because those are licensed operations. They really don't know who the heck I am at the airport locations.
Okay.
Unless you go to San Jose, where they all know me.
Would they? But if they go to the Myrtle Beach location, will they fill it up for him?
Well, with an autographed Gordon Biersch boot? Yeah, you bet.
They
better,
should, right?
They better do that. You just give me a holler if they don't. And say, Dan gave this to me.
Look it's signed. He gave it to me.
The boot carries an amazing power.
It should. Maybe we'll put Dan's fingerprints on it after we drink out of it.
It's a whole force. You carry a boot around. There are not many of these out in the real world to begin with.
I want to know, Chad, can you get a picture of this and put it on the forum? Because that thing's beautiful.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it really is nice. All right, Tom. Hey, congrats. You're going to get a beautiful Stiefel headed your way, man.
We'll give you some tips a little later, too, on how to drink out of it. Right, Dan?
Yeah, we're going to do that. Cheers, brother.
The whole beer bootology. Bootology 101 was
Stiefology.
It's important because if you don't do it right at the end, I don't know if Schumann's in here right now, but we'll have to make sure we train him. Or maybe we shouldn't train him. Maybe we won't tell him how to do it. We'll tell the rest of us how to properly drink from a boot so that he can be our example.
He made a statement saying he knows it.
Okay.
He's got it down already, and we're going to hold him to it.
All right, I think we're going to do that. So no talk of how to properly drink from the boot when
he probably saw the movie.
Stiefel when he's in here. Yeah, he might have seen. See, that's where I think I got Das Boot from too. It's from that stupid Beer Fest movie.
It was a great movie.
Das Boot,
fun movie. But they call it Das Boot in that.
They do. Yeah. They don't speak German in it either,
no. It is kind of a funny movie. I have to tell you, Dan, Daniela was literally offended by the movie.
She was.
Well, she can take a good German joke. We were you know how it was.
It did make fun of a lot of cultural things that they hold near and dear.
Like, we would make fun of everything about Danielle, and she was a good sport about it. They went even farther than we did, if you can believe it. And after a while, she just was like, okay, I get it. It's over.
But like Jim Bell, I am just happy for anything that encourages overconsumption.
But of course. And that's why he's trying to rid the world of you, Dan.
Dan Sheen said thank you for the effort.
I tried.
Good effort.
I really feel bad that I let Sheen down.
Blobber Gloppy Gloop didn't thank Doc for his effort?
Maybe we can, just for the association of me representing Sheen, that we can send him a
Should
clock.
Motivated Slacker send his email?
We might be able to do that.
Is Sheen or him or her?
Sheen's a dude.
A dude?
Yeah.
He's going to get a clock.
All right, we'll send Sheen a clock. They're cool-ass clocks, man. Gordon Biersch all over.
It's a clock.
Did you guys see those? Did you see all the stuff he brought?
Yeah.
Dan always brings good stuff.
One's going to have to go up on the wall here, though.
I think you're right.
So what does my poor loser get?
The truth is, second. I did promise second place a clock, and you were second place, right?
I was No, I lost.
Oh, you guys were second place.
No, there was no second place. We all bet all we had.
Did we really?
We'll just take the barrel. No biggie.
Yeah.
The keg
we'll
I
find
gotta
some.
have.
We'll send your listener something, Todd. Don't worry.
Because I feel really, really, really bad.
Blooper globby gleepy glop. Send everybody send Chad an email, and if you were part of Beer Jeopardy, you're going to get something.
We'll
Don't
hook
worry
you up.
about it.
Bevo, how's that bladder doing?
It's about to burst.
Yep.
You know I have bladder issues. Come on.
Well, you just got married. You got to learn how to use that thing, Beavis.
It's probably got a lot of dents in it.
It's
the toilet, I mean.
It's torture when you force people to drink this much on the air.
It really is.
And then just hold it.
And we force them every time.
We're all going to be making a mad dash. It's not just Bevo.
It's true. Stick with us when we come back. Dunkelweizen and Lagering with the Dan. We're getting to the good stuff here, so stick with us. We'll be right back, right here on The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. Tasty. Eco-Freight can. Eco-Freight. Eco-Freight. Hi, I'm Freight. Sean Cans. Sean O'Sullivan, brewmaster at 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant on 2nd Street. Brewery and Restaurant. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years. Well. Tasty. Brewery and Restaurant. Can. Tasty. Can. That's right. Tasty. Packaged cans. That's right. Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. Crack open a cold 21A in San Francisco. Crack 21A. Crack 21A. IPA in cans. Crack longer in San Francisco. Longer. Pressure. Packaged longer. Pressure longer. What? In San Francisco. Brewmaster in San Francisco. Well, that's right, cans. Can. Tasty packaged. Can. Local neighborhood brew pub. Hi. Well, I'm Sean O'Sullivan. Tasty crack cans. Tasty crack cans. Brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. San Francisco. Tasty brewmaster. That's right, master. Well, that day has come. Can.
Give me a red hot mama and an ice cold beer, and I can sort of get along. Give me a long gone baby to cuddle up there, then just leave me alone. I'll take a table in the corner, turn the lights down low, put a nickel in the jukebox and let her go with a red hot mama and ice cold beer, and I can sort of get along. Hot mama and an ice cold beer, and I can sort of get along. Give me a clean cut baby without a care, and I just couldn't go wrong. Don't have to work in the morning, I can stay out late, so me and my baby can operate. Cause with a red hot mama and ice cold beer, and I can sort of get along. me a red hot mama, nice cold beer, and I can sort of get along. Give me a live wire cutie without a fear that anything can go wrong. Don't want no pretzel, just bring me some brew. Baby, your daddy's got work to do, cause a red hot mama and ice cold beer, and I can sort of get along.
Did you know that every day a brewcaster goes to bed hungry? Did you know that that brewcaster is silently calling for the help of people just like you? Do you know that every day the unicorn and the rainbow have to blow sailors for loose change? For less than the cost of a half-calf, quad-shot, venti, extra-hot soy milk, triple pump, hazel, low-fat foam, double-cupped macchiato a day, you can help starving adults in Pacheco. Your love can be felt for as little as 7 cents a day. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com/donate to sign up today for as little as $2 a month. Private first class in the BN Army. Buy your way up the ranks as corporal, sergeant, ranger, or colonel with an easy-to-do monthly donation that keeps brewcasters alive and your favorite internet radio station broadcasting. No donation is too small to help those in need. Can't you find it in your heart to share your love with a brewcaster? In return, you will enjoy the wealth of knowledge that comes with every episode of the session, The Jameel Show, and yes, even that other show. Thank you for listening, and please sign up for your donation at thebrewingnetwork.com/donate today.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com. Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex. You're listening to the Brewing Network. You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. Welcome back to the program, everybody. Still here, still going, 2 hours into it, and you know what? I promised to get you some information, and that's what we're going to do right now.
We haven't even got to the meat of the thing.
We haven't even gotten it. We just had a lot of fun. But I got to tell you, here's what happens, Dan. People start to... They say, well, you know, why did you make your guests sit there and do all that and not talk about beer? And I get all these complaints when the truth is, it's usually the guest who goes, and especially Dan, who goes, listen, I'll be there, but we're going to have some fun, right?
That's why I love coming.
Specifically Beer Jeopardy.
Yeah. So, all you naysayers out there, and you know where the fast forward button is, but the fact is, we got to have ourselves a good time here and do the hang, and then get to the meat of it. And that's what we're about to do right now. And the cool thing is that we got lots of beer to drink that Dan brought for us, and Dunkelweizen, of course, is going to be our main beer that we talk about today. We're going to let Dan describe that to you and give you some information. We've also got the Blondbach going on here. I've already got questions in front of me about lagering in general, so we'll talk temperatures and things like that with you.
They really should have asked it before I had a few beers.
Now you're going to say, all right, let's put it wherever.
Like telepsychic Dan Aykroyd, you know, sorry, alive. About a month. That's going to be my answer for everything.
About a month.
Okay.
Well, you know the White Labs yeast company?
Yes, I do.
They come in here whenever they do the show. They just say, "Well, it depends." Every time it gets to something,
everything. It depends.
It depends.
I'm a pretty quantifiable guy.
Okay,
you're going to get straight numbers.
A lot of numbers that make Justin cry.
Any numbers make me cry.
2 beers on average a day. Just remember that. You'll be fine in life.
That's the number you need to remember.
Minimum.
888-401-BEER. That's another number you can use to ask questions yourself. And I see Bevo on the phone right now, so you can use that. 888-401-BEER. Try to be on topic, otherwise I got to put you on hold for a long time until I can fit your question in. Or you can just put it in the chat room, and I'll get all of those questions answered. If you ask a relevant question in the chat, I'll get it over to the Dan tonight, I promise you. If you're asking things about my breast size and things like that, who cares?
That's numbers.
That's numbers, and I'm not going to give you those answers.
About a month.
It depends.
Yeah.
I think he's an A cup.
Exactly. Just about a month. All right. So let's start with this Dunkelweizen. And it's not the first time you've brewed it.
No. Actually, we made it, going back in the brewery restaurant history, I'd say 1991.
Oh,
Did it as a seasonal the first time. And
back then, did people just go like, what the hell?
No one got it. I mean, of all
it's
the
a
beers,
dark, cloudy beer.
All the seasonal beers that people that we had done, this is the one they didn't want. And then, lo and behold, you wait, 12 almost 20 years.
Got a whole new generation.
And everyone loves it. It's amazing, the before and after. Beer culture permeates, and people broaden their horizons, and then they like trying new stuff. And this one is my absolute. And I don't usually go on the line with something like this. This is my absolute favorite beer.
Is it really?
This is the one that I crave.
It's your favorite style of beer, or
that I brew, and my favorite style.
Oh, both. Okay.
Yeah, it's by definition. Everything I say is a promise, and this is the one.
This is it. Yeah. Let me ask you that, just to back up for a second. Back to 1991, you say you had done several seasonals at that point. What was working back then? Because that was kind of a pioneering point for craft beer.
Yeah, biggest positive response is Fest beer, which is a modern-day Oktoberfest, because Märzen obviously is the classic Oktoberfest beer. But Fest beer was, more like a Helles style.
Oh.
And people dug it.
They were digging that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's when they walk in and say, "What's your lightest beer you make?" And I wanted to punch them.
Yeah.
I said, I don't do light beer, period,
Yeah.
Get with it.
Good for you.
But this looks funky, it looks like chocolate milk.
It's kind of creeping people out.
It's
cloudy.
It's a weird look. It looks like it's going to drink heavy, and then it's so refreshing and
they're going to ask if you shook up the bottle.
Be bad news, because this has a lot of CO2, and it would explode volcanically amongst everyone within 10 feet.
You got to be careful about that.
It's a Volta beer.
I tell you now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in a Weizen beer, it's very yeast driven as a beer.
It's
as
all
far
about
as
the yeast.
The flavor
You're right.
profile. Okay.
Exactly.
And true German Hefeweizen, as opposed to what you might find when there are a couple of larger American breweries who put out a Hefeweizen. They use American yeasts. Some of them will even use something like a California ale yeast. More of a
or
wheat
lager
beer.
yeast.
In a true German Hefeweizen, lots and lots of that spicy clove. There's others, but is the foremost flavor that clove flavor?
Yeah, the clove, bubblegum, citrus, and banana. Those are
all right there.
Those are the esters and byproducts of during the metabolism of the yeast during fermentation.
Should a Dunkel be any more of those than the Hefeweizen?
It is a Hefeweizen. Dunkelweizen is a type of Hefeweizen. It's just made with darker roasted malted wheat and darker roasted caramelized meat.
So as far as the yeast goes, you're not accentuating any flavor other than another one.
No, the yeast is still spewing out all these flavor profiles, and when it's fermenting, but you can overshadow some of those unique flavors, but with the quality of the malt, the qualitative aspects of the malt, I should say.
All right.
Which gives that richer, maltier, roasted flavor, and those are strong, pungent flavor profiles in the era of malt versus light roasted, malted wheat, which doesn't have a lot of that.
Okay.
The caramelized malted wheat, even though there's only like 3, when you use caramelized malts as a whole, 3 to 5% is a lot, and that does it. That part plus we use about 35% dark malted wheat. This beer is brewed without regards to cost. The malts in this thing are just stratospherically expensive.
I was going to say the availability of malted wheat's tough, and then all these other different malted wheats is dark malted wheat, crystal malted wheat.
Yeah.
As a home brewer, that's tough to find.
Yeah, I went to school with Sabina Weierman, so that my source, source of malt is all the maltsters in Germany are all classmates of mine, which is a great thing to have.
Sure. So
can you make me this?
No, we can give you any. Doc, you come by, we'll load you up. We'll just give you.
Great.
Yes, but when we have a specific thing, because we're buying by full container loads.
Oh.
The way
you brew enough that
the way these specialty malts are roasted, they have a special drum malt roasting facility at their place.
Okay.
And that's how they're able to make it extremely consistent. Nobody else in the world that I'm aware of has the same kind of technology outside of a pilot scale, for making these really consistent malted wheats. A lot of the malt suppliers will do a blend where they take averaging of the colors, and they'll take an extremely dark roasted, almost like a patent malt type color, and they'll blend it with some semi-roasted malt to get it to an average. And Weyermann doesn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, every grain is going to be spot on at that spec.
I see.
And that's how you get the really good flavors.
So you're like calling the frat house essentially for you. These are your old buddies when you call up for this stuff.
Yeah, it's Beer 911.
And they go, "Hey Dan,
411.
The red phone?
Yeah.
Do you speak German to them when you call?
We write in German. This day and age with a 9-hour time difference, I don't actually get on the horn too much.
Yeah.
We just email back and forth.
You email in German.
Yeah.
Look at you goes. It's so great.
Doesn't matter to me what language. They speak English equally well, but,
Yeah.
Why not?
I gotta admit, I get flack every now and then, not from the listeners, because they hear you on the show, and they know you're legit. Every now and then, somebody in the industry goes, every time you talk about Dan, you're like, oh, he's the German guy. He's the German, like he really knows everything about it. You really kind of, and I'm going, well, the man speaks to Germans in German when he orders his beer supplies. Why? What is the question here? Where's the question mark? The guy calls firemen in German and orders these things. You know how it goes with competition. People go, oh, Dan, Gordon Biersch. And most of the beer industry is very palatable and very nice and friendly, but some people think of you as like the 900-pound gorilla.
Well, the Belgian guys ordered in Belgian,
Yeah.
They speak Flemish.
Yeah. I just think your credibility. I guess my point is your credibility is impeccable when it comes to these kinds of things. So right down to the ingredients.
Well, you are what you eat.
Well, I think a lot of people think because of the size of Gordon Biersch and the outreaching that you don't care. It's just, you put it out there, and that's just not true.
I would take that very a lot of people think, well, he makes these really approachable, kind of bland beers. They hear it from the hopheads, right?
Oh, I wouldn't even say that.
But I get it a lot because they say, oh, you made a beer like this Dunkelweizen that we're drinking today. That's more of an esoteric, off the wall, very underrepresented beer style worldwide. You're not going to find a lot of it.
Yeah.
And my philosophy and the way I approach it is I'm true to style, I'm authentic, and I go back a couple hundred years.
Yeah.
The way I do everything. It's ultra traditional.
Yeah.
And some people don't dig that. I didn't do home brewing. All my experience was at an industrial level, and that sometimes turns people off.
Sure.
But you know what? I went out there and I worked at like 5 different breweries in Europe to get hands-on experience. I did it. I can weld. Seriously, I can do stainless steel TIG welding, and I think everything I go to the nth degree to be authentic as possible.
Yeah.
I want to know every element on how to do it. I'm very hands-on.
And to me, it shows. You know what? It's been a long time since I was in Europe. It's been a while since I was in Germany. But I remember to the T what that fresh beer tasted like. That fresh lager, the fresh Hefeweizen. And I'm not a Hefeweizen drinker. But I remember to the T what it tastes like. And this is always the closest thing. It's always the closest beer when I have yours. I buy your Pilsner all the time. The Hefeweizen I don't buy. But when I taste it, it's like I'm drinking right there. So.
Well, as I was telling Dan before, my brother loves it. He thinks it's one of the best ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doc's brothers, they listen to the program all the time. They want us to invite you to Burning Man with us. I just got my ticket this week, Doc.
I love my marriage.
I'm in. You're not allowed to go.
You're just going on a business trip.
Yeah.
With no clothes.
I've been invited a few times, and I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
I guess now the artistic elements, though, are pretty over the top.
You're going for the art.
Yep.
All right, let's go back to this beer.
Another fat guy with naked fat guy.
With other naked, yeah. All right, you mentioned the malt percentages. Do that for me again. What's your base malt on this beer?
The most number one primary malt is dark malted wheat.
Dark malted wheat is your primary malt. And what percentage is that?
That's number one. That's like 35%.
Okay. Dark malted wheat. German wheat, of course. Yeah. Okay, what else?
And then after that comes the light roasted malted wheat. And then after that's malted barley. And then caramelized malted wheat.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? The dark malted wheat is about 40%.
Are they called the same thing, guys, when we go to the homebrew shops and order these things? I've never seen dark malted wheat, have I?
I think Northern Brewer has it.
And that's what they call it there? Okay.
I don't see it much.
No. Okay. NorthernBrewer.com. If you want to search around there, you can check that out.
Honestly, I don't know anyone other than Environment that's making it.
That's doing it.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't know if Gambrinus is doing dark malted wheat or not. In British Columbia.
It's tough to find.
It's not an easy one. The caramelized malted wheat, I know Environment's the only one.
What do you guys use as substitutes then? Because I know you've done Dunkelweizens before. Do you use something else besides these things? Chad, what'd you just use when you brewed yours?
I'm not sure. I have to look at the recipe.
Oh, you got to do that.
Get back to you in a minute.
Yeah, the one sub you can do to get by is instead of using caramelized malted wheat, you can use caramelized malted barley. You can pull that off.
A little bit of that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to have. We've tested it both ways.
Yeah.
Because we were wondering if we'd be able to get this in large quantities.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was a little concerned. there's how many breweries in the world, are doing this thing, and not a lot.
Yeah.
For all I know, Schneider Weiss is, cornered the market on it.
Sure.
And for all I know, they're doing it themselves, A lot of those old German breweries have their own malting facilities.
Okay. You doing a decoction mash on these malts?
You gotta
you do it for
that.
all your beers?
No.
But this one you do, and now is it because of the wheat that you have to do it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime you use a large percentage of dark malt, any type, it always helps to explode the crystallized formations and bring them into solution to get much more body to it.
Okay. Is that what it's really about, is the body?
This one also, because the high protein content, sure helps. And lautering is a tough one.
I was going to ask you about the lautering.
When you're lautering, if you don't do a decoction on it, it makes it really viscous. And it's a much slower lauter. And this one's very difficult to lauter. We spent a lot of time, a couple of the brewers at Gordon Beer spent a lot of time dialing in the lautering process to be able to... The Maltschüttung, that's where I go, and the malt load, how much malt we can use per batch.
There's an equation for that, right? Like, how much you can
we want to get is, the guys don't want to brew till Saturday night at midnight. They want to get out.
Yeah.
And if they have to do 4 brews to fill a tank versus 3, it's a big deal. And there's only so much of a load that the lauter ton can handle, so the guys spend a lot of time optimizing it.
Okay.
And if you didn't do a decoction, it just would not lauter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and just quickly how this works for you guys, and we've talked about this before, but you're really dialing in these beers in San Jose yourself. You're doing this there. And then you give these recipes to the restaurants, and they're supposed to duplicate them, essentially.
Yeah, pretty well. They're in the book. We have a hymn book that we've done over, in the first 10 years of all the beer styles.
Okay. So they could they might get this recipe from you and call you up and say, Dan, I'm trying to lauter this thing.
Yeah. Or there might have been, at a time where we had 3 different formulations at the different brewery restaurants, and I'll look at all of them and say, hey, this is the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So somebody had written into me, since we're talking about decoction mashing, because we've done this before, and on a home brewing level, there's a lot of hearsay about it, and there's a lot of brewers who say with the advanced malts that we get now, decoction, it's almost irrelevant for us as home brewers because malts are so processed. So someone asked you, has the Dan ever done a side-by-side test doing he says doing a double decoction mash or a single infusion mash? And been able on test batches and been able to taste the difference.
We don't do single step infusion mash.
You never do?
Never do it. No,
okay.
No. We always do a graduated step infusion mash with at least 4 temperature rests.
Okay.
And the reason is that there are different enzyme groups that affect different structures and break them down. So you have proteolytic enzymes that are going to break down proteins into bite-sized chunks of amino acids that the yeast is going to be able to assimilate. It needs a balanced diet. Yeast is like just a human being. We need to have certain things. And yeast likes to have, on a calculated back basis, basically on a 12% OG beer, it likes to have anywhere between 220 and 260 milligrams per 100 milliliter of free amino acids. So those first 2 temperature steps, the 52 degree or Celsius and 62, are the enzyme group temperature optimums for those that are going to break out. And the yeast wants to have a certain amount of protein. And you may not get that on a single-step infusion mash.
Okay.
So if you're striking one temperature and you're watching, like 70C or whatever, and you're just focusing on the amylases that are going to break down the carbs, that's going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, the decoction does a similar thing. There's two things that happened in the old school when they didn't have thermometers and were eyeballing the ballparking and all. And the history behind decoction is they didn't have these great temperature controllers. They didn't have the ability to turn the heat on and off. So they had one kettle that was boiling the mash, and they had another kettle that was just holding it. And the way they get to the next temperature level for this optimal deal was not necessarily by boiling it, but to heat it up, and they didn't have any control, so they'd heat it up to boil and then mix it back in, and then they get to one temperature level.
So it was almost accidental even that it became...
Well, that's how they got a repeatable process.
Yeah, that was it. So they did a 3-mash process, 3 triple dry mash, which is 3 mash decoction process, where they get 3 different temperatures in the one stable kettle, and they also were able to explode the starch molecules and the protein molecules through the boiling process. So there's 2 effects that were going on. The enzymes were still there in the mash tun, which is the unheated vessel, and then they had the ability to boil and break down the others, which would deactivate the enzymes, by the way, because you're going up to 100 degrees Celsius, or 211 or 212 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And that was deactivating the enzymes. They were shot. But you'd mix that back in, and the enzymes that were left in the mash tun were able to do all their work.
Okay.
So that's the history behind decoction, kind of how it worked out. So for hundreds of years, that's the only way they were able to control the process.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. And hence you always follow that historical process by doing a step, not always decoction, but
yeah. But modern day, there's the reason we do a graduated step and fusion mash is to get the enzymes to do the job for us.
Okay.
And then the other thing is when you're using the crystallized malts, they don't go into solution very easily just through the enzymatic activity. By boiling a percentage of it, it explodes those, and you get more body.
Okay.
So you get more of that malty flavor
All right.
in the dark beers. But for light beers, you really don't need to do a decoction.
You don't.
We only
so
do it
for
for
your
the darker.
Pilsner, you don't.
Märzen we do.
Okay.
It's got a high percentage of Munich malt and caramelized Munich malt. And obviously Bock beers, when you get really thick mashes and all that, the enzymes can't come in contact because it's so thick. They can't do enough work in the time frame.
Makes
so
sense,
you would have a 4-hour mashing process if you didn't do a little decoction in there.
Okay. So for you, it's always a lautering issue, but then also a body of beer issue.
There's body too.
Yeah. Okay. And then just as a side note, you're giving us this history. At Weinstefan, when they're teaching you these processes, is that what they're doing? Are they telling you, listen, back in the day, this is how it used to be done? They give you a whole history lesson.
And you have to be able to lay it out too.
Really?
So it's on the test.
See, I think that'd be fascinating. I bet for me that would have been a really fun part about. Not if it was in German, that would have driven me crazy. But that would have been a really fun part as you that I can relate to when you learn a process. They sort of tell you where it comes from. That always helps me.
Well, the guy that was teaching that class was the beer pope.
Oh, is that right?
I had, Professor Narcissus. He was like the best of the best. I'm nothing. I know nothing compared to him.
Compared to this guy.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. And he has in his book, it's all the numbers that go along with each process, so you can actually verify. He takes historical ones and shows what kind of results you get, and then he compares to the modern day and says, "Hey, this is what you get. These are the benefits," and it's amazing.
You still have his textbook on your shelf, I imagine.
Oh yeah, I've bought the newer and improved ones too.
All in German, of course. Yeah.
I offered to translate it for my thesis work. It was interesting.
Really?
Yeah. I thought it would have been a nice, gift to the world, more or less, to have his literature available in English.
He said no?
Well, no, he wanted to. The president of the university did not qualify it as a significant scientific work. So I ended up doing research on yeast.
Hey, well, that's
one more
scientific.
Yeah, it would have been fun. I mean, this book would have been awesome, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a real shame.
In fact, American brewers the world over would have loved to get their hands on that.
You could probably still do it in your spare time.
I think he actually did do it in English after a while. It's available, but it's the short book. It's like not the intense one. It doesn't have as many numbers.
Like the short bus.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the temperature levels that you do this mash in? I think there's some people out there that might want to try this.
We mash in, as a rule of thumb, we mash in, depending on the malt type, 45 to 48 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
I can't think in
that's all right, they'll convert it.
120,
and then 52 is the first rest for about 20 minutes, and we adjust that based on, we have a photospectrometer, so we can track the free amino acid concentration.
Tasty has one of those.
Yeah, right.
But we adjust
in line.
because malt deliveries every week are different for Big Brewery, and we will adjust those just to get the right balanced diet in there. So we go to 52, then to 62, then 68, and then 72.
Okay.
And then we mash out at 78. So those are usually 20 minutes each for the first two, 25 and then 30.
Okay.
And you can do a little iodine test, but at home you're not going to waste time with that.
Yeah, you could do it at home though fairly easily.
Oh, yeah, iodine's cheap.
Yeah,
it's easy to do.
In fact, I saw it done for the first time from one of the pro brewers we've had on the show. And it was so unbelievably easy, I couldn't eat. Not that I'm ever going to do it. But I saw that it was so unbelievably easy. When you hear the word iodine test, you go, oh, God, what is that? It's chemistry. It's actually really easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very easy.
Yeah. But anyway, not necessarily on the
So then
level.
10 minutes mashing out at 78, and then we go to lautering. And we preheat our lauter tun, which is kind of nice to do. I don't think people at home would do it.
Well, Dan, homebrewers, when we make a wheat beer, we always add rice hulls to help with the lautering. Is that something you've ever considered?
Can't do that with puree law.
Oh, that's right.
But it doesn't come into the back into the beer.
No, it's added though.
It's one of the. It's not an official ingredient.
Not malted wheat or malted barley.
But it's also before the boil kettle.
Yeah, what the German brewers would do to adhere to the, because you can only use 4 ingredients. You can't use rice. Right. So what the Germans would do is they'd separate the husks and the flour, and they mash in the husks later on. So it's the latter part of the brew.
How do you do it?
We don't have that problem, so we'd put it all in at once.
Special lauter tun.
We have
breaks it.
Yeah, our lauter tun has a flow meter controlled pump, so we have each volume of flow from the lauter tun. The problem with lautering is that if you let the wort flow out of it too quickly, it'll suck the grain bed together.
Yep,
and
dough ball.
If you have a flow control pump, it'll slow down the process, so we dial it in. So you start off slow, let the grain bed settle together perfectly, and then we can go full blast.
Okay. All right. I'm kind of weeding through questions from listeners here, too. And a lot of them are about fermentation, so listeners, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to yeast and fermentation. Dan's already told us what yeast, though, was it's a Weihenstephan yeast.
Yeah.
The W, which isn't, there's probably an equivalent, and I'm sure that if you look...
they bank it at Y Yeast and
White Labs.
Yeah.
So if you look on if you go to whitelabs.com and you look on their yeast profiles, they'll write that kind of stuff down for you, so you know that it is sort of a W68 clone and things like that.
Yeah, the profile on that yeast is that it's really finicky. Have you found any of that?
Not really, but I'm in a controlled environment, so I don't really know.
You control
we propagate it up. We get to 400 million cells per milliliter in like 3 days, and it's just kicks.
Controlled temperature, controlled everything.
Everything we do is extremely controlled, and I haven't gone outside of the optimal parameters, so that's why I can't really say whether it's finicky or not.
Okay.
And for as far as being able to handle it at home. Yeah, if you kept it going at, if it went up to 90 degrees and, overnight, probably would have a problem.
Have you tried any other yeast?
No.
Wheat yeast? No?
No, it's the one I
started with?
Stole out of Weihenstephan.
Yeah, and kept it all the way along.
Yeah.
So let's talk about those temperatures for a second, and hope Chad gets back in here, because he had some definitely some fermentation temperature questions. But
okay.
So what is the ideal temperature that you start fermenting at with this beer?
The Hefeweizen or the
Dunkel, but it's the same. Your Hefeweizen, your Dunkel.
Yeah, this is the W68 yeast strain. So we propagate it at about 20 degrees Celsius, which is around 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
And then we ferment at 18. So we always grow our yeast at the same temperature, or just a little above, 2 degrees above what we're going to ferment at. So it's acclimated. It's also growing off of wort.
Okay.
Which helps a lot.
See, I'm glad you say that, because we get that question all the time. Do I need to do my we do starters here, is what we call them. And we do our starters typically warm because they'll get going better. But we get the question all the time, shouldn't I do my starter at the same temperature I'm going to be fermenting at?
Or how do you acclimate them? If you're going to do it at the room temperature and you're going to pitch cold, how do you acclimate them without shocking them?
Well, that's the biggest deal. That's why you want to propagate as close to the temperature that you're going to ferment at.
And you say you always do 2 above.
Well, what happens is you want to try to pitch that yeast at the high logarithmic growth phase. So yeast, when it starts, you start off with say you got 1 million cells per milliliter. You buy a little test tube from White Labs, and you start doing it at home, and you feed it, and you don't really know how much yeast is there until you can see the turbidity levels, and eyeballing it from experience what it is.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have a microscope and a hemocytometer at home.
No, we know what they tell us, and
so you're gonna look at that. So long as it's growing, you're not going to have the yeast cells dying.
Okay.
And they're in a logarithmic growth phase. It's only at the lag phase when it's already eaten up, chewed up all the extract. And the only way you can track that for home use is by doing a hydrometer reading on it, and filtering out the yeast a little bit, and then checking the Plato and seeing if it's close to the wort gravity that you started with. So you'll know if it ferments down when there's so much yeast there that it's competitive. There's not enough nutrient for it to keep on existing off of.
Yeah.
And what happens is all the yeast settles to the bottom. And, Chad in his starter out there had an agitator going, right? Got
a stir plate going.
Stir.
Yep.
So that's kicking all the yeast up. We really don't know whether it's petered out or not because there's so much velocity from that agitator that you don't know. Normally, you don't need to agitate the yeast. It's going to be stay in suspension because it's eating all the sugar, and so long as it's in a growth mode, it's not going to settle down.
Even in a little beaker environment like that.
Because he had so much yeast there, it was still kicking up. It probably isn't reproducing anymore. So what's going to happen is when it's lost all of its sugar to chomp on the starter, it's going to settle the bottom. Then you know it's petered out, and it's already in its lag phase, meaning it's not going to continue to grow. Yeast tends to, when it runs out of juice, meaning nutrient base, it's going to settle the bottom of the vessel.
So are you saying to me that is now too late? Not that it's not going to work for you, but it's not ideal because it's
still okay. It's just you're now harvesting yeast. It's the same as if you're harvesting it out of a pre-used fermentation batch.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
And we don't know if all those yeast cells are going to be alive.
Would it be better for him to have, let's say, it wasn't on a stir plate?
I would go without the stir plate.
And while it's all active and in solution, that's the time he wants to pitch it. Is that what you're saying? Rather than when it falls to the bottom?
Yeah.
You are saying that, okay.
Yeah, I think it would be great.
Now, does this also dispel the myth that says bottom fermenting yeast? Because when I see yeast sitting at the bottom, and I go, oh, well, it's an ale yeast. Of course it's sitting at the bottom. It's a bottom fermenting yeast.
Well, bottom fermenting yeast would actually be a lager yeast.
Not the ale.
It's okay.
It's the other way around.
But it's okay. The principle, what you're saying is correct. Both ale and lager yeast will settle to the bottom when it runs out of nutrient base.
They will both sit there.
At one point in time, they will.
We would rather see them all
Initially,
moving.
the top fermenting yeast will, after it's, at cold temperatures, when it's finished fermenting, will rise to the top. At like a room temperature where it's over 80 degrees, it'll settle at the bottom pretty well.
Okay.
One question is going to be, especially if you're going to be doing the starter cold, how long is it going to take for X amount of cells to get to that log phase before it goes to the lag phase?
The only way you can really monitor that is when it runs out by taking a hydrometer reading. Because you're not going to have a microscope and a cell counter, So I would not encourage any home brewer to go do that anyway. That's just over the top.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would just monitor the gravity, and you'll get an eyeball view of it. You'll be able to ballpark it by looking at it. Like I could walk in and say Chad's was really had a lot of yeast, like 400 million cells, and consider when you're going to pitch for an ale, 5 million cells.
Bless you.
Yeah. Anyway, 5 million cells per milliliter would be the pitching quantity, that you're going to have after you've pitched the yeast into the beer itself, the wort.
Yeah.
And for lagers, probably 12 to 15 million cells, but that's living cells. So
sure,
assuming it's in a logarithmic growth phase.
Okay.
This might be a little over the top.
Well, I don't think so.
Dan, what we tell people in terms of pitching is that you should pitch an active starter. Is that essentially what you're saying? That
you want it in the growth phase.
Yeah.
Right.
Logarithmic growth phase.
Right. So here, now, this is where I get confused, and this is more to you guys, because, he's got a 5,000 milliliter starter in there.
Right.
And Dan agreed with you, Doc. I asked him before the show that, all that wort that's in there, you don't want that shit in your beer.
No,
you want to get rid of that wort. But the only, if you want to pitch an active starter, so the yeast is in suspension, but not pitch all that wort, well, now you're talking about two different things, aren't you? Because you got to dump off that wort.
Yeah, but if you're propagating or making your starter at the same temperature that you're close to what you're going to ferment at, you're not going to have all those off flavors and problems.
Okay.
That's it.
So that wort's okay to pour in there, you're saying?
Yeah, that wort would be okay.
If you've done it at the right temperature.
And that's the way we do it at the big brewery.
Ah, that's a good point. Even though it doesn't have the hop profile that you've brewed your beer with.
The percentage of that you're pitching relative to the quantity of beer, it's insignificant.
Even on a 10-gallon batch like he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
For instance, if you're making a Pilsner-based beer, there's nothing wrong with using dried Pilsner malt to make your starter.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you think, why am I throwing this two-row based DME into my beer?
Yeah.
Don't use DME. Use Pilsner based dry malt extract.
Okay.
Yep.
You can get better dry malt
Yeah,
extract.
or
You're right.
liquid malt extract.
Oh, that's a good point. If you're worried about the excess in your starter, of course, what we're talking about, everybody, if you're just kind of following along, you've never done a starter before, you are essentially creating a tiny batch of beer. You got this wort, and in the end, you're only trying to get the yeast out of it, essentially, but you're going to have wort there to get the yeast moving.
We're trying to bring along less off flavors from the starter into the main beer. But there's going to be a lot of questions about how long do I need to have my starter to make...
right.
That's where the hard part about translating the industrial practices that I do, you guys got to tell me how to do that part, because I can only do it by using a hemocetometer or a microscope and counting the cells.
Well, it makes sense. And even with us, it's probably still the right answer to say the only way we'd really know is to do that.
I think
but there are ways we can estimate.
Well, we generally just overpitch, so we
probably.
Yeah. That's how we get
But
around.
tracking the gravity is probably fairly safe. I would say that most of the time when the yeast is petering out in a starter, and a lager is probably going to be around 100 million cells per milliliter.
Mm-hmm.
And that you would see a gravity change in the extract, meaning it's say you had a 11% Plato,
okay,
just for your starter, and you see it drop down like 6 in a couple hours. That means it's not growing anymore. It's gone anaerobic. Everyone know that the yeast will continue to reproduce so long as oxygen is present. Once oxygen is gone, it goes into alcoholic fermentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you got to have air present.
So they stop making kids after there's no air.
Yeah. By the way, that was a gem right there. I hope everybody caught up on. So as soon as they're not reproducing anymore, once all the O2 is gone from solution, they're just starting to do their thing.
Well, it's a weird thing because yeast will generally absorb oxygen immediately upon contact.
Okay.
And it has a finite capacity for absorbing oxygen. So you want to kind of have a little trickling effect of air and oxygen going through it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's so long as it has oxygen coming into it.
So maybe not one big blast at the beginning. Maybe
do it again.
Yeah, do it again a couple of times.
Which Doc always says that he does it. He'll do it the night he pitches. He'll wake up the next morning. If it's not actively fermenting, he'll shoot it again with some O2.
There you go.
So
it'll continue growing.
And you're saying that that's a good thing to do because it will take it up quick, and then maybe you want to give it some more.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a whole pattern for aerating our wort when we're propagating yeast, and we actually have it dialed in with automation that we increase the aeration as the concentration of cells increases too.
Okay.
So it's like starting at 5 minutes every hour, and then we'll aerate it.
Yeah, I got that out back.
10 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, you got that. That's in your system. But it's fun to have toys.
No, it is.
What's your average time where you start up a starter?
Well, we
instead of repitching,
3 days for top fermenting yeast, and it'll take about a week on a lager.
Okay.
Yeast. And that's going at the temperatures that we're pitching.
Because it takes a lot longer when you're going to
9 Celsius. Yeah. So the top fermenting yeast, like the Hefeweizen yeast, we're doing that at 20 degrees Celsius, and it's 3 days.
And lager yeast is going to be about
9
a week.
degrees C, and we're 10 degrees Celsius, and it'll take a whole week.
And what kind of reproduction you're trying to get? Like a 2-fold, 10-fold?
Yeah, it actually gets to the point where every 24 hours it doubles.
Okay.
Wow. That's a lot, isn't it?
And if you graph it, it gets this really nice kind of logarithmic curve.
Do you feed it? Do you feed it as it goes, or do you? That's your starter.
We're aerating it.
Okay.
Only aerating it. That's its food essentially.
So whatever the starter is, you just aerate it. You don't add,
there's
add
so
more
much.
food.
There's so much food for it. The wort. It just needs oxygen.
What's the? Go ahead, do it in Plato because you can't. What's the Plato of your starter wort?
We're using the. Like Märzen wort or whatever.
So the same as your beer.
Yeah, it's the same as our beer.
Because we'll do. So whatever the beer is, it's the same as that.
Yeah.
Which is a great example, by the way.
Well, yeah.
Well, because we take this general rule, right? We go like a 1035, 1030.
Yeah, not an overly strong wort.
I mean, is that number right?
Yeah, 10 Plato or something like that.
Don't quote me.
Right.
Yeah,
but give me an OG because for our 1040, 1040, you'll say. But that's pretty interesting that you could just look at your recipe. If your original wort's going to be 1032, maybe your starter should be 1032. If you want to be that sort of specific about it.
That way you can transfer it over and just you won't have any flavor impact.
And the yeast aren't surprised to see all that,
Well, like everything else, it's a balance. If you want a fast starter, you're gonna have a higher temperature and you're gonna build it really fast. But you're gonna compensate for other things. You're not going to get the same flavor profile, things like that.
Yeah.
What Dan's doing, Dan does everything at fermentation temperature with the same wort,
2 degrees above,
and he gets that same consistency going through.
Yeah. See, I like that. That's a nice. See, you're right about the definitive answer business because we get a lot of non-definitive answers about that.
About a month.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question that is a question I would ask, so I'm happy to ask this from one of our listeners.
Is it Beer Jeopardy?
So you add O2 to yeast, not CO2.
Oh, absolutely. If you're trying to create yeast, yeah.
You would never add CO2 to yeast.
No, not unless you want to stop the whole process.
It'll kill it, right? It's a little toxic gas.
Well,
for the
it'll
yeast.
just go into a dormant phase. It won't kill it.
They won't have any oxygen. They won't reproduce.
No,
Okay.
no
Yeah.
sex for the yeast.
Definitely talking oxygen. Now, keep in mind here, and for those of you who would ask this question, like myself, O2 for yeast. But once, as Dan said, once the O2's gone and they start fermenting, if fermentation is happening, no more O2.
No more O2.
Ever.
You want to be completely anaerobic at that point.
You go ahead and add all the CO2 you want, though.
And everything you transfer, every vessel you go into, you want to have that purged with carbon dioxide.
Yeah. Of course, you don't want to carbonate it, but yes, purge everything then with CO2.
Purge it.
Once fermentation has begun and propagation is finished, O2 is the enemy.
Absolutely.
And CO2 is your friend.
He's great at first, bad at the end.
Yeah. So let's make that very clear.
And as Dan was saying, it's you have to purge everything.
Yeah.
Most beginning homebrewer books, they say, well, don't splash the wort when you're racking. Well, if you purge everything, you purge your carboy with CO2, you don't have to worry about splashing anything.
Yeah.
Because you're splashing in a CO2 environment.
Yeah.
But if you just got an O2 environment, an air environment in your carboy, you're going to have an issue.
And you all know the issue, by the way. You think you might not, but any beer you've ever had that tastes a little cardboardy or kind of stale,
or like port wine,
then this is what we're talking about, and that's from O2.
Oxidation.
Yeah, oxidation. That's what it's called.
Bevo's going to chime in for the first time on the microphone.
Do so, Bevo.
Come on, Bevo.
Well, I'm just passing on a question. It's like a add-on to the question that you just asked. You said earlier that you couldn't add CO2 because of German law.
You
carbonate.
Can't carbonate the beer.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can purge the environment.
You're not adding it to the beer.
Because it's not a part of the beer. But yeah, since carbonation becomes part of the beer, it's an additive, isn't it?
Yeah.
According to the Reinhardt.
I guess technically, if you splash the beer in a CO2 environment, you'd be adding it to the beer.
Yeah, but...
We don't splash.
And
it does splash.
Try not to splash.
And in all fairness, I don't think they knew that when the Reinheitsgebot was...
They didn't have the cool lab equipment that he does.
Yeah, they didn't have that. Hey, let me ask you this, because you talked about where you got this yeast strain. So when you have to do a brand new starter, are you using the same slant that you stole?
I didn't
a long
steal.
time
We
ago?
actually we subscribed to the Weinsteffen Yeast Bank. That's where I worked.
But you still have your original slant?
No, we get a new slant every 3 months.
Okay.
Yep.
You should have your old one, like your original one, hanging on the wall in the brewery.
Yeah.
By the way, it should be a refrigerated framed slant, but you do. So you'll go back. How often will you have to get a brand new?
Oh, FedEx, we get it sent over every 3 months.
And how's the consistency with that?
Well, they're spot on. I mean, they got a team of microbiologists that are doing their job really well. Much better than we could do it. I mean, the alternative, the old school way, was we would have sifted through the tank, taken a slurry sample, and then picked out one cell, and then grown it on auger, and then taken it up into a flask and all that. They're going to do a better job of...
And not have any mutations or off flavors?
Yeah, they're spot on.
Yeah.
They got the mother culture.
Okay. All right. Let's finish this up.
By the way, just to let you know, every major brewery in the world banks their yeast there.
In
Weinsteffen, yeah. Everyone has it. And they may do some redundant banking of their yeast, but everyone's got it there.
It's the official
bank. They are the king of yeast banking.
Is that because they're so good at it? Is it just a tradition?
It is an enormous infrastructure to be able to do it.
It is.
It's incredible.
I would like... Is that something I can see when I'm there, Dan?
I think so.
Yeah? I would really like to see that. I bet it's an amazing thing. I bet it looks like something...
It's just a bunch of guys in white lab coats.
Well, but I mean, just like you're talking about the infrastructure, I'm thinking it looks like something out of the future.
No, it's very old school. There's not a lot of technology involved. It's just exactness. Everything in microbiology is just lab procedures that are perfectly reproduced every time.
Okay.
That's what it comes down to. So it's all about the people, not about the technology.
Oh, I thought Icky was gone, Beavis.
No.
How about Urger?
Because you told me don't worry about it. All right, we'll do that.
Oh, I meant that wasn't the same question.
I see.
Sorry.
Icky's on the line.
Icky
Let's
never
talk
goes
to
away.
Icky. Icky, what's happening? Oh, no, he's not. No, he's long gone.
Just kidding.
Yeah, you said don't worry about it. It's
I'm
that
sorry,
question.
that was my fault. I'm kind of drunk.
Cool. The Dan has that effect.
Don't complain.
You look great. It's fine.
I need to pee again.
Okay.
You have a cute summer dress on.
Here's what I want to do, because a lot of questions
Nice.
are coming through that are logger questions. So I want to finish this and take a break. Let's
about a month.
It
depends.
Yeah. All right. Primary fermentation temperature for this yeast. You said it. Say it again.
18 degrees Celsius.
18 degrees. And do you ramp it up at all? Or you just it's there.
Yes, we do.
You do?
Yep.
Why?
I don't know. You know, it's just
I don't know. About a month.
I don't remember the exact reason for it. I think it's an acclimation. You want it to gear up. The main reason is that most breweries will do multiple brews into one tank, meaning they're not going to just do one. So you start it slow so that by the time you get all 3 brews or 4 brews in, you're supposed to have a tank filled within 12 hours. It gives it time to warm up naturally. The yeast gets added, it produces heat, and it's going to naturally take it up to your fermentation temperature.
Which you allowed to do, of course.
And we don't want it to go hog wild fermenting until all 3 are together.
Okay. So 18,
that's a consistency issue.
So maybe give us some general time frames for homebrewers, because we don't have that. So 18 C's.
We pitch at 15,
Yeah.
let it warm up to 18.
And keep it there until...
Well,
It's
you
done?
know, until you've done about 75%, 70% of the fermentation rate.
And then what?
And then you chill it down
Crash
to around 10 degrees Celsius. And the yeast will continue to go through its diacetyl degradation process, you know, where it takes away that...
Oh, even
buttery
at
flavor.
that lower temp, it will do
At
that.
10 on top fermenting yeast, yeah.
Okay.
With lager yeast, it's a different thing. We're just still talking about Weiss beer.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
So at 10,
then-
it'll still do the diacetyl.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days, and then
Okay.
we take it down gradually a degree a day to freezing. Let the yeast settle out. Remove as much as we want, and this beer has around 3 to 4, between 3 and 5 million cells per milliliter. So that's why it looks the way it is.
Yeah.
That's moderately cloudy, and then it's kegged up. So it's about a 22-day process.
No kidding.
Oh yeah. We don't do
I think
anything
that people
fast.
are going to be surprised by that, because certainly we talk about wheat beers as being something you can do quick, and that's still fast. And
you can, and
but 22 days, that's
most of the wheat beer breweries in Germany are between 20 and 22.
Yeah.
Most of the wheat beer breweries, it's really traditional ones. It's really interesting. They'll go through this primary fermentation in about 3 to 4 days,
Yeah.
and then they'll take it down for 7. They'll do the diacetyl rest for 3, then they'll take it to freezing pretty quick. And then not freezing them, they'll take it down to about 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. And then they centrifuge out the Hefeweizen yeast, and then they'll prime it with Kreuzen from a lager. And then they'll let it bottle condition to carbonate it.
Okay.
So there used to be that no Hefeweizens were available in draft in Germany. It was only a bottled beer.
Okay.
Nowadays, a lot of the breweries are doing tank all the way through, but it's more expensive to do that.
Yeah.
That's the only downside about doing it all in a tank.
Do you Kreuzen this to get it to?
No, this is all done with, we don't inject any lager yeast into this one. It's all done in the tank over that slow process.
So
And during
you'll
that aging time frame, we'll adjust the pressure on the tank to get the right amount of CO2 in it.
So, in essence, it's still fermenting, and you'll just cap off the tank so that...
We leave about 10% of that residual fermentable sugar
Yeah.
in it. So say we start off at, hypothetically, if our Hefeweizen was 12.5% OG.
Yeah.
When it hits around 4 degrees Plato, we're capping the tank, we're chilling it down, and it's going to go down to like 2.8.
Okay.
That'll be our final attenuation.
Okay.
And in that time frame, it's producing the carbon dioxide, it's metabolizing, getting rid of diacetyl, still chomping away and going wild.
And keeping all the goods right inside of it. You're not... which is, I mean, I got to say, it is a very nice, cloudy beer. You cannot see through this beer. It's not thick by any means.
It doesn't taste thick.
It does not taste...
No,
you know what? I got to say, I'm just not a big wheat beer fan. I'm really enjoying this beer, and I got a little tear to my eye. I really wish Daniela were here to taste this beer, because I think she'd love it.
I would love to have her here, too.
It's such a nice... German
Although
style
I do
beer.
enjoy Bevo in a beautiful summer.
It's very
dress.
fantastic. Oh, thank you.
But wouldn't she
I
love
went to
this?
church this morning. But yeah, it's actually, I love it. I don't even like half that much, but it's fantastic. I'm loving it.
It is really good, and it just, yeah.
Dunkelweizen is a good one. That's why it's my favorite
Daniela
beer.
would love this.
Yeah, it's a wonderful
Makes
beer.
me kind of sad.
All right. If you've got more Dunkel questions, get them ready. 888-401-BEER. Schumann's in the studio hanging out. We're going to get his boot going. By the way. The Stiefel will be happening today.
Ouch.
Icky's back. We'll take this phone call real quick. Let's do that, and then we'll take a break. I know, Doc. I know. Hang in there. We're late on everything.
Okay.
We're still going through lagering when we come back, and we're going to do it quickly.
But I'm going to explode now.
Icky, what's happening, my brother?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey, Ick.
What's your question, man? Just because we got to keep going.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Cool.
I was wondering if Dan could touch on the use of lactobacillus in like the Berliner Weiss and how that would relate to the Reinheitsgebot, because I don't know how the bacteria is kind of working into that whole equation.
Actually, lactobacillus is naturally occurring on the malt.
Oh.
Okay,
So we actually do, just to give you a little background, one of the things that you're allowed to do in the purity law is if you make lactic acid out of your own lactobacillus and wort, you use that to do pH balancing in the mash and the wort. And we actually have bioreactors for making lactic acid out of lactobacillus. And like I said, the lactobacillus comes in from the malt fields, barley malt.
Already there.
So it is still naturally recurring.
Oh, yeah. It's a spontaneous fermentation. Keep in mind, the Reinheitsgebot didn't have yeast listed as an ingredient for the first couple hundred years. Actually, 300 years.
They didn't know the little buggers were there.
Yeah, they had no clue.
Didn't know what made it
So
happen.
the original Reinheitsgebot from 1516 said malted barley, hops, and water. And then they said malted wheat, so long as malted wheat was at least 50% of it, of the dosage. And then, we covered it.
Yeah. Oh, I just was...
Oh, you're giving me the looky-loo there.
No, I was giving Bevo the looky-loo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good. I'm giving Bevo...
right.
Dan, the day I stop giving Bevo the looky-loo and start giving it to you, you can stop coming to the show.
Watch out for that soap bar in the shower, huh?
Yeah. No, you keep right on going.
So anyway, that's a history between... And that, therefore, Berliner Weisser was... And some of the weird Belgian beers, even though that's all spontaneous fermentation history.
Do you guys don't do a beer with lacto?
No. Every beer that we make has lactic acid added from the lactic propagator that we have.
Oh, okay.
So it's there, but we just kill it.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, we don't want sour beer.
You don't want it to compete with the...
Does everyone... I don't know if this is always funny to explain, but the flavors that Lactobacillus and Pediococcus, the two infection bacterias in beer, they make beer taste like grapefruit juice. It's just god-awful.
Okay.
It's not just lightly sour. It's just like stringent, off, terrible flavors.
Well, now, speaking of that, I thought of this today, Dan, knowing that you were coming here, because we've become big fans of certainly Belgian beers here. And me personally... I love sour beers.
You like the lambic and the goose and all that stuff?
I love them. I don't write me off yet. I still love me a German beer. But I thought about it. I'm thinking, so Dan here is this purist, this German purist. Do you enjoy beers like that? Can you drink a lambic?
No,
you can't.
I got to be honest. I toured a lot of lambic breweries. The school at Weinstefan had a foreign engineering club that I belonged to, and it was like a frat. I mean, we drank every Monday night.
Okay.
And there were guys from around, all over Europe and Asia too, and we toured breweries in Belgium and Luxembourg and the Netherlands too. But the breweries in Belgium, I mean, there are some great breweries. Franz Martens has an amazing brewery, and he does Saison the way it's supposed to taste.
Yeah.
Those I like. I don't like Stella Artois. That's like drinking Bud. That's kind of
I'll give you that.
It's got rice and corn and not corn, but it has rice and sugar. When you go see the tour of that brewery. But the seasonal, the specialty beers in Belgium I like, but there's some I like and some I hate.
So you can drink a true Saison, you like that?
Yeah, I don't like lambic.
Now,
I can handle Creek because they throw 50 pounds of cherries in that barrel and it softens up that sour flavor.
Yeah,
but that's a stretch too.
Now, when you say you don't like it, is it just hey, my palate doesn't enjoy that, or do you think of it as, hey, that's not what beer's supposed to be?
It's just a tough. I understand beer's very subjective. It's just me personally, I can't handle it.
Okay.
Yeah, you go into places in Belgium and you see people order lambic. A lot of times they're taking sugar and spooning it into their glass.
Really?
And mixing it in with lambic. Yeah,
to cut that sour.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's not. It's definitely an acquired taste. It's like sea urchin,
It is. I absolutely agree. I had to acquire it. It is very much acquired. But now that I've acquired it, it can't be sour enough. I mean, if it doesn't really kick me in the face,
it's like my kids with their candies at the movie theater.
It's like that. It's the same. Yeah.
But Hefeweizen is. I always knew Hefeweizen is a controversial beer.
It is.
50% of people love it. 50 hate it.
First one I ever had. I've said the story, so I'll keep it short. First one I ever had. I thought there was something wrong with it. I thought it was a foul.
Like that?
Yeah, it was before.
It's controversial.
I'm sure you've gotten that.
This
reaction.
one takes it to an easier, more approachable level. The Dunkelweizen.
It is nicer, and I think. Let's face it, visually it makes it approachable because people are now used to seeing a sort of amber-colored beer. And then after that, the palate, I think it's pretty palatable. Yeah. All right, Icky, does that cover it for you?
Yeah, I think so. Could I follow just a second? Because Dan mentioned that, they're spontaneous. Traditionally, the Berliner Weisse is spontaneously fermented.
That's the old school tradition, yeah.
And now, is it also traditional in that case? With what you've learned, is that coming from a sour mash as well? Because you're saying they're getting
no, the mash, the bacteria has already been killed by that point. The lactobacillus is involved in the fermentation process.
Okay, so you're adding it back from some lactic acid that you've produced from a malt.
Well, it's a lactic culture.
That you've produced from malt.
Yeah, well, it's already on the malt, so you just are taking that malt and it's in the air around the brewery because of that malt dust. You can scrape some of the dust out of the interior of your grist bin, and it'll.
You'd find it there.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of bacteria there for you.
So you don't think they're calling up Chris and ordering up a packet of lactobacillus?
No, they don't have to. They got it around. We have a lactic acid culture from our lactobacillus that goes. The stuff doesn't die. It's going on and on.
Is that lactic acid added to the malt during the malting process?
The mashing. It's in the mashing process. It's not added. The lactobacillus is out in the fields.
That's what he means. So they're not adding it to the malt. It's in the fields.
No, it's there. It's on the malt.
Yeah.
It's on the barley.
Just there.
Coming in from the field.
Yeah.
Okay. Lactobacillus are all around you all the time. I mean, if you took a rag and wiped it on
where's my sanitizer?
The floor. Remember in junior high school biology when you open up the Petri dish for 30 seconds and close it and then see what happens, grows on it a week later? That's basically, you got some lactobacillus in there too, along with all the different molds and fungi and all that crap.
I just cleaned all the lacto off my hands.
You look a lot better.
Next batch.
Thank you.
Okay, break time.
Thanks, Icky.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, brother. All right, you guys ready for it? Doc's got to pee.
Oh, my God.
Problem is, it takes Doc 13 minutes to get to the bathroom. He's still in a cast.
Yeah.
Let's face it, that poor bastard.
He's got a boot in front of him.
All right, when we come back, here's what we're going to do, because we got to get through this. Dan's got to get out of here. We're going to cover lagering, and we're going to cover it quick. So if you got questions, get them in now or forever hold your peace. I got a few in front of me, 888-401-BEER, or join Bevo in the chat room, and we're going to cover lagering quickly. I know Chad's got some good questions, and we should be able to get through this pretty quick. And then we'll have a little fun, and then we'll get out of here. And by the way, there's a lot of Blondbach in that barrel, and a Stiefel waiting for Schumann. So we'll be doing all of that and more when we come back. Hang in there, everybody. It's Dan Gordon Part 3, back with a vengeance when we come back. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Did you know that every day a brewcaster goes to bed hungry? Did you know that brewcaster is silently calling for the help of people just like you? Do you know that every day the unicorn and the rainbow have to blow sailors for loose change? For less than the cost of a half-calf, quad-shot, venti, extra-hot soy milk, triple-pump, hazel, low-fat foam, double-cupped macchiato a day, you can help starving adults in Pacheco. Your love can be felt for as little as 7 cents a day. Visit thebrewingnetwork.com/donate to sign up today for as little as $2 a month. Private first class in the BN Army. Buy your way up the ranks as corporal, sergeant, ranger, or colonel with an easy-to-do monthly donation that keeps brewcasters alive and your favorite internet radio station broadcasting. No donation is too small to help those in need. Can't you find it in your heart to share your love with a brewcaster? In return, you will enjoy the wealth of knowledge that comes with every episode of the session, The Jameel Show, and yes, even that other show. Thank you for listening, and please sign up for your donation at thebrewingnetwork.com/donate today.
Attention homebrew shop owners. At Fermentap, they know you're tired of buying the same old gear that everyone else has. That's why Fermentap offers the newest and most cutting-edge brewing equipment known to man. Since 1998, Fermentap has been leading the fight against the boring and mundane by offering strange, unique, and just plain smart equipment. Like their stainless stone false bottoms. Never deal with the floating plastic hassle of other false bottoms again. And since they're made from stainless steel, they'll last a lifetime. Fermentap's line of copper wort chillers are the best on the market, designed to cool your wort faster and more efficiently than other immersion chillers. They actually invented the equipment to make these chillers not only work great, but look great too. How about a fantastic line of ingredients, including vanilla beans, sorghum extract, blue agave extract, hot bitterness extract, unique wine yeasts, green coffee beans, sake kits, all stuff you can't find anywhere else. Fermentap carries all the standard products and equipment you need as well, such as all grain systems, stainless hardware, kettles, carbonation stones, you name it, they've got it. Fermentap's entire line of products has been helping retail shops meet the demands of their customers for nearly 10 years, and they want to help you too. For more information, see them on the web at fermentap.com or call Jason at 1-800-942-2750. Fermentap, better beer through innovation.
I didn't mean to hurt your body. I didn't mean to steal her away. I know she meant a lot to your buddy, but she and I are here to stay. You know, I kinda had a feeling that something was wrong when I was drunk last night, but not as drunk as your mom. I know you don't like seeing us together. I know you've known her your whole life. I still don't know just how we got together, but she started looking good around 5. You know, I kinda had a feeling that something was wrong when I was drunk last night, but not as drunk as your mom. To call me daddy, and I sure as hell ain't gonna call you son. I bet you never thought I'd be your daddy. Now go out back and mow the damn lawn. You know, I kinda had a feeling that something was wrong, 'cause I was drunk last night, but not as drunk as your mom. 'Cause I was drunk last night, but not as drunk as your mom.
Oh, crap! It's the hop shortage!
No, not the organic free-range Oyster Russian Imperial Coffee Stout!
It's all gone. We'll never brew again.
Damn this hop shortage! Damn it to hell!
Oi! Away off your wee hop shortage.
Who are you?
A Scottish 80 shilling, and you can't brew a Scottish 80 shilling like you was mixing cement with hops instead of gravel, you great ass.
Use less hops, brew more beer. Northern Brewer has kits and ingredients for dozens of worldwide beer styles that don't require a lot of hops to make a great pint, like the bloodthirsty and abusive Scottish 80 shilling. Keep drinking great beer. Order at northernbrewer.com and get flat rate $7.99 shipping anywhere in the contiguous U.S. 1 beer kit, $7.99 shipping. 1 million beer kits, $7.99 shipping.
Together we can beat this hop shortage.
My lambic!
It'll only help it.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. We are still here with the Dan. It's the Dan Part 3, back with a vengeance. This time it's personal. And we've got him here covering lager beers and, of course, Dunkelweizen, which you can find in retail locations and, of course, the restaurant locations until June. Is that right?
Actually, the restaurants don't have it. They have Maibach right now.
Will the restaurants have it at all?
They had it.
They had it.
Yes.
Gone, and now it's only...
Yeah, because they're on a shorter cycle. They do like 8 seasonal beers.
Bevo's on a shorter cycle
these days. Who do you call shorter? Also. Shorter. We were having fun with the alcohol level indication.
You guys were doing the breathalyzer.
Yeah.
How you doing, Dan? Are you allowed to drive home yet?
I'm at 0.02.
0.02?
That's because I weigh 280 pounds.
God damn it.
I'm at 0.08.
Bevo, you and me got to put on some weight so we can have a good time with the Dan, because God damn it, I'm pretty sure we've gone beer for beer over here, and I haven't blown into the thing. Give me that
I'm
thing.
at 0.14.
Doc, you're just a little
beer,
guy.
One beer
Don't worry
above
about
me.
it. Yeah. How could you be at 0.02, Dan?
I'm weighing 280 pounds. That's why.
Son of a
offensive lineman.
Oh man.
You know, I don't know what I'd feel like at 0.08. Bevo, what's it feel like?
Awesome.
Yeah.
It feels great.
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Hey, you know what nice
That's
compliment
how I
I got, Dan? You and I did the beer panel at the Commonwealth Club together.
Yes.
It was a whole panel of people. And one of the brewers, one of the pros in the crowd, he was in the audience just checking it out there, he goes, hey, do you know, Dan? Because you guys you had a great thing going on up there. You guys really did because I was effing with you about being a big fat guy the whole time. And we were having fun. We were laughing and having a good, and he was like, but he didn't know if I knew you.
Oh, really? Yeah.
But he thought we did a great broadcast together.
I think we do a great broadcast together.
I'm thinking.
We'll take it on the road?
Yeah, I'm thinking we're hitting it. We're going on tour.
Well, I think that'd be great. 20th anniversary special.
I was gonna go. I was gonna go road tripping with you to
Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I was ready to go, but I had to broadcast.
Yeah.
But you do that all the time now. Do you have to hit all of the openings?
Yeah, I will have done 4 in about a 2-month time frame.
I shouldn't say have to, or is it have to? Do you want to?
It's hard to make friends with 600 people at once. I don't mind doing the media. You know, because that's kind of fun.
Justin's blowing.
What does it say?
I'm a 0.10.
Really?
Yeah.
Fly, you're toasty, aren't you?
I guess so. I feel like you. I feel like a 0.000001.
I'm amazed.
I'm a 0.10
because I can tell. I mean, at 0.02, I can feel it.
You can?
But I think the problem is for me because I'm so large.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't think you drink as much as you used to either. You're a pretty mellow guy now.
Yeah, but 2 blonde box will set you on fire.
No, they really do. But the fact is, when we're drinking them out of a fresh barrel, what are you going to do? I mean, you
have to do it.
You're tempting us.
I think I've had that and like 3 of these big ass Hefeweizen.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
And by the way, speaking of have to do it, Schumann has got Stiefel in hand.
What are you going to make me do, Justin?
We're gonna. You don't have to do it this moment, but I want you to gear up for it.
I'm not going to kiss you.
You're going to fill the Stiefel.
Okay.
You're going to drink it like a German would.
Yeah, just for a little caveat.
What do you mean, like with a goose step or something? Or what?
No, don't do that, please.
Okay.
That's going to open up Pandora's box.
That's when it gets bad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I always get a show for a limo or something like that if I'm doing power drinking.
When you do that,
always,
as you should. We always give a good public service message to do designated drivers. In fact, Bevo's calling for her designated driver right now. Just turns out he's drunk too. She has to call for a second one. Good old Sam. Can
I
never
usually-
show up sober on a Sunday.
Go to
I usually call Jim Bell to
I won't talk about
hang
it.
out when I'm.
He's not drinking. He can't afford to with all
I
the
have
text.
a question to pass along really fast.
You mean you call
Devo.
Jim Bell at 408-282-8920
Yeah.
in case you want to tell him not to pass his legislation about a higher beer tax in
Yeah,
California?
That's the guy we're talking about.
That's what I
That's a
thought.
stupid rule. Clusterfuck has a question. He wants to know if Dan has ever considered, and this is exactly what he typed, doing it in the can. But he means your beer. Have you
You
ever
know-
considered canning your beer?
The whole thing about can versus bottles, it's fine. Beer should always be consumed out of a glass. I don't mean a glass bottle, but you should pour a beer into a glass. If it comes out of a can or if it comes out of a bottle and it's poured in a glass, it doesn't matter.
But what about as a delivery method? Because at least the can, they say that it is less permeable to oxygen.
And light.
And, of course, light. Although I know you use all dark brown bottles.
Yeah, the only downside is that, we talked about oxygen as our enemy. We only want carbon dioxide coming in contact with the beer.
Yeah.
When you fill a bottle of beer, you have a very narrow neck opening that the beer is being filled through. So there's less surface area for contact of oxygen once it goes past, because the filling process is the bottle gets purged first with carbon dioxide, then it's pressurized with carbon dioxide, and then it's filled under counter pressure so the beer doesn't foam up. Then in a glass bottle, you want it to foam up so that right as the crown cap is going on the neck of the bottle, it squeezes out all the air and oxygen in there. Well, with a can, you can't really do that.
Okay.
Can has a huge wide surface area before the top of the can is put on, and it gets seamed.
Yeah.
That's a much bigger opportunity for oxygen to come in contact with the beer.
You're
So
still
that's-
capping on foam in a sense, but it's a larger surface area, you're saying.
Yeah, it's not quite. There's a huge amount of surface area for it to come in contact with well, they're detoxing me now.
Yeah, with a little water. By the way, the
Honey,
cap
I'll
on
be home. Yeah.
the cap on foam is a homebrew method that we have all advocated.
Absolutely,
tasty.
of course. Yes.
Same thing
Yes.
that
Sure.
Dan's talking about that they do there in the
Right.
big
works.
facility.
Works for everybody.
Make it foam, cap on top of that. Don't cap on a big space.
But make sure you rinse your bottles off really well, because if you're going to age this beer at all, you got to have little moldy things on the outside of the bottle.
Yeah. This is all right. Should I do this now? All
Is
right.
it embarrassing?
No, we had a listener call in earlier. He won an award for his Dortmunder export, and he wants to talk about it. He called in earlier. I said he can call in later.
I'm very proud.
Let's do it. Hey, Mike, what's happening, brother? Oh, let me pick him up first. Hey, Mike, you there, brother?
Yo, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on? You won an award for your Dortmunder?
Yeah, hey, by the way, I'm the guy with the El Camino.
Oh, the two taps?
With the two taps on the
this
back.
guy's got a great car, Dan.
Yeah, baby, the El Camino.
Yeah, the El Camino. Everywhere he drives, there are literally two giant tap handles hanging off the tailgate. It's
Yeah, in fact,
fantastic.
I just swapped them over today. Now I'm trying to call responsibly, so I got my notes because I know you guys are pressed for time.
Yeah, we are. What do you got?
The first thing I want to say is I
That's
don't
nice.
like lambics.
Okay.
Okay, right up front. I like Dan a lot.
There are many of you.
That's fair.
I didn't call. Let's see, the show right after World Cup, I didn't call because the BN guys were talking about their awards and stuff. So I said I'll lay low. But I took a first for my Hellas, and I took a second for my Dortmunder, and they were in the same category. Okay,
Wow.
They were competing against each other.
Wow.
And then my Dortmunder just took first place at the Mayfair comp run by Maltos Falcons.
Wow.
That's great, man.
All right, man. That
Good
is.
job.
I'm drinking a big stein of it right now.
You're drinking a big stein?
Of my Dortmunder right now, baby.
I tell you what, I love a good Dortmunder. It is such a good beer when it's done
It's hard
right.
to find, though. I mean, if you want to, you're trying to brew an example. It's like, okay, well, where do I find an example to brew to? So it was kind of hard. I will say I'll plug Jamil's book.
Yeah, good recipes.
Those are the recipes I started. Now I've added some tweaks that obviously are kind of secret, but they're essential brewing things. Doc, you'll be able to figure that out. But that's the only clue I'll give you.
Essential.
Hey, can I
brewing.
plug in CHF real quick too? Because I'm kind of like the head guy for NCHF this year, Northern California Homebrewers Festival.
Yeah, do it quick.
September 19 and 20 at Lake Francis. Just first announcement out there. So there we go.
Doc and Tasty and I are always there, so it's a good
Yeah,
It
event.
rocks. It
we're
rocks.
going to do the happy hour again this year. Doses.
Great.
Oh yeah.
You guys
oh, yeah,
do it
good.
well.
That's right. Excellent.
All right, so we'll
know
see
what?
you in the
We
El
might be hooking
Camino.
up- We might be hooking up Colin and Beth Zangari and maybe even Jamil to do a session on how to taste and evaluate beer.
Good.
That'd be great.
Good crew.
Yeah, so I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then just the last thing I wanted to say is what
how I oxygenate my beer, when I'm pouring it out of my brew kettle and it comes out of a spigot at the bottom,
Yeah.
I have it drop onto the funnel, because I ferment in glass. Okay, I don't use a conic, I ferment in glass.
Okay.
So my beer just drops onto a little lip in the funnel and then splashes across from one side to the other.
I know what you're talking about. I've done the same thing.
It does it great. I've never used a Stone or anything. Nothing against all that stuff, but I've never had to use it.
You don't even shake it after that. You just call that air.
The only time I brewed a 130 OG Thomas Hardy clone recently.
All right.
So my OG was 130.
Yeah.
And in fact, I just racked it today to keg to settle, and that got a little bit of extra attention, and I had to repitch, I think, yeast twice on that one. I finally got it down. It dropped 100 points, I think. I finished down about 30.
Okay. So maybe with the big beers, it's just not enough to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, brother. Thanks, man.
So, all right, man. Hey, we need to be in now for this bill, this assembly whack you were talking about earlier.
We're getting on it. We're trying.
Hey, so it's going out in the newsletter and all the clubs, and we'll, we're going to fire up the BN to take care of this.
Everybody needs to contact Bell.
Yeah, just please no death threats or anything.
Be nice about it.
Just tell them we don't like it, and it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Jane, you ignorant slut.
Yeah, maybe none of that. All right, brother. Thanks, man.
Okay, thanks, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, lagering questions for the Dan. Let's do this so we can get through and have ourselves a little fun. We've got Stiefel lined up for Schumann. That's going to be a blast, you got to admit. Do you have a designated driver, Beavis?
Nope.
What if we get you one? I sure would like to see you do a Stiefel.
Oh, no.
I'll split a Stiefel with you.
How would you get me a designated driver? My car has to be here. My car has to be with me. I have to go home.
I'll figure it out. I've got ways. There are ways. There are ways to do this.
He knows people.
I know people. Don't worry about it.
I shouldn't do that.
I ever let you down?
No.
All right. It's settled. Bevo and I are going to split a Stiefel.
Sweet Lord. I shouldn't do that.
In the meantime, let's cover some lagering questions. And of course,
she's married.
We're going to do this kind of quickly because a lot of this, I will say, has been covered in the past couple episodes that Dan's been here. So you can easily search our archives and just punch. There's a big search window there when you click the archive page. Punch in Dan Gordon. You're going to get both shows that he's appeared on. And we've really kind of covered the lagering questions. But new ones always come up, and particularly with Chad, because he's a new brewer. I know he's got some good questions to get in here to Dan about different temperatures that we haven't covered. So we're going to focus mostly on that. But here's a good question we'll cover quickly that people always ask. 2 weeks, couple weeks in a primary fermentation vessel. Do we need to then go to a secondary, or should we let it sit on that yeast cake for the 4 to 6 weeks that people say we should lager for?
Get it off the yeast.
Take it off.
Get it off. Transfer it over.
After
7 days primary fermentation is generally you should pitch so that ferments.
If your
but
pitch
as a
is
home brewer,
good.
sometimes you didn't. Yeah,
a degree over Plato or whatever. Just track the Plato.
Okay.
Measure that. So when you're a degree over your final attenuation, or so, you want to chill it down to 4 Celsius. Let the yeast settle. Transfer it over. This is a classic German way.
Okay.
Then you go 2 weeks at 4 degrees Celsius, and then transfer it again, and you're purging. This is the homebrew technique translated in the classic German way, translated to homebrewing. So you have a Cornelius canister, which I think most people use for their aging, right? Mm-hmm. So after 2 weeks at 4 degrees Celsius, then you go transfer it over, so it's taking off the yeast.
Yeah.
You have the fill pipe or whatever on the Cornelius canister is located about 2 inches from the bottom of the vessel.
Which Doc has talked about. You should saw it off.
Right, saw it off.
Tube.
Yeah. Okay. And then you transfer it over 4 weeks of secondary final lagering at 0 degrees Celsius, freezing, 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
In your sawed off.
And hopefully, the CO2 is building up. Measure it, so you have like a half bar of pressure. Uh-huh. During that, actually in the second stage and then the last stage. Okay. So you really have 3 transfers. That's a classic German way of making a lager.
It is.
Yep.
Why the third vessel? Because there's still more to get it off of?
You don't want that much yeast. At 4 degrees Celsius, a lot of yeast is going to still suspend. You have like 15 million cells. If you pitch at 15 million cells, which is the old school measurement for yeast concentration,
okay,
it's going to reproduce to triple the quantity. So you're going to be around 45 million in primary fermentation. chill it down to 44 degrees, it's going to settle out. You're still going to have like 15 to 20. So it's 2 weeks you're going to be sitting on all that yeast. Yeast, when it goes dormant, tends to do a process called autolyzing, which means the cell walls are going to dissolve. And if you let the beer sit on yeast, large concentration of yeast that long, the beer will take on a medicinal flavor.
Okay.
Very phenolic. So by taking it off the yeast once more, you're going to have much cleaner flavor beer.
Okay. And the final part of his question then is, if you do, now that you're taking it off the yeast once more, will you have enough yeast there to, they're going to bottle condition? Is there enough yeast left to do that?
You shouldn't have to bottle condition if you're going through 6 weeks of aging.
How do you mean?
I mean, we've already gone 2 weeks of at 4 degrees Celsius, and hopefully the yeast is still kicking out.
And you want to cap it off there and let it carbonate?
So we got it pressurized, yeah.
In secondary or in the
secondary?
third?
No, secondary is carbonating.
Okay.
You're at half bar roughly in both those stages.
All right.
Yeah, and even then, if you have a head pressure of carbon dioxide and if the vessel's not completely filled up, it'll saturate the beer.
Okay. So
just the ambient pressure of carbon dioxide osmotically will bond with the beer to carbonate it.
Okay.
But I mean, the yeast has still got to produce it.
Still going to be doing it in that secondary.
Yeah.
So, all right.
At zero, it's not going to do too much. It's freezing. That 2 week time frame is really it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doc, Tasty, do you think they need to vent that secondary to? Because I like this idea of naturally carbonating in the second. I think it sounds fun. Or should they just keep it capped?
No,
the whole
it's
time?
capped up. That's how
the
it
whole
carbonates.
time.
But you're holding it at half bar pressure, which is like 8 pounds.
So it might get over that. Is my question.
Pull the pin on the Cornelius to just keep it at that pressure.
Yeah, which we can't really measure.
Yeah, you can. You can hook up a pressure gauge to a Cornelius.
I have one of those.
Connector.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, it's really easy to do.
Can you get that at the B3? Is that where you got yours?
Yeah, you can get it there.
You can make it yourself. It's just a pressure gauge.
Pressure gauge and
go to more beer.
Let's help the sponsors,
great quick
man.
disconnect.
So just then release pressure as and keep it at 8 pounds. You're saying?
Yeah, 8 to 10.
Yeah. Okay. And you can go to morebeer.com and you can grab yourself a pressure gauge there. Okay. And then from there, even though it's carbonated, you can still transfer it to a third vessel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You're going to just purge and pressurize that last Cornelius container.
Yeah.
So that when you're transferring it over, you'll use a little pressure on the other side to increase it up like to 20 pounds of pressure to push it over to the next one.
Okay. All right. Good. Good.
Hey, look, Dan Gordon, home brewer, huh?
That's right. Look at you. It's as if you've been doing this for a while or something.
Maybe that'll be another prize at Beer Jeopardy is Dan will come and brew with you.
That would be good.
Better yet, I can bring the home brewer over to the big brewery and have a field day, huh? That'd be more fun.
That would be great. Get a local winner. Absolutely.
Somebody to fly in for that. I'll fly in for that.
We got an apartment at the brewery. Did you ever see that when you came over?
No, I didn't. Who came over was John. I never made it.
Oh, you just came for dinner to listen to the jazz.
I came to check out the jazz, which, by the way, was nothing to shake a stick at. I had a good time doing that. I'm going to talk to you after the show, Dan. We've got our 3rd anniversary coming up, and we got a lot of people flying into town for it. People coming from all over the place. And it's not a Saturday, but a lot of people are flying in on a Friday. I wonder if we might be able to set up a listener tour with you or something of the big facility.
Why not?
Maybe either the Friday or even the Sunday or something. All right, let's talk about that, and I'll announce it to you next week if I can work that out with the Dan. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I'd like to see it myself. Here's a question back to Reinheitsgebot. Somebody asked, a listener said, can German brewers add brewing salts? Like calcium chloride, things like that, and still be in compliance with the Reinheitsgebot.
They're not supposed to.
You can't do that at all.
It's done.
So you can't treat the water with these kind of salts.
The whole thing about the salts is to get a pH balance in the water.
Yeah.
It's dialing it in. That's where the lactic acid comes in. But I'll tell you,
that's
I'll be
what
honest,
you use?
You want to know the truth?
Yeah, I do.
German brewers are adding gypsum.
They are?
Yeah.
Well, you have to nowadays, don't you?
You heard it here.
No.
Well, all you're doing is you're making your own water, and then you're adding water to your beer.
At least gypsum's not really a chemical, though, is it? It's kind of a naturally occurring.
Well, it's natural, but it's not on the list.
Yeah, it's certainly not on the list.
But you're adding it before. So
look at me defending the Germans. But it is. I mean, it's not a chemical necessarily.
No, it actually is.
Is it really?
Everything's a chemical.
I thought it was a natural.
It's a mineral, but I mean, it's
mineral,
still calcium sulfate, right? Isn't that what it
sounds chemical?
Yeah, it sounds like it to me.
You have to treat your water there at the brewery?
Yeah, we strip it down and rebuild it.
You build it yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
I was going to say, Doc does that. How creepy is that as a home brewer? He builds his own water.
Yeah.
What a stud.
I want what I want.
Yeah. No, he knows what he's doing. Okay. Maybe this can wrap up our lager discussion, because this is the important part that everyone wants to talk about.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to let Chad... Chad, are you sober?
I'm ready.
That's not what I asked you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to let you spearhead this. I'll get us started. But everyone wants to know about lagering temperatures. And we've covered lagering temperatures before, so I want you to refer back to the old episodes for general lagering temperatures. But some of the things that have come up recently that Chad's always asking me about, not me, asking Jameel, and hey, what does Jameel say about
So
this? What does Tasty say about this? It hasn't passed me, absolutely, because I don't know. Is about the ramping up of temperatures. Because there's a lot of talk about, you have your primary fermentation temperature, and then as it keeps going, maybe after a few days. So I'm not even talking about primary temperature being done. Am I on the right track here, Chad?
Yes.
You allow it to raise past your primary fermentation temperature in order to cover a couple of different things.
About 10 degrees is usually what I do. And that's basically what I've heard, above what the set temp would be. So if you're, say, fermenting Helles at 50 degrees, raise it to 60 during the fermentation. Maybe start it at 44, 45, ramp up in the first 48 hours after the first byproducts are being, I guess, happening from the yeast.
So let it naturally rise?
Yes. Like a degree a day during the whole fermentation.
Yeah, you pitch at like 44 degrees.
Yes.
And then you let it rise to
about
50, and then I don't know about going higher than that.
Oh, really? Okay.
No.
I think a lot of this has to do with the diacetyl.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want it. It's going to encourage diacetyl production.
If you raise it.
Primary fermentation, yeah.
Okay.
That's why you're reining it in to like 50 degrees. It's 49, 50 degrees.
Mm-hmm. Rein it in there.
You keep it there. That's the optimal temperature for lager yeast to do its thing.
Yeah.
Anything higher than that, you're going to produce a lot of volatiles, including diacetyl.
Okay.
And then higher than that, you get a lot of what's called higher aliphatic alcohols, isopropanol, isobutanol, the hangover alcohols.
Yeah. That headache you had this morning.
Yeah, that's what happens at 60.
Had it yesterday. Yeah.
Deep into the fermentation as well, though. I mean, anytime.
Deep, definitely.
Okay.
You hold it. We hold it always at the same temperature. We don't let it go above the optimal.
Because there's some texts that say let it go all the way through primary, then raise it up, and let the yeast have at it with the diacetyl, and reduce the diacetyl, and then bring it back down.
We actually take it down to 4 Celsius, which is like 42 degrees Fahrenheit, and then we let it raise up to 6. So that's to accelerate the diacetyl degradation. And the diacetyl gets broken down, at 6 degrees or so in like 3 days. If you got healthy yeast,
yeah,
you don't need to take it up to 10 to do that.
Well, I always went along the lines of I could do it faster at a higher degree, or I can let it sit for. I got time. I can let it sit for 3 or 4 or 5 days at a lower temperature, which is usually what I do, and then let it degrade the diacetyl, and then really bring it down.
Yeah, yeast is still going to sweat out a lot of bad flavors at high temperatures.
Yeah.
So typically start low, you want those low esters, low compounds that the yeast is putting off, and ramp up until that optimal fermentation
and hold it, and then chill it down, let the yeast settle out, and then let it go through its ripening process. And it'll do it at 4 degrees Celsius, like 44 or whatever for 42. It'll do that. God, I'm slowing down from all that beer.
You need some food. I can see it in you. You're ready to eat.
Well, I'm always ready to eat.
Is the food
it's on
here?
Its way. It's on its way.
Don't worry. We got another break. Our next break's we got a good few minutes when we take it, so we're gonna sort you out the next break. But the food's not here yet anyway, right?
That's okay.
A few minutes. Yeah.
You gotta pull through.
I'm hanging there.
You want another blonde?
What?
You want another blonde?
No, no. That's good. Thank you.
What about a beer? Do you want another blonde beer?
Yeah, sure. No.
Hey, Dan, you ever heard of beer Jenga?
No.
Oh. It's a good game.
Yeah, well, drunk Jenga is actually what we play. When if you got any lower to the desk, Dan, i.e. passed out, we would drunk Jenga you, meaning we would just stack things on top of you until you woke up.
Mostly food.
And we take pictures.
Yeah.
Take pictures, too.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep it. I'll tell you what. Dan is a good barometer for the listeners, to be honest, because if Dan is fading, so are the listeners. So we'll keep this lagering questionnaire moving fast.
I'm fading.
So okay.
Excuse me.
So getting the closest to freezing that's what you want when you're
for the final aging. Yeah.
For the final aging.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you can get it down to 30, 32 without
at freezing,
-1 Celsius is like
Below freezing.
One of the best things
it won't freeze.
It won't freeze, but it's going to help head retention.
Yeah,
in a big way. The longer you can hold it.
Why? Why does it help head?
That one I'm not really sure of.
But it does, really. I wouldn't have thought it helps head retention.
Well, the saturation of the bonding of the carbon dioxide and protein molecules is accelerated at cold temperatures. I mean, it emphasizes that part. So I think that's a tie-in. But I just remember it in my test.
You just know.
That's one of the things.
I love
the beer Pope did the study, and it has all the correlation of what happens.
The education system says.
I don't know why, but the answer is A.
That's what it says. And I like to know that it's not just here; it's in Germany as well.
Yeah, you have to. It is so. That is. Remember when we talked about doch?
Yeah.
Germans have a word that says "I'm right and you're wrong."
Yes.
And it was a doch. It's called doch.
Doch.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Don't argue anymore.
To learn that language.
But the yeast settles out. The colder the temperature, the more the yeast will settle out, too.
Okay. And then, of course, we've talked about the pitching temperature. You pitch at fermentation temperature. And somebody asked,
below. We pitch below.
You pitch even below.
Yeah. We pitch at 7 degrees C and let it rise up to 9. Remember, it's because we're doing 3 brews in a row.
Yeah.
And by the time we pitch that last one...
Is your starter at 7 degrees C?
No, starter's at 9.
Starter's at 9, then you pitch at 7 to allow it to go back up to 9.
And that 2 degrees won't create any yeast shock. It's
gotcha.
Okay.
So the question that came through from a listener was, what really are the volatiles that'll happen if you pitch warm and then go ahead and crash it down? What kind of flavors are we talking about?
Well, it's more the yeast behavior. I've seen studies on yeast propagation that say there's equal amount, 50-50, I'd say, that says you can grow the yeast at a higher temperature than you're going to pitch at.
Okay.
And you won't have any qualitative issues on the flavor. But the biggest thing that you have is the yeast, the temperature drop is a yeast shock, and the yeast may not ferment as effectively.
Yeah.
So you may get under-attenuated beers.
Okay.
I think they're talking about warm pitching versus cold pitching.
Well, yeah, they are.
Where you pitch warm to get the yeast going. Once it starts fermenting, then you start bringing it back down to your fermentation temperature.
I don't know any commercial breweries that do that.
Well, yeah. And a lot of things is how much do the yeast throw off in the early stages as opposed to the later stages.
And I think that's the real question. Yeah,
right?
Is how quickly does that volatile flavor shit happen?
Yeast performs, at each temperature, you can tell what it's going to spew out. It's not going to wait.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
I've heard that most of the off flavors and things come out right at the beginning.
Okay.
So I pitch cold.
All right. Here's another question for you about lagering. Doc, you wanted me to cover this.
Yeah. It was
asked a question to Dan. I think it's a great question.
I often get this, and I often have to answer this at length. It's people ask me questions about lagering, and it's the difference between brewing a lager and lagering a brew.
What's the difference? Because we talk about lagers and they go, "I'm brewing a lager," but lagering is different.
A lot of people think that if you just throw in lager yeast, bottom fermenting yeast, and you ferment it at 20 degrees Celsius, that you're making a lager, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
You can actually get completely different flavor profiles by going out of the range of the optimal fermentation temperatures for that yeast.
Yeah.
So if you took an ale and ferment it really cold, for one thing, it's going to take forever, and it may not ferment at all.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is your flavors are going to be completely different from your desired, stylistic flavors that you want to create.
Yeah.
And, take a lager yeast. There were a lot of kind of low-end breweries in Spain, and even in Belgium, I know some of the lager breweries, that the big popular lager beers, they're doing forced fermentations at high temperature.
Yeah.
And even agitated. So forced, agitated, major.
Moving it along really
and
fast.
that just screws up the beer big time.
Sure.
So
okay.
You can make it 6 days that way.
So you can't really ferment really fast with a lager yeast at a higher temperature and then think you're going to get a lager just because you condition it at a lower temperature.
You're going to get a ton of sulfur. It's going to be a big draw of flavor.
And I get that. I get that question so many times. Oh, this thing smells like crap.
Yeah.
And that's the lager yeast. You're getting a lot of sulfur out of it. If you're used to brewing ale,
you're supposed to get a sulfur,
right?
Slight sulfur flavor a lager yeast, but it's contained at a lower temperature. You know, that's one of our flavor profiles.
So a little bit is okay, but these ale guys that have always been doing ales, and the first time they do a lager, it's like, I got rotten eggs going on.
I ruined it.
I ruined it. Should I dump this? No.
So what's the German definition of lager? The word
lager is a German word for storage.
So storing a beer.
Yeah.
Is it not storing cold? Is it just storage?
It's always cold.
It's storing cold.
Yeah, the history behind German brewing is that the way they kept the beer cold in the caves when they're aging it was they carve ice blocks off the lakes in the wintertime.
Okay.
And the history behind Märzen is that they lack this natural refrigeration beginning in March and April.
Mm-hmm.
So starting in March, they brew a darker, stronger beer that would actually help cover up the flavor flaws from the lack of refrigeration.
Oh, okay.
But keep in mind that Germany was still relatively cold. Cellar temperatures were like 50 degrees.
Ah.
Kind of like the history behind steam beer, in San Francisco. It didn't have any natural refrigeration.
But they wanted beer all the time.
Of course they did.
Every month. So
Who doesn't?
They couldn't brew every month of the year. So
okay, so in terms of sulfur, the listener question specifically was, what does lagering do chemically? You don't have to go too chemically, but he's saying, where does the sulfur go? Where does it? And because as you age it,
the sulfur doesn't go away.
It doesn't.
No, it's just minimized during the fermentation process. That's not one of the things that gets.
So if you
acetaldehyde, acetoine, some of the esters get absorbed. The acetyl pentanedione. Those are the buttery flavors. Those get reabsorbed by the yeast in the aging or the lagering phase.
They do.
Yeah.
But if you've over-sulfured it in fermentation...
You're toast.
I got you.
Yeah, same thing with the higher aliphatic alcohol, the headache alcohols, the hangover ones. They're not going to go away.
They don't go away either.
No, they're there. So if you do a high-temperature fermentation...
A really fast fermentation.
Yeah, that's not going to be good.
Okay.
And then lagering, there's a couple things that we want to have happen during lagering. One is the absorption of some of these flavor profiles, the chemicals that are negative.
Okay.
The other is the saturation of the carbon dioxide. Naturally, the yeast continues to produce carbon dioxide during this aging time frame.
Yeah.
And that bonds with the protein molecules, and you get a nice effervescence that isn't bloating.
Okay.
So natural carbonation is a good thing.
Yeah.
Last thing is that the yeast is going to settle out. So those are the three primary goals of lagering or the aging process.
Okay. Shat, you getting this covered?
Absolutely.
I think that's on the test.
Well, because he's just getting into it. We all start with ales when we're home brewers, and then we move on to lagers, and Shat's just getting into the lagers. So,
and I brew a lager. I don't lager. So now I'm really, putting aside a couple carboys and dedicating that time. So we'll see how it comes out.
Yeah. All right. Couple of things we're going to do here. We're going to get Schumann in on this Stiefel. Let's do that because we need a little wake up time anyway. We're going to do that. We're going to Schumann's.
We're going to melt.
You've got the boot in hand.
It's in my hand.
This boot's no joke. I have to point out. And by the way, it was Tim or Tom? Tom who won the boot.
Oh yeah,
you're getting a nice boot, man. It's a giant boot.
You need to send a picture of you drinking out of the boot to the forum.
I'm gonna give it back to us. So you're about to consume. Dan, do we know exactly the quantity of? Does it say
it's 2 liters?
It's 2 liters.
That's roughly, for those of you out there, 1 full 6-pack of beer.
That's a man boot.
And Schumann,
it's a man boot.
Ever the good sport, is about to do Gordon Biersch's Blonde Bock.
Yeah.
Out of the boot.
Yikers.
I'm not going to be driving, am I?
You're not driving.
Is this a solo mission?
You got your motorcycle.
Although Terrence the Black and Sam just showed up, and they'll be driving Beavis home, so Beavis and I are also going to share a boot.
Oh, dear.
Is that right,
Beavis? I'm a little scared of the boot.
Are you sharing the same boot, all three?
Does Tom want me to rub this anywhere on my body, or what's...
I don't think so. I think Tom's exact comment was, "I have plenty of Star San sanitizer at home, so you can go ahead and drink out of my boot. It's fine."
Oh. Justin, are you going to be passing it back and forth between you and Bevo across your mixing board?
No.
Seems like a bad choice. I can come over there.
Yeah, you can.
She's a
Now that Sam's here, Bevo's going to sit right on my lap.
I love that you're picking up the slack dog because all night I've been like.
I've been holding back.
I'm waiting for Justin to yell.
I'm glad you've been holding back.
I've been holding back.
I haven't said anything. Have you noticed?
Last week was ridiculous.
Oh, it's awesome.
She's been smiling the whole time, though. This day.
The chat room's cracking me up. They're being awesome.
They're being nice to you?
Yes.
I have some feedback to play for you, a voice message left for you.
Is it bad?
Speaking of being nice for you.
Oh,
it's probably really good.
Yeah. We got a lot of things to cover.
It's bad.
We're going to do the Stiefel thing now. And then we're going to take, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be honest with you, we're going to take a good intermission here. We're going to get some food.
But we're coming back.
Get a little break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to wrap things up with the Dan and with our feedback and all the rest, and Terrence the Black. Terrence doesn't talk.
Boot first?
Yeah, we're doing a Stiefel.
Oh,
right
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chewy.
So
Fill it up.
what's the rules on the steeple?
Bootology.
Well,
The
I've
bootology.
given...
You want to know the history and all that crap?
Yeah, why don't you do that? What's the...
Well,
where
he's
does
filling
this-
it up. You might as well. It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Where does the boot come from?
The boot dates back to...
It's a glass boot.
Yeah, the golden days. Actually, before they had the glass boot, German fraternities used to have duels, sword fighting duels. And after they would have these duels, they go and commiserate by drinking out of their own boots. So the stinky boots they pull off of their... keep
The
in mind,
actual competitors would
This
do
is like the 1400s, yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, they
It's
didn't
probably
have,
cleaner than any glassware they had.
No, this is disgusting. I mean,
It is
because they only
disgusting.
had one pair of shoes. The boots were the only thing they wore all day long. You know? And the same pair of socks. Hygiene was not tantamount in good old Germany back then.
Oh my
Or
God.
anywhere these guys they'd be all cut up from their sword fight duels. you know?
Oh,
Do you remember
And they needed beer.
at Menards when we drank out of that boot?
I did. I've told that story. We did drink out of an actual
Out of
Western
an
boot.
actual boot.
Beautiful.
There's this dive bar that we enjoy going to. I love stinky bars.
You love dive bars, don't you?
We had been going there for a couple
the
years.
sea shanty.
And there was an old Western boot hanging on the wall, and it had been there for the 2 years that we've been hanging out at this
So
bar.
gross. I can't believe we did
And we
that.
were drunk one night, and we thought, hey, how fun will it be to drink out of this boot?
I
and
still
we did.
sometimes think I got hepatitis.
This was before I was extremely germophobic. And
Oh, yeah.
I
Like
lived.
You've never been that.
I made it. I made it through.
So
It was
the rules
fun.
of engagement and drinking a Stiefel.
Alcohol kills germs.
Yeah,
Yes,
what
it
are the
does.
rules of
Okay,
engagement?
what's the
You can
rules
only
here?
hold the boot with one hand.
Don't give...
Oh, my God.
Don't give away the trick.
I don't know the trick.
Okay.
The
Then
trick,
won't
you
be
mean the
giving
one that everyone knows from Beer Fest by
No,
now?
at the
That
end.
trick.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The Schumann,
When you're
Schumann, do
drinking
you
in
know
a
the
social-
trick?
Of course I know the trick.
Damn it. All right. You can
drinking
give
in
it.
a social setting. And there are a lot of different rules. There's called the Doppeliter game, where
One
the
hand.
second to last person has to buy the next round.
Okay.
And you always have to have your own beer in front of you if you're going to drink out of the communal boot.
Okay.
You never pour from the boot into another glass.
Okay.
You only can drink out of the boot
Okay.
and held in one glass.
One hand.
One hand.
Yeah.
Sorry, held in one glass. Yes, of course.
One glass,
that
one
makes
hand.
no sense.
If you can hold 2 glasses in one hand, you're a good man.
In a
an
communal
assload of
drinking
beer.
of the boot, if you can lay the boot over onto 2 fingers laying on the side of the table and it doesn't pour out, that means you have to kill the last of the boot, which is roughly a half liter that you would chug.
So you don't have to do it all in one drink.
No one
until
ever.
it gets to there.
You just don't be the second to the
It's
last
passed
dude.
around. It's kind of like hot potato.
Oh, well, maybe
Don't be
we
the
are going to
second to
have
the
to
last.
do
You
that
don't
then.
actually. No one ever has to chug the boot because you would automatically heave.
Yeah, of course you would.
Can I explain why?
Yeah.
It's a lot of beer. You cannot consume this in one shot without inhaling. Once you inhale a CO2 atmosphere, you get nauseous and you heave.
Oh.
So there's no way you could actually drink the whole thing unless you're some kind of freak of nature.
And you could hold your breath for that long.
Yeah.
You'd have to be able to breathe.
It takes the fastest you can really drink something this big is like 35, 40 seconds. And being able to do that without a break is pretty tough. It's nice when you're doing a half liter chug. Because
Yeah.
you can do that in 6 to 8 seconds, but this is
a big one.
So
it's
are
a
we-
big one.
Are we all sharing the same boot, or
Well-
just you and I sharing a boot?
Well, it's a husband and wife thing. Usually.
Dan, stop making the boot dance.
You know, Schumann.
2 boots.
You know, Schumann looks clean shaven and up for the challenge.
I'm ready, man.
He's ready.
Who's he sharing
Is
that thing
this
with?
is there a traditional size? Is this a traditional size Stiefel?
This is the 2 liter boot. I guess this is made after someone's actual foot.
Is
at
it?
one point in time, but
Look at
you know
little
back
foot.
then they were
I don't
small
know.
people.
Oompa Loompa.
Small feet.
I'll tell you
Little
what.
foot, big,
You know what they
big
say
calf.
about that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They had a real fat leg
The
for
chick
a
with the
small
big calf,
foot
yeah.
like that.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It looks like a cankle.
Yes,
Well-
it does.
Well, it looks like a thikel.
I propose a challenge, Shuli.
Yes.
If the Beavis and I, there's 2 of us.
Dose.
By the way, this is completely biased and not in your favor, which is usually the way I challenge you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You have to finish yours before Beavis and I finish the same amount.
What's in it?
So you have twice the amount of beer to drink.
What's in it for me?
It's not possible. How about we get little shoe and big shoe?
Oh, you want to put Shoe Light in on it too?
Team, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. Where's Shoe Light?
Collectively, we all probably weigh about the same.
Oh, you want to pick up the food?
That would be so good. We get Little Shoe and Big Shoe.
Shoe needs to have a partner.
Maybe I need another brother.
A brother from a different mother?
You mean
Who's
Terrence
from
the
a
Black?
different race?
Come on, Terrence, you can do this.
I think Terrence is the DD. Are you the DD?
Can I understand what actually is going to happen? I'm trying to figure this out.
Well, we have 2 boots. We have 2 Stiefels.
Uh-huh.
Beavis and I are going to drink out of one.
Yeah.
And Schumann and somebody else is going to drink out of the other.
Is this a time trial, or what are you talking about?
I think we're going for a time trial.
Oh, my God.
Because we want to get to break, so we got to speed things up.
When we did this in grad school, we would hook up a siphon machine to it. We'd have 4 people doing it for time.
4 people. And what was it? Can you remember some of the best times? 4 people?
I think, it was in the range of... Because we had a straw. It's basically a big... like beer line size straw. It was, flexible too.
Like a beer bong.
Give me a number.
Yeah.
Give me a number.
Shoot, 18 seconds? What? 4 people sucking at the same time.
Oh, at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of sucking.
Once you get the suction going, you just go beneath the table so you had a siphon effect.
I'm hoping that this doesn't take longer than 2 minutes, to be honest.
I don't know. This is not recommended.
Dan does not... Gordon
he doesn't condone this
Bierce
at all.
does not condone this activity.
This is not a doubles event. This is a...
Ladies and gentlemen, Gordon Bierce does not condone the following segment.
This is a team sport. You're
I'm
saying.
just telling you, this is a hard one. I've never
Shoe
seen
Light's
it.
back in town.
The Brewing Network and all its affiliates and sponsors do not condone doing this at home.
And Bevo being with her petite stature.
Sorry.
Yes, you are.
Bevo's
It's all
petite stature is exactly why we're doing this here in the studio.
Relative to someone my size.
Okay, that's fair.
But you're not federally licensed for beer production, so it's a little... The risk
Any removing of clothing is not... the Brewing Network is not responsible for any removing of clothing.
But does not condone it.
So, and
So
for
does
the
it mean
purpose
she
of
li-
radio, would anyone actually know whether this was being completed or not?
Well, I think they trust
pretty
us.
honest.
You know what? It's
concerned
Brewer's
about
Code.
What is that?
If Schumann or
It's
Shoe
a
Light
toad.
catches any additional STDs during this experiment, the Brewing Network is not responsible. Neither are Gordon Bierce Industries, or any of our sponsors.
I'm suing.
So we get Shoe Light.
Why
back
are
in the
you
room.
holding a frog in my
toad.
studio?
Seriously, don't
The
touch
toad.
your eyes.
Was that in my backyard or something?
Lick it.
Well, get rid of that thing. Why is that in here?
Just
Get
lick
rid of
it.
that nasty toad.
He just wanted a friend.
Yeah.
Wash your hands.
By the way, Shoe Light, you have to drink out of a stiefel
back
with
in here.
your with your brother.
You got a job to do, bud.
Get rid of that thing and wash your fucking hands when
Wash
you're
your
done
hands.
too.
Don't touch your eyes.
So what happens to the
Let's
winner?
have
What
fucking
happens to the loser? Winner and loser. What happens?
I don't know. Let's see. This is a good question. I don't really know. Can't we just do it for pride? I got a lot of. There's a lot of pride at stake here.
You have no
the
pride.
chat room's
You have
behind
nothing.
me on this one. They think I'm going to kick ass.
I think you're going to kick ass too. That's why you're my teammate.
Justin has no pride.
I should have brought Pilsner.
I didn't send a poll. I don't
I
either.
agree with you right now, Dan. I'm gonna completely agree with you at this moment.
I'd say losers have to dance on the pole.
No, I've
I
already
think that's a
done
bad
that.
idea. We have broken ankles and all sorts of messiness.
And already...
Food is here, so we got to get to it. How about let's do it and know that there's something bad at stake? We'll figure it out later.
All right.
All right, let's do it. Fill them up and let's get to town. Is yours full? already? Yours is full.
Mine's full.
Ours is not full. Hey, Terrence the Black. Come on, fill that thing up, will you? Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I see Dan's going to do it. He feels
You were
bad.
standing there with nothing to do.
Yeah, Dan still feels bad. He still has white guilt.
Reparations.
All right, Beavis. Look at.
Apologize.
We have an entire stiefel to finish here.
Where is it?
Where is
It's
it?
coming up.
That's a good thing. Where is it?
You think we can do this?
I do.
We've got Schumann and Shoe Light. They're fierce competitors.
You know what?
Although the difference is they usually drink like light beer, like they're Coors Light guys. Beavis, she's all about the IPAs.
I do like that. I like the double IPAs.
So
It'll
she-
get you drunk.
So she's used to drinking the thick beer.
She's used to drinking roofies from Sammy.
You want to pull up an extra chair so you're comfortable, and go ahead and do that because we want to make sure that you can you're comfortable for drink. Oh, that looks nice, Dan.
It's
All right.
nice. And you have to hold it with one hand.
Remember the rules,
Come over here,
guys.
Johnny.
You can only hold the stiefel. Dan, or rather, Shoe Light, listen up, because you were gone. You can only hold the stiefel with one hand.
Okay.
Shoe Light, by the way, Schumann's brother.
How you guys doing?
First time on the air. One hand.
One hand.
As you chug.
All right.
You're allowed to. It doesn't have to be on one full chug. You're drinking and
drink and pass it.
As I'm looking at this is going to take longer than 2 minutes. This is a lot of beer, isn't it?
That's a. You got a hurl bucket,
and I have to be able to finish the program.
No, who's got a hurl bucket?
This is the closing element. This is the
Chad.
The final element.
Dan's saying this is it. This is it.
Postpone it until. I think you postpone it until
the final segment.
The closure.
I think you're right.
This is a closing move.
I think you're absolutely right. Let's take a break right now. The food's here. Let's put these in the fridge. Okay.
Or you gonna fill up with food and. Then pound beer on top of that?
Absolutely.
Creatively.
Because it's going to take a few minutes for it to take effect, so I could at least close the show as soon as I feel it coming on.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, we're out of here. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, it's closure.
We'll see you next time.
It's a denouement.
All right. I'm not going to lie to you. We're going to take about a 10, maybe even 15-minute intermission right here. We're going to come back. We're going to have a good time. We got a lot more to cover. I've got your feedback line coming up. I've got more from Dan Gordon. He's hanging out with us. We've got more beer here. Terrence the Black just came to the studio. If that's not a reason to hang out, then I don't know what is. We got Schumann and Shoe Light. A whole bunch of stuff about to happen. Just give us a little rest because the Dan's been here a long time and we got to nourish a brother. And we're going to do it for the rest of us, too. We're looking at about, I'm going to estimate 12 minutes, and we'll be right back.
We have to throw groceries down our neck.
We're going to do that. We're going to come back. We're going to have a lot more fun. Dan Gordon, Part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what a good time and what a good brother coming and hanging out with us. So we're going to come back. Stick with us. It's The Session. Still talking lager. 888-401-BEER. That's the number. Or join Beavis in the chat room to get all your questions answered. Be back in a few.
Listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
What have you gotten out of a vial of White Labs yeast?
WLP 001, Cal Ale, baby.
23, Burton Ale.
008, East Coast Ale.
Cal Common, WLP 810.
It's gonna be WLP 400 with beer.
I got a sweet hoodie for my vial.
Huh?
White Labs, your source for great brewer's yeast, would like to invite all homebrewers to join the White Labs Customer Club. Redeem your empty vials for great White Labs merchandise and products. Free yeast, glassware, t-shirts, baseball caps, sweatshirts, polo shirts, and you won't believe what you'll get for 5,000 vials. Members also receive a newsletter packed with White Labs updates and facts, interviews with professional brewers, brew your own clone recipes, beercook.com recipes, and customer club stories. The White Labs Customer Club. Save your vials and get in the club. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for a ride on the outside. She broke my heart in the trailer park. So I checked the keys to our ugly car and crashed that piece of junk and then stepped away.
Bartender, I really did it this time. Broke my parole to have a good time. When I got home, it was 6 a.m. The door was locked, so I kicked it in. She was tripping on the bills. I think she was high on some pills. She threw my shit out into the yard. Then she called me a bum and slapped me real hard. And in my drunken stupor, I did what I should have never done. Now I'm sitting here talking to you, drunk and on the run. I'm sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for my ride on the outside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped away. You know, Mo, I'll probably get 10 years, so just give me beers till they get here. Yeah, I know the sun is coming up, and y'all are probably getting ready for closing up. But I'm trying to drown my soul. I'm tired of this life on a dirt road, and everything that I love is gone, and I'm tired of hanging on. She got me sitting at a bar on the inside, Guess it was meant to be. Romance is misery, so much for memories. And now I'm headed to the penitentiary. See me on TV, the next cop series. I am a danger. I guess I should have did something about my anger, but I never learned. Real things I'm not concerned about. Pour kerosene on everything I love and watch it burn. I know it's my fault, but I wasn't happy it was over. She threw a fit, so I crashed her Nova. And now I'm going back again, back to the pen to see my friends. And when we all pile out that county van, they're gonna ask me where I've been. I've been at a bar on the inside, waiting for my ride on the outside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped away. Na, 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 na. Well, I'm sitting at a bar on the inside, and I'm waiting on my ride on the outside. You know I crashed that piece of shit, and then I stepped away. And then I stepped away.
Now I've tasted martinis in Clash City clubs, swallowed bad whiskey at waterfront pubs, mixed with the knobs that a socialite do. But I'd rather a bottle of Finney's homebrew. Now Finney's a bushman who lives all alone in a little tin hut in the hills on his own, with only his horses, the possums and roos, and an old black fermenter of powerful booze. Oh, that wonderful brew known as Finney's homebrew. Taste it, old mate, you won't know what to do when you're all alone with the possums and roos, and that old black fermenter will mellow your blues. And should ever you call at that humble abode, and Finney invites you to one for the road, unsaddle your horse and just turn him to grass, for I'm sure that you'll finish up flat on your face. I've oft heard the tale of the possums that come creeping at night from the tall mountain gums to sample the dregs that old Finney threw from his old black fermenter for making a brew. Oh, that wonderful brew known as Finney's homebrew. The possums out there, mate, are tasting it too, and the bushland is ringing with a hullabaloo of a mad mob of possums steamed up on that brew. And should ever old Finney be called to his rest, I'm sure they will find him a place with the blessed, chief brewer to Peter and the angels on high. Oh, the harps will be twanging that day in the sky. Oh, that wonderful brew known as Finney's homebrew. The people up yonder are trying it too, with their feathers all ruffled and the halos askew. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Finney's homebrew. Oh, that wonderful brew known as Finney's homebrew. Taste it, old mate, you won't know what to do. There's one thing I know, and I'll even bet you could make a blowfly fight a buck kangaroo. Old Finney's homebrew, oh, that old Mountain Brew. Finney's homebrew.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to The Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Hey, happy to see you still with us. Hanging out here with the Dan. It's part 3, Dan Gordon, and we're going to have a little more fun. We covered the Dunkelweizen, and we covered lagering, and if you got any more questions, I'll allow them. 888-401-BEER. We got a little bit of time left, or you can join Beavis in the chat room. We'll cover it that way. We're going to cover all of those things, plus have ourselves a little fun. We've got our new 800-number feedback line to cover, the listener line, 888-401-BEER. All week long, you can leave your messages, not just call in live during the show, and I've got a little compilation for you to cover that way. But in the meantime...
We have meantime.
It's me and the Beeve against Schumann and Shoe Light drinking the Stiefels.
Don't be hard on the Bevo if you lose.
Did you get us the Stiefels, chat?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I only said it like 4 times, Chatty. I got to talk to Shat. I got to write things on his eyelids. That man.
It's better that way.
What you need to do is tell me where they are.
He's got too many. I did. 4 times. They're in the house kegerator. We're going to drink from the Stiefel, and we're going to compete for who finishes first.
Usually Sammy.
And Dan, I'm going to put your broadcasting skills at work as we're doing this.
Well,
because you're going to do play-by-play.
points for retention, I might add.
Yeah, there's going to be some stopping moments, right?
No, I'm talking about keeping it down.
Yes, please.
Retention.
Dan, come on. Who do you think you're dealing with?
Trained professionals.
I told Chad to have
What do you
some
think? You're on KNBR
ready.
over here? This is the real deal.
I'm
one
impressed.
hand only,
One-handed.
Beavis. Don't forget.
Beavis has it one-handed. She's qualified.
Who do you want to start, me
We're
or
at
you?
the starting
Beavis?
blocks.
We've got buckets.
All right, I'm going to start it.
Do we have a clock?
Shall we breathalyze before we take the Stiefel, just so we can get a reference? Actually, it takes a really long time to do that. That thing takes generations.
You've gone
Beavis is
down.
already a .06. I was a 01. I haven't really had much since the last time. I'm probably right in there. Maybe
I'm .15.
Guess what, Doc? We're just going to hang out and have a hookah afterward.
Exactly. I'm going to be hanging here for a while.
You were at .01 before?
It was 01.
Or .1?
He talks too much. Doesn't drink
0.1.
enough.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
0.1.
Yeah, it's
But you know what, though? You know how if you just have a drink, it will register higher? I have a
Yeah,
feeling
I hear you.
I was in the 08 range. I was definitely over
I
the
think
limit.
so.
Let's skip it down. I'll knock it down a couple points. All right, so Schumann and Shoe Light, one hand at a time. We're going to start together. Dan's going to play-by-play for us, and whatever else you have to discuss with the peanut gallery. Sam the idiot is hanging out with puke buckets, a.k.a. Bevo's husband. And he'll be taking
Puke
care
bucket
of
boy.
I don't think we're going to need it. It's good beer, and
And it's good for you.
I'm not saying we have to rush through this, unless, of course, you don't want to beat us.
Well, that said,
I get the feeling we're going to whip your booty.
drinkers.
And then you're going to have a really crappy loser like consequence.
Beavis, what do you think?
That I shouldn't have eaten so much before we do this.
We all just downed two plates of Chinese food.
I think
Your husband's been saying that for
I
years.
think it offers some ballast.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it as a Grundlage myself. I don't think that it's going to help me puke any. I think it's going to apply a foundation, for the beer that's about to be applied.
I'm just worried that I'm sitting here in the diamond of sound, so to speak, position between the contestants.
Yeah, you
if
really
there
are.
is a problem, I'm going to be the full brunt force of it. I didn't bring a change of clothes.
And I don't think we have anything big enough to send you home in.
No, but I will be able to jump backwards with lightning speed.
Yeah, you will.
That one I can change. But that said, drinkers, take your marks.
You guys ready?
Vomit towards the soundboard.
Away from the electronics.
Yes.
That's the best thing.
On Dan's mark.
Get set and drink. Looking at it, it's pretty much a dead.
So you can't take it anymore and then give it to your partner.
I give it a little edge to Justin.
Yeah.
He's below the label. He takes a little breather, sitting back. Schumann. Went down to the 3
Well, he's got
much.
the pass off.
Shoe little. Shoe big, shoe little.
Shoe light.
There's a lot of beer in that boat.
Is tip up on that one, and Bevo, Bev.
Either one works.
Is doing a heck of a job there. Sheltering
down the cankle.
Sheltering the spill. Takes a little breather. She is not quite at the label yet. The
Whoa,
logo.
down to the cankle.
But, looking over here to the right. Shoe light.
Truly a good amount of beer in there.
It was a quick one. I'd say that was
The more
a
you
10
drink, the
second,
higher it gets.
second.
Yeah, it's like
I'm giving the edge right now to Justin and Beavis.
That's a big ass boot.
He took a quick sip down that one. Breather there. It's okay to take a pause. There's nothing wrong with that.
You can stand up.
You gotta pace yourself. You can get there.
Schumann is definitely feeling the effects of the stretching out a little bit. Shoe light.
The more you drink,
Shoe
the
light
more
is drinking tip up, partial tip up, and
boy.
sacrilege, Bevo.
I see a bucket.
You want to go
Spilled
tip
a drop
down,
or
Bevo,
two.
now. Tip down. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of drip if you keep going down. We got the rotation going. A trained
Look at
professional is rotating.
Show the rotation.
Justin is rotating the mug, the Stiefel. He's got it, I'd say, at about a 90
Come
degree
on,
angle
Shumi's
now.
better
It's a
bring it
lateral,
up, buddies.
And then
all the way
over here.
Push
Oh
it,
my
push
gosh.
it.
Yes. He had tip up. Shoe light to
We're
tip
ahead,
up.
Beef. Don't worry. Just
Schumann
take
is
your time.
looking.
Tip down, Bevo.
Don't
Tip
psych
down.
yourself
side.
out, but
Tip
you need
down,
to
buddy.
you need to rotate.
You're going to have to maintain
There
tip
you
down at this point because it's lethal.
Take your time.
Gulpy, gulpy,
Shoe light
gulpy.
is going for a beer fest.
Beef's just
Any spillage
got
and we
beer
got
all
a
over her
problem.
chest.
So it's a marathon, Beef. No,
Is that a bad thing?
No. All right, coming back over to the left.
You can taste the sulfur after a
Bevo
few
needs a
drinks.
tall boy.
All you're hitting right now is you're inhaling carbon dioxide.
Yeah, and it gets
That's going to make it
changes-
much more difficult because as the level goes down, you still have CO2 coming out. So that's what's happening.
yeah.
You got to go tip down, man. Tip
Don't let
down.
it
There you
go.
go. Tip down.
Kind of like
All
yours
right.
hangs.
Schumann's doing tip down very well now. He's got it perfectly positioned for the long haul.
Look at the
He might be
shoe.
able to do the entire remainder. Nope. Passes on to Shoe Light.
Okay.
I'd say
I think
That's teamwork.
they're at about the half-liter mark right now, which is roughly one large beer in a German
Tip down.
bar.
They're catching up, Beef.
It's a tip.
Good job on the belch.
They heard me say we're beating them, and they really
Yeah.
put it forward.
She's safe.
Although
Beavis
I gotta
is
say,
safe.
John looks like he's in bad shape. He doesn't look good.
And
Schumann
the
looks
rotation,
okay,
as
but
you get to that level, which is very encouraging, by the way, you're at about a half-liter mark now. too.
Shoe Light looks like he's in
Just-
trouble.
They're down to the cankle.
Yeah, and at the end, we would sing the song normally.
What song is that?
Or the Stiefel Sterben song.
Oh, that one.
Yes, it's
Let's sing it.
Stiefel Sterben. I'm not quite ready for that. When he starts twisting the point up. Yeah.
Can you do more, Beef?
Killer shot.
It's getting close.
You guys are doing a heck of a job. It's not really close anymore. Schumann and Shoe Light are
They're
right
way
there
ahead.
to the
They're getting
killer
way
point.
ahead.
Yeah,
But you
they're well
guys are
into-
doing a heck of a job.
But like I said, Shoe Light, he's on his last leg.
And I gotta say,
Yeah, they may-
Beef is starting to feel a little queasy there. She may want to pass it off. Doc may want to finish that last little tip for you there. You can pull in. You guys
I
are
think
allowed to
Justin
pull in
can
one
do it.
handicap
I think
ringer
Justin can
to
do
go.
it.
I don't know if the Schumann's can do it. They're looking pretty green over
We got a
there.
killer. This is gonna be a closer right now.
They're looking pretty green.
Shoe Light is ready to kill the boot.
It's a lot of
Justin, I
beer,
think-
buddy.
Look at them. They're looking cross-eyed
it's
over
very,
there.
very close. Very close.
I'm wondering if either one of them can finish.
Get them
and
guys
this
a
is when you
bucket.
start tipping as you're drinking it. You do
Where
it
be the
with continuous
bucket?
flow.
Oh, good.
Tipping the
I think they're going to need it.
There are a lot of green faces over here on the right.
He's walking away. Shoes walking away. He's jumping around. He's getting spent.
Don't shake it up. Don't shake it
Beef, how you feeling there? Not so hot.
Not so awesome.
That's why
Schumann.
I have to come give you a big
I think we better get the bucket over there, everybody. I'm looking at these two. I'm not even drinking because both of them are about to uke. Schumann's on his way out. Schumann's going to uke. Shoe Light's on his way out. Shoe Light's going to
Shoe
uke.
Light.
They're both leaving to uke.
ding, ding,
Me
ding,
and
ding, ding.
Beavis we can take our time because they're about to uke. Oh, Schumann uked. Shoe Light's on his way back to try to finish.
I'm still here.
Oh, guys, still in the running.
I'm going to maintain a little distance behind.
A little different distance from Shoe Light.
It's not over yet.
Shoe Light, leave the Dan alone. No, he's covering up.
It's a death grip right now.
Can you go more? You want to try a little more?
Oh, no,
go ahead,
no. She's got a green face.
Every little bit
you
helps.
Can't uke, so don't. If you're gonna uke, go ahead. I'll take.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do. There's roughly.
Shoe Light's going for it though.
Left in there.
Hey, Shoe, turn it up, Shoe. No, you're gonna get it all in your face, man. You gotta turn it as you go.
Yeah, it's a toe. That's where you rotate in one fluid motion.
Otherwise, you're gonna get like a whole bunch in your face.
All right, well, I'm just taking a little break for a little bit.
The other rule is I don't think you're ever allowed to put it down. But
set it and forget it.
Beavis, do it and don't uke because you're about to finish it right now.
That was actually pretty close.
Now just work on keeping it down, Beav.
Yeah, Johnny.
And can I get a big high five? Maybe even
Shoe Light finish it right afterwards. There he goes.
By the way, Shoe Light's on his way to puke right now.
I need to apologize to all of you guys for bringing the Blonde Bach for this event.
Tough beer for this event.
7 is a handicap factor in the Chinese diving school.
At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
There is a handicap factor in that, isn't there?
This had a difficulty factor of 2.8.
Yeah,
this will give you a score of 10.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Shoes didn't know who they were dealing with. And by the way,
wow, that was a bunch of Chinese food floating in the sink.
Did they at least go into the garbage disposal?
Yeah, probably not. Which side? Wrong side of the sink. Even Shoe.
This brought it to a whole new low.
All right. Well, give me about 10 minutes, and I might be drunk of the week this week because once that kicks in, my belly's full.
I win.
I'll tell you what.
I can't believe they finished him.
I didn't even feel like puking except for a couple moments there. But
when you saw the shoes running.
Well, it was more of a I needed to belch. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all it was?
Right? Like it was nothing for you.
So, Schumann, you just had to belch. You had to belch a bunch of Chinese food.
I couldn't belch.
I'm not gonna lie.
I tried.
I feel like I may vomit, but
give her the bowl.
I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna hold that in.
I'll tell you what.
If I have to puke in my mouth, I'm gonna do that.
Oh no!
Can I get another high five, Beavis? Because I gotta say, not just one of the Schumans puked, but they're both on their way out there puking.
They're back.
Dude, can I just say that? Remember that time you made me chug Tasty's beer?
Yeah.
I'm there, dude. I'm so messed up right now.
I gotta say, I'm about to finish this Dunkelweizen that I've just poured in front of me.
I'm not.
That is a bold move.
You know,
impressive.
Can I get a round of applause for me and the Beef in the studio? All right,
you rock.
Thank you, Dan.
I think your beard just grew a half
inch. We bring
inch.
culture to a whole nother level at Gordon Beer.
It's all about culture.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm sure that snippets of this will show up on YouTube tomorrow, and I'll be having some visitors from the TTV.
You know about the Sam Adams fiasco in Boston years ago.
Yeah.
If we were to publicize this,
she answered the phone. Clearly.
Oh, she's answering the phone.
Coherent.
I have to end this show really quick because I guarantee I'm going to be fucking hammered in like
you need
5
a recline.
minutes. All right. How about this? I'm going to play you our feedback for the week. It's our 800 number, 888-401-BEER. You can dial that all week long. And
we got the bub.
It's
got the timer going.
And he loves me.
Bub, I got to get out of here before I'm drunk of the week.
No, come on. First of all, Bub is going to be at the anniversary party, so rock it hardcore.
Good, because I changed the date for you.
I know. And second of all, Bevo is like the hottest woman ever.
Of course she is.
And her husband is, too.
He's the second hottest woman ever.
Second hottest woman ever. Wow, I'm dizzy.
She's super hot, listen, I didn't pick Bevo as my partner just because she's hot. It's because I know she brings it. She brings it every time.
Follows it hard.
What?
Wait.
What?
She can be my stunt wife. Those kind of attributes.
She's now Dan's stunt wife.
My wife can't handle that kind of power drinking.
Yeah.
I'm your stunt wife. I'm your Colin.
I'll just wherever we have to go.
Different events,
for power
things
drinking.
for power.
Designated
Mrs.
wife.
Gordon for the night.
You're now Dan Gordon's stunt wife.
Hopefully it's okay.
It's okay.
My wife is a phenomenal drinker.
I wonder if while you're his stunt wife, if I could be Dan Gordon's stunt cock. That was a whole other. Did you see that movie? What was that movie?
Orgasmo.
It was
Stunt cock. Can we get stunt cock?
It was not a porn movie. It was a fantastic comedy movie made by the guy.
Trey.
Right, let's just move on.
Trey something
Parker.
or something Stone.
And Matt Stone.
Trey Parker and
Good
Matt
call.
Stone.
Good call.
Bub, anything else?
Anything of importance?
You can stay on the line. That's fine.
Calling,
I just want to play I want to play our voicemail feedback for today. And Doc, you're going to enjoy it. We got some good feedback this week.
Can I hear my nice Bevo feedback too?
Well, it's
Come on. Dude, she probably outdrank you.
No, he totally drank more than me. He picked up my slack.
I'm going to put money on the line that if Bevo hadn't drank anything before that, he could have totally downed it.
I would not. That would be a good bet. Bevo would have brought us down.
Very nice.
I'll play it for you after. All right.
Thanks.
Here is our phone. Bub, hang on the line. Here's our voicemail feedback for the week.
Yeah. Bells of Cocaine. I love this song. Is Doc there? Can you hear me? Are you listening? Oh, come on, answer. Pick up. Anybody? Got a question? Important question?
Hey, it's Matt. I'll do those words you do. The words that you just can't say when you've been drinking, and I'll translate them in French. So call me back. Whose voice is this? You're not the Mexicans. No, don't give it to the Mexicans. See you later.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. We're gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Backhole!
Hey, what's up, Justin? This is local brewer from fucking Chicago. Sorry, can I say fucking? Beef. Stock's just lost. I'm drinking some a nice pale ale from Rock Bottom Brewery. I just want to say that you guys are doing a hell of a job. And, you know what? Shout out to Sully, Tasty Crack Can. I love the Tasty Crack Can. Later, you guys are doing a great job. Bye. Get the Soul Brewing Network, David and George. What here? Check it, Live Oak Brewing. We're sitting here. It's about, I don't really know the time, but we're drinking some beer. So we're thinking of you guys. We're drinking a lot of beer. And Doc, I want to thank you for sending us the regulator. We're here we're just looking around.
Drinking beer. Katie says hi.
Don't be too annoying. But I will send you some pictures. It's been going really good. We've been here since about 3 o'clock, and this place has been going really well. We're enjoying actually shout out to the Zealots. Shout out to the Zealots, of course. But I just want to let you know this is one of those calling you in how it is out. Wrap it up. We'll call you as the day progresses through the day. So send me more messages throughout the day. All right, bye.
Hey, Justin, it's McGuffus. I was just checking to make sure my cell phone worked. See you guys.
It's good, huh, Doc? You gotta love the listener line.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these guys are funny. It's exactly what I hoped for the listener line.
Yeah, they're funny when they're funny, so they can call in anytime they get the urge, you know?
I isolated a couple of the
I think I'm going to call in.
Yeah, me too.
Ones.
I get funny
Do
once
you
in a while.
feel your beer yet?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was funny last night. I should have called in.
Yeah, really.
Me too.
I think the music was a little too loud, so I couldn't hear all the drunk slurring.
Here's what happened. A lot of listeners they're out in different places, or they're not talking into their phones, so there's only so much I can do for the audio.
Damn drunks.
But I knew you were going to say that, Doc, because I've been working with you for a long time.
Exactly.
So
I'm all about the quality.
I isolated a couple of the voicemails so that you could hear them after the fact.
Oh, good.
Because I knew you were going to say that. Here was the creepiest one that I knew you couldn't hear.
Excuse me.
Bevo, tell me how creepy this voicemail they got left for us
Justin
is.
likes creepy.
I will tell you.
Yeah. And Dan, throw some headphones on because you got to hear this too. This one is creepy. This is a guy. We started this thing for Drunk of the Week. You know, we have the Drunk of the Week calls. They call in. They try to be Drunk of the Week. And we started this thing where we would make them pronounce words, and based on their
big
performance,
words, like Weinsteffen,
we would decide, if they qualified for Drunk of the Week. Here was this guy's response to our words.
Hey, it's Matt. I'll do those words you do. The words that you just can't say when you've been drinking, and I'll translate them in French. So call me back.
I don't know if that was a guy or a girl.
I don't know either.
I like Bevo. It was,
I didn't know that Michael Jackson was one of our listeners.
If there are
Did he call back and do it in French?
He did not. But if there are two people on Earth that would make a skin suit out any one of us,
JP
and
that
JP
guy.
is one of them, that's the other guy. I mean, that guy, how creepy was that?
He's got a number.
Oh, my God.
That didn't creep me out at all. What I just want to say from an
Is that
observation.
normal for you?
No, it wasn't normal, but it didn't creep me out.
You see that in
But what's
everyday
amazing is that after this boot, the both of you are able to completely function on a
we're
normal
ready.
basis.
I'm ready to go.
Beavis is out there typing away on the computer. I would have
Not
been past
well,
it.
let me
No,
tell
but it doesn't matter. Your fingers are able to reach the keyboard, which is truly astounding. And Justin, I have no idea whether you drank anything.
I
Dan,
want you
I
to
have
know
to
that I
admit-
can't feel my lips.
I was going to say, Dan, you have to know the two of us are fading quickly.
We are
We're getting real
But
close
what is
to
the purpose of continuing is what I want to know. Is there a driving force here?
It's just that I have things I have to finish, and as soon as I'm done, we're out of here.
We're done.
I don't want to hold you back on this
No,
one.
as soon as I'm done, we're out of here. Bevo, here is your voicemail, and it's good that you're drunk now because the feelings are out.
What do you think?
You remember the guy who, he offended you in the
That guy?
in the chat room a couple of weeks ago, and he sent you an email.
I do remember him.
I'm sorry you got offended.
It's okay. I'm over it.
Well, I know you are.
But we're not.
I want to set up this. No, I'm over it too. I want to set up this voicemail.
Okay, I'm not.
He let you. He left a voicemail.
Oh, great.
It's not an apology, but there's something about a guy, like a person with an accent. I don't know what it is. I always think they're just nicer people than normal people. If they have an accent, I want you to listen.
I don't hate him.
I know you didn't, but you didn't exactly forgive him.
No, I totally forgave him. I just thought he was kind of...
You didn't forgive him.
silly.
You said I've moved on.
I have moved on.
But you didn't forgive him. So I want you to just listen to his voicemail.
Okay.
What the point is, he was really concerned that you didn't get his apology, and so he left this.
Hello, I'm just calling to make sure that Beverly received my email apology. It's Growler, and I upset her on in the chat room, and I just wondered if she'd received my apology. Thank you.
Doesn't he sound like a nice guy?
Oh, I kind of love him.
You see what I mean?
But I'm a whore for accents.
But I did the same thing. I'm listening to this. See?
Justin wants to do him.
Apparently, I'm
I
a
gotta
chickie.
work on my accent.
You do,
Apparently,
baby.
I'm a chickie whore too because I'm listening to this and I'm like, wow, doesn't he sound like a nice man?
Honestly,
So sincere.
I had forgiven him. Like, I thought his forgiving email was a little bit backhanded, if that's the correct word. Like,
Yeah.
a little bit like
Disingenuous?
double-sided. Like,
It was sort of.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
but I totally forgive him. I understand. Like, I understand. He didn't think that he was doing anything wrong, and he didn't realize that he was upsetting me that much. And it had been a shitty day for me. Like that.
Of course.
that day sucked.
Of course.
And I think that if on
Your
a
mother
normal,
went to the hospital.
I think that on a normal day, I would have been fine. I would have been like, dude, you're retarded. Stop. But that day just really upset me.
And
And
here
I don't know why, but I
Was that
totally
time of the
forgive him.
month?
It was not that time of the month.
You know what?
By the way, that was Sam the asswipe.
And if
Justin-
Sam the asswipe
Hey.
remembers correctly, we were worried around that time because it was not that time of the month.
Oh boy.
So
I
quick.
was hoping for that time of the month, but it was
Good thing he's shooting blanks, huh?
Let me tell you, Sam.
thing.
good thing.
Hey, Sam the asswipe, you'd be lucky to make babies with this woman. She can drink.
Your mom's lucky. Whatever.
Superhuman children.
All right, so this guy's got a cool accent. We cut off his hand and we forgive him.
Is that what we do?
No, I really forgive him. I mean, he really didn't intend to hurt my feelings. It was just a shitty day, and
it was an
I just felt
accident,
bad.
right?
Yeah, it was. It really was.
Come on.
And I would love for him to come back in the chat room and feel welcome.
Say that again.
I would love for him to come back to the chat room and listen to the live feed and feel welcome. Like, I don't hold any grudges. I don't judge. It was a crappy day. I'm sorry that I freaked out, and I'm sure he's sorry for offending me.
It does seem like that. And by the way, everybody gets a little out of control in that chat room.
Word.
You did have a bad day.
I did have a bad day.
He did owe you an apology.
And he apologized
And he
twice.
gave it, yeah.
He owes you
well,
a
sort of,
hand.
kind of twice.
He owes you a hand.
Doesn't owe me a hand.
We'll take the left hand.
Doc will not...
Well, depending upon if you're right-handed or left-handed. If
You
you're
know what?
right-handed,
He
we'll take
can
the left
choose.
hand.
Until there's
and
a
vice versa.
Until there's a hand given, then there will be no apology in terms of Doc's world.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Well, here's what
It's
I want to
just
say. Well, what happened was during that whole period of time, there was a bunch of shit happening. The guy in the forum, Zymer, just did a bunch of nasty stuff, and everybody forgave him. And I say we forgive this guy, so I'm gonna go. Come on back to the chat room and enjoy the show. And Bevo forgives you.
I do. I would welcome you with open arms.
By the way, about an hour ago, I'd have said F you. You're an asswipe.
No, I wouldn't have. I've thought
But
about
I just
this.
had a stiefel full of Gordon Biersch Blondbach, and
unbelievable effort on everybody here. I'm truly impressed.
I'm one of those guys who's like, hey, listen, Schumann, I
How the
even like
Schumann
living
boys
with
doing?
you.
So it's kind of like the guy in Schindler's List.
Hey, Shooter.
He forgives
How
everybody,
you
and then
doing,
he starts
buddy?
shooting him with the high-powered
You doing
rifle.
okay?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, you ruined that movie for me. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you like that part?
It's okay. After 10 years, we're allowed to tell you when it's in it.
Okay, so according to Dan's good advice, that's about all the things I had to cover. I had to make sure I got to that, and let's get out of here, huh? Let's go have some fun and relax. But I do have to say, Dan, thank you. You know,
pleasure to be here.
I'd give you a very sincere thank you, but I feel like Blondbach has clouded my vision.
I'm blown away. It's truly one of the most memorable occasions. You outdid yourself.
Oh, poor
And
Dan.
I'm serious.
Okay.
And he didn't hurl.
Hey, Dan, can we get the Dunkelweizen everywhere now?
Yeah, most supermarkets in California, Northern
That's
California.
such an easy drinking beer, especially
No,
now
actually,
that
that's a good
it's
question.
warm
It's
out
not
here.
just Northern California, though. It's Arizona,
Hawaii, California.
Nevada.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid because it's called Dunkelweizen, because dark, and because it drinks so easily.
Is that it? Is it only West Coast?
That's where we
states?
are. Those are
Yeah.
the states where we brew and sell beer.
All right. Oh, man. There's a call.
No, there's not a call. I
Me and
messaged you
Beeve.
something about a song. I'm sorry.
Me and
I
Beeve
would
are
type
now
it to you, but I'm destroyed.
We're now speaking Stiefel to each other.
Stiefel. Yeah, Stiefel.
Stiefel.
I sent you
You
a
say
message.
Stiefel, I say Stiefel.
I sent you
Tomato,
a message
tomato.
about a song from that Brew Tattoo suggested. I don't remember what it was, but I messaged you about it, and he's yeah.
Is there a caller or not?
There's not.
What's the point?
I don't know.
All right, we're out of here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Dan. You know what I'm going to get?
Drunk of the week.
Dan, the first time...
I think it's Justin.
I don't even know if anybody's called yet because I haven't looked.
Have I earned Drunk of the Week for the first time? Yeah.
I think so.
All right. Dan, the first time we did a full-on drunk show, I got accused of ruining the show for about a year's time.
Because?
Because it was a drunk show. They thought I should have kept it straight and narrow. However, the Dan likes to have a good time, so thank you, Dan, for bringing good stuff, having a good time with us.
Well, he ruined us with his own stuff.
He brought the Stiefels.
He
I
did.
didn't ask him to bring
Yep.
Stiefels.
No, there was never a request.
He brought the Stiefels and he brought the rules.
Yeah, he brought the rules. Beavis?
Yes.
I'm just looking
She's
at her.
still typing away.
I know, I'm just watching
2
her.
hours later, she's going to be typing away
she
there.
is.
It won't
Still
be.
trying to answer questions.
I'm watching her focus on the keyboard. It's
That's
hilarious.
because I have to close one eye to see it.
I would take a breather.
All right. I'm going to drink some water, and then I'm going to finish the show.
Sweet.
And drive home safely, Justin.
Yes. It's important.
All right. My studio is in my home. Bevo has a designated driver.
I do.
Doc ain't leaving for a
Doc
long
ain't
time.
leaving for a while.
Dan Gordon knew what was coming. He relaxed a long time
He was
ago.
taking water for a while.
As soon as we said Stiefel drinking, Schumann?
How you doing, buddy?
Thank Dan Gordon for his contribution to our
thank
show.
you, absolutely.
And Shoe Light, too.
And Shoe Light. Yeah. And Shoe Light.
Tremendous efforts. They didn't quite finish their Stiefel. There's still like a quarter.
There is still, you're right. There's a little bit there.
I'll kill it right now.
It may trigger another
Don't.
reaction.
Please don't.
We've made plenty of room in our stomachs now.
Shoe Light's eating already. He's back to the food.
You know what's that second dinner?
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Thank you to our sponsors. Chad, here's where you take over and you do good night for us. Go for it.
Doc?
Yes.
Can I pass this off to you?
Yeah, you can. We've had a great show. Thank Dan Gordon, the Schumans, Bevo, of course.
Thank you.
And I love to see Justin hammer a few brews.
I do. It's
Yeah,
good time.
and I'll give him brew drunk of the week. So
say thanks to our sponsors.
Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you.
Say thanks to Dan.
I already did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And thank you for Tasty for coming on down.
And Bevo,
Yes.
what do you have to say?
Good night, everybody. Nice to hang out with you again on a Sunday night, and hope I have just as fun next. Wait, we're not here next Sunday. The Sunday after. Bye.
Chocolate porter and cherry stout, yeah, you know what I am talking about. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love it, that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all the time.